All
Oh,
right, we are live.
yeah.
Someone seems to have a bad echo. I'm not sure what's going on. Um, Welcome back, everybody. We have the amazing Eric Hecker here for us to give more of his experience and deciphering his experience that he spent working 1 year at the South Pole for Raytheon on what he believes could be the essential port or monitoring port, the communications port of any off-world potential craft, in and outs, and so much more. And hopefully Dutchsinsse makes it here, hearing rumors that he's just waking up. We are also seeming to have some crazy internet issues like never before. Eric's having to join in with his from his cell phone. The internet mysteriously was cut to his house earlier. But so we also have Jeremy Reese, the alien scientist, Jeremiah Pop, exotic propulsion, and Gerald from Near Coil, WPG Enlightened for Truth Network. We're going to have one technical stream here, and I'll let you guys kind of take it away. If Eric, you might want to give like a brief rundown of the neutrino detector and your experience with it, and just your general suspicions of what you believe is being hidden in the Antarctic.
I'll start out. I'm way beyond having general suspicions. I don't have beliefs on what's going on down there. I have verifiable facts that I've been presenting to the world for a
It's that
few
you've
years now.
compiled.
Absolutely, I've already presented. I've spoken to the Department of Defense, I've spoken to Congress, and I've spoken to Arrow, and I've given them this information, not because of what I believe in, because this is what's going on. These are the facts of the matter today that people need to wrap their heads around. The ice cube neutrino detector is not simply detecting, it also transmits. And it engages us in a whole new conversation of science and technology on this planet that most people, unfortunately, just aren't prepared to even consider needs to happen. They really love putting their heads in the sand and just doing their best to kind of discount the facts at hand by saying things like, I believe something.
Yeah, so this isn't about belief. It's not research that you did. You actually were stationed down in Antarctica and were exposed to and saw some things, right?
Absolutely. The ice cube neutrino detector, the power supply is questionable for everybody can do the calculations and find out there's got to be something else going on. I physically saw the diameters of the cable. I mean, these are just things that, for tradesmen, we have understanding of things. If you're just talking about little communications, that's me in the ice cube neutrino detector. So, cable diameters matter. When you're just doing little information lines, yeah, you can have small stuff. But when you have these big, giant cables and, then, documented transmission values, I mean, this is no longer belief, it's fact. This thing is transmitting. I've corroborated this information with other coworkers from the facility. I just happen to be the guy on point that's letting the world know.
And so, why is it the electricians and the plumbers who are letting the people know, and none, you don't think any of the scientists working on this are speaking out?
The only thing I can presume is they're more afraid than I am, and I'm just not afraid. I mean, it's really just that simple.
And thank you for coming out and bringing all of this forward, because you're the first to bring out the allegations and the documentation of the Havana syndrome happening at the South Pole workstations to yourself and the crew, how it's this direct energy weapon sort of technology, direct to head technology potentially, as well as these particles that are moving faster than light. They break all physics. They're quantum entangled, and that this would be what a spaceport would use. if such a thing exists, and that's what you found down there. And that you've also believe you found evidence that the original South Pole Station 1 that precludes the Antarctic Treaty most likely has a nuclear core power plant that would be still running and active to this day, that would be powering a lot of these side projects that you found down there, that you found evidence of the circuits of these different machines that weren't supposed to be running, being powered simultaneously to what were tests that you were bringing on, that also go as far as you documented that when you first turned the machine on, that simultaneously earthquakes happened in Christchurch, New Zealand there, and that
Yep.
resonates with me hugely, in that I remember watching when they first powered CERN up during this crazy solar flare, that on the antipode in Nepal there was a massive earthquake as well, and that I talked to Nassim Haramein about it like a week. Happened to be in Calgary at a presentation, got to talk with him face to face, brought it up, and he was so excited that someone else had noticed this, not just himself. And hopefully we do get Dutchsinsse in here, because all the his lifelong work of the seismic energy cycles, the dew energy weapon transfers and technologies, documenting them through the satellite imagery and whatnot. For those that didn't catch myself, Eric Hecker, and Dutchsinsse for first interview together, we went over all of that. But I'm going to shut up and let you do your updates and disclose the more info that you've both found out yourself, Eric, and that you're able to speak of.
Is there any way, before we get into the new info, we could just do like a quick overview for people who don't know the information, and just explain to them what the Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory is, how it was built, a little bit about the construction, basically that there's these modules, which are the detectors, and they're put on these. Eric, why don't you describe it for us, because you were telling
You got it, Jeremy. So basically, the building that you're looking at there sits atop the ice. The ice is about 2 miles thick. They then used a steam-headed drill to go down and bore holes down into the ice. I would say to the best of my recollection, they're probably about 32 to 34 inches in diameter, and they go down, I guess it was about 1.5 miles down. There's a great picture right there. It shows all the different strings, they call them, the different cables that go down. And then the DOMs are spaced out on those cables, and then they reflood the hole to allow the DOMs to be completely embedded in the ice. The concept as presented is that the Ice Cube neutrino detector is there to detect the neutrino interactions which occur when a neutrino, and I'm going to quote what I was told at the time, it is a near, same, or faster than light particle that is massless potentially, is what they were saying way back when. That's the DOM right there. And that DOM, when embedded in the ice, would detect the blue flash, the Cherenkov radiation that would occur when a neutrino would impact the water molecule's nucleus. The neutrino and the nucleus would be destroyed at that point, and a muon would be released along with the blue flash of light. And that's what they present this facility as doing. And I don't doubt that it can do that, but like many other projects in the military, they're multifaceted. So it turns out that there is paperwork that I've presented. It's available on my website for anybody to see. Deciphering.tv in the archives section. It's called the DOM document, and it is taken right out of the technical literature for the construction and operations of the Ice Cube neutrino detector, and it states very explicitly that each of the DOMs has the ability to transmit at up to 2,047 volts. So you multiply that by 5,160 DOMs, and you're looking at the total power output potential of this array.
So it sounds to me a lot like these things being capable of transmitting such a high potential, you end up getting a lot of phase interaction from the scalar transmission. And if we go, dare reference Tom Bearden, he talks a heck of a lot about what happens when you cross two moving electric fields with a very high volts per meter, and you get these sort of phase coherent zones, and energy can build up, and you could also send this stuff straight through the Earth too. So you could effectively accidentally target an area like, say, Christchurch, New Zealand here.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. This is what I'm trying to impress upon people, is that I happen to stumble upon this technology through my experiences, and I think it's very important for the people of this planet to understand, A, that these technologies exist, and B, that they're being used against us. I mean, this to me is critical information for the people of this planet, and this is why I do what I do. I think history has shown us time and time again that we can take, you know, they say, if you don't learn from your history, you're doomed to repeat it. Well, I do believe history is very much on a repeating cycle, and we can reduce it down to this one simple cycle. The rich will step on the throats of the poor until the poor rise up and do something about it. And there are certainly not poor people involved with these programs utilizing these devices against the masses. These are very wealthy people beyond the scope of monies that we think of, and they have power beyond compare. And these are the things that they do in their spare time while the average mortgage payer is trying to feed their children.
Well, this is interesting. I'm just looking at the size and scale of this as a receiver or broadcast antenna, whichever. I mean, receivers can be used as transmitters and vice versa. So,
right.
So you look at the height of these strings. There's 86 of these deep core strings, and they're what, almost 3,000 meters long. That's like 10.
That sounds right.
That's like 10 times the height of the Eiffel Tower.
So probably depicted in that picture.
Yeah.
One of the pictures actually has an Eiffel Tower in it at the base to show scale.
Yeah. So the Eiffel Tower was like considered a marvel of, you know, its engineering at the time with what it could transmit for radio signals and broadcast back in its day.
This is bonkers how many of these things they hang on each of these strings. It's nuts, the scale of this.
And I heard an article recently that they're looking to increase the scale of this project tenfold. They're going to start putting more holes in the ice and increase this thing.
It's nuts. Oh man, I can't even imagine what kind of phase interference is going on here with all these signals simultaneously. The noise floor has got to be nuts on this.
So you said the power plant for this station, where can we find technical specs?
Ooh, that's a great question. I would say that it's really a joke, because I mean, one of the pictures in the scroll is actually me in the generator room. There's a picture of me with 2 thumbs up in the generator module. I don't know if you guys pulled it off of Greer's thing, but it was in that that representation that I did with him, and that was me in the generator room. These are just regular cat generators, which are certainly not that powerful.
You mean Stephen Greer of Disclosure Project, the Dr.
Yes, sir.
So you did an interview with him a couple months ago, right? I think I interviewed with him. I guess it was maybe like a year or so ago. But more recently, I was in Washington D.C. for his I guess it was the Disclosure 2.0 event with the National Press Club, and then alongside that, I went and spoke to the, I guess you would call them, the Department of Defense's arm. I think they were going by the Senate Intelligence Committee, as well as this new faction called AARO, A-A-R-O. And I had long conversations with them about everything that I knew and my experiences. And it went extremely well. I was told by the folks at AARO that they told me, you should pat yourself on your back for what you did. They said, just so that you know, the information that you have given us, we're taking extremely seriously. They said, everything that you said is getting put into the National Archives and is getting expedited to Congress. The science officer that they had, he and I had amazing conversations. The other people in the room, I have great respect for their efforts, but they didn't really understand a lot of what I was saying until the science officer interpreted it for them. But he understood everything that I was getting at, and was like a kid in the candy store when he was picking my brain with questions.
There was a lot of stuff that they suspected was actually going on, but they didn't have any corroboration. So they were very happy that I was able to corroborate things for them. I went in there with documentation. I went in there with maps. I literally laid everything down on the conference room table in a skiff, which is a secret compartmented information facility. This was some really high-end security. I mean, we got patted down, we got frisked, we got wanded, we went through, like, you know, it was like the opening scene of Get Smart with locked doors and things like that. You know, one second you look like you're in a random, you know, normal office building, and next thing you know, we're in probably one of the most top secret facilities I've ever seen. And I've been in quite a few. I would have previous experience in the submarine service and understanding these protocols, and this was off the wall.
So what's interesting is that you went down, testified with this information to Arrow, and and you brought this out. So if you were lying and hoaxing and making this up, they could charge you with perjury, right, for giving that testimony.
They absolutely. I could be in a lot of trouble if what I said was fraudulent.
In fact, what you said, like Jeremy says there, not only would they charge you for perjury, they wouldn't even let you testify. You would be immediately locked up.
I was just about to say, they probably wouldn't have let me out of that room. That was a gamble. I took a big risk going to Washington, D.C. They could have shot me in the head for all I knew. I had no idea how this was going to turn out. I was literally going to Washington, D.C. to testify against the government and its factions.
And our prayers remain with you, vigilant forever, Eric, for your courage, bravery, and just straight up real manhood of, you know, working a year at the South Pole, experiencing what you did. You also now work up in Alaska. You've gone as far up as 76° north, I believe it is, too. Like
I believe so. I've been as far north as Barrow, Alaska.
Right, so like you live in both extremes, and stepping up to the plate of exposing these like international potential like war crimes and hidden technology, suppressed technologies, and just potential evil shit, as well as off-world potential stuff, reality that's going on, and this technological break that has allowed it, and that filling us. What the goal of today is trying to fill the gap of the understanding of that technology, of this equipment you've experienced, you've worked on firsthand, and the technicalities of what Jeremy and Jeremiah here and Gerald know.
Yeah, I wanted to ask some questions about how the DOMs are configured in terms of, you know, when they're transmitting. Are they sequentially fired? Do they try to individuate them in groups so that the signal clarity is a lot higher and they're not, you know, interfering with each other?
I wouldn't know the answer to that question, but I would suggest that just what I know of phased array systems in general, all of the above is available to them.
Because here's the thing about phase conjugation and a phased array. Obviously, the destruction that happened in Christchurch, New Zealand, was pretty incredible. And as far as how this Antarctic station, or how this South Pole station ended up creating this accidental earthquake, would have all had to do with the firing order of these waves. See, if they say fire them from right to left, it's going to pretty much just create a wave that shoots straight off one side and will exit out into the atmosphere and not cause any problems. If they fire them all sequentially from top to the bottom, it's going to create a beam of interference that will go straight through the Earth, down to the core and right out the other side as it deviates. So it seems like it must be the way that they were sequencing the transmission, and it happened to end up, you know, right here in Christchurch.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with you. I mean, that's my understanding of how phased array transmitters can function. I just don't want to overstep my experiences that I was never given that level of clarification on this specific device.
Yeah, this sounds interesting, but how do you tune it to, like, sir, I have so many questions about the science of
I can explain
Well, how you tune it and what did happen, I will communicate on that one. It's just like when you build a brand new gun. At some point, you aim at the bullseye, you pull the trigger, and you see how close to the bullseye you are. And that's what was communicated to me. Was they were literally just firing it up to fire it up, and they were aiming for something which I was told apparently wasn't Christchurch. So that's how you tune it up: is you turn it on and you pull the trigger. And that's what they did twice and accidentally hit Christchurch.
I'll get back to that in just a moment. So I have this thing up. You mentioned about getting patted down and searched for surveillance equipment before going into the skiff.
Yep.
Well, it turns out the CIA has a program they're working on to get around that that particular problem of being searched and having your surveillance equipment confiscated prior to going into a skiff. So they're working on a way to weave tiny cameras into the threads of clothing in a project aptly titled Smart E-Pants. So,
man,
go check that out. That's the name of the project. It's a CIA project, Smart E-Pants, and they're working on a way around that, so they can even get cameras inside of skiffs.
Well, I will just say that in the grant, it's funny that you're saying this. I'm not going to mention which one of the two facilities, so I'll just keep both of them guessing. But let's just say that there was a breach of protocols and the security of their perimeter that they goofed on.
So let me just show this real quick. So this is going to give a basic idea about a phased array. And if we take a quick look here, here's a concept of a controller. So you have these phase shifters, and if you fire these in a certain phase, you'll get the combined wavefront. So this is what we're calling that phase coherence or phase conjugation zone. And this will allow you to steer where this beam ends up. So especially in the case of these using scalar potentials instead of, say, a normal EM radio transmission that would get completely eaten up inside the ice, this could be steered to any point on the globe, realistically. And the only thing that matters is the attenuation or how much the signal is lost.
Wow.
Really
phased array. That's why there's so many of them. And in a phased array, it can be weaponized and turned into a weapon.
And from what I understood, it was an accident. Like they weren't trying to create an earthquake. If I understood correctly, it just happened to be that they got the signal just right, and the geological conditions there couldn't take it.
I believe they were actually trying to hit something with an earthquake, just not Christchurch.
Oh, okay, that makes the story quite a bit different, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is by design a weapon. It is blatantly a weapon. They were testing its weaponized capacity when they misfired, is all.
Well, the problem with applying normal physics to that diagram that Jeremiah just showed us is that that's just assuming you have a medium with a constant density. A constant coefficient of wave transfer and energy transfer.
Right.
But
I'm going to say
ocean and geological structure, we don't have that. We have all kinds of varying densities and materials. So if you try to aim it with that, it might get diverted and go different places.
If you're gonna try to engage this conversation exclusively with the standard model of physics, you're going to have great difficulty absorbing the direction that we're going, because this is all beyond standard model physics.
Man, where's Dutchsinsse when you need him, man? He's got a whole bunch of videos talking about all this kind of stuff,
Yeah, I mean, the standard model of physics is just our current understanding. It's not the limits of actual reality. So if there are folks that have a greater understanding of physics that exceeds the standard model, well, then they're operating from a privileged position, and we're in the dark. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is pull the veil back and let everybody know that there are factions that are operating outside the standard model of physics. They already know this stuff. Academia gets information disseminated to it at a snail's pace compared to the projects and the financiers that are paying for it. You think the billionaires that are investing in this stuff don't get their intel returned to them immediately? You think that they're going to disseminate that information before they make decades worth of profits off of it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this not a form of high-end interferometry?
Absolutely
That's exactly
is.
what it is. That's exactly what it is. And so here's one thing that people might have misunderstood. If you try to transmit electromagnetic waves like HARP here, HARP uses a well-known technique of phased array antenna structures that's been around since Tesla's time, and he figured this out. So these will aim upwards and they'll reflect off the ground, and they can point the beam coherence angle pretty much anywhere within about 160-degree range, and multiple stations at different locations around the globe can actually synchronize together if they bounce off the ionosphere using the same technique the ham radio guys use to transmit signals over huge distances. But the difference with what we're talking about using the DOMs here is that these are not using radio waves. These are using pulsed electric potentials. And I've verified that they will pass straight through a Faraday cage. And the faster the rate of change, or the faster the impulse rise time, it'll cut right through layers of copper, steel, anything that gets in the way. And it won't necessarily go through uninhibited, just like Jeremy said. The difference in the material density will cause divergence. It'll act exactly like sending a beam of light through a prism. Depending on the wavelength, it's going to bend a little differently. And here, the wavelengths of what they call group, the phase velocity, which is different than the group velocity. The phase velocity will act like a different color of light. Sorry if that was a bit much, but yeah, I mean, we built these things. We actually did a little experiment and increased the speed of light in an area by using a system of 4 resonant transmitter coils that were just all connected together at the base, and then their tops were freely floating open. So by changing their location to each other, or by changing the phase between them, we were able to create a difference in the divergence angle and the focus, and we could tilt it one way or we could tilt it the other way. And we actually measured that the frequency of these coils increased. Now, parallel inductance mechanics will tell us parallel inductors should actually decrease their frequency due to the surrounding capacitance of the conductive elements. But here we prove that that technology is quite different and that the science is wrong. It's a missing component in our general mathematics, and it has to do with something called the gauge factor, which is generally considered to be symmetrical everywhere. But it turns out if you put an electric field into a volume of space and you put another electric field into that same volume of space at a different angle, it'll actually modify epsilon in that local space, and it will change the speed of light. So you get this thing that Bearden called an energy bottle.
If you look up the gentleman that I mentioned before we went on air, Lloyd Berkner, to add to his interesting history, he was the forefather of the understanding, measurement, and manipulation of the ionosphere with electromagnetic waves.
And in all your research in doing this, you've also stumbled across something else that's truly fascinating, and this was the voice-to-skull technology. Mm-hmm. And from the sound of your last interview, you've become quite well educated on it.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of information available out there. There are patents on it. There are people suffering from it. The Department of Defense has issued protocols for their personnel to report what they're referring to as Havana syndrome symptoms, and this stuff is very real. It's straight out of, like, science fiction novels and stuff, and it sounds horrible. But this is the state of the world that we are in right now, that there are many factions at war with each other that have this technology, and they are certainly trying to manipulate the thought processes of the masses. And the way that this basically works is that they have the ability to insert into an individual's head in mass, meaning they can do this simultaneously to many individuals at once. And with that access, they can just start saying whatever they want in that individual's own voice. And people need to realize that this technology exists, and they need to consider how powerful a weapon this is. Imagine, anybody in this conversation right now, imagine you had this power at your disposal, what you could accomplish.
Could
basically building and doing some tests. Yeah.
Project Bluebeam. But as Eric showed, Project Greenbeam, in fact, from South
Project Godbeam.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, Jeremy, you do tile work as a professional.
I did for a long time. Yeah, it was a
Okay.
contract.
Now imagine if you had this technology at your disposal, wouldn't it be a lot easier for you to bring in tile clients and jobs if every single night they went to bed and you just started pumping into their head, Jeremy does the best tile work. Jeremy does the, wouldn't your phone be ringing off the hook with clientele?
I don't know about that. I mean, I'd have to beam into all my competitors' heads that, you know, like some bad information or something too.
Either way, but I'm just saying, like, you know, playing devil's advocate here. If you had this technology available, think of what you could accomplish. And I'm just suggesting this is already going on right now.
Oh, absolutely. Here in 2020, after the whole Havana syndrome thing came out, somebody actually released a patent on how to automatically identify who might be targeted by using remote sensing systems. And they give the full diagrams of exactly how they propose that this should be built and can work.
Yeah, there are corporations. There are articles on the internet as we speak about corporations discussing that they're going to get started on research and development on the ability to pump commercials into your brain while you're sleeping.
Which is totally sick.
All that being said, I have a question then. If you could match their frequency and send it back on that same sort of amplitude, could you not cancel out what they're doing to you?
You could actually invade if you look at all of this stuff big picture. There's no firewall to the mind, and there's also no firewall to this connection. So this is where I express to people when people say, "What can we do about this?" I say, "Know thyself." You have to learn which one of those voices in your head is not you, and control it. And that's your access point. Yeah, absolutely.
Showing you exactly that right here. You know, does the participant feel angry? If yes, then you correct it by this factor. If not, then you correct it by this factor. And then there are different ways to actually channel and control this. So you can get a live feedback system. And with today's cell phone technology, basically having everything built into it, even the ability to pick up at a distance things like your heart rate, your breathing patterns, because the microphones are always on and they're listening for all that. It's very easy for them to tell whether or not you're getting excited and you're being stimulated. So here, this is definitely a patent that people should take a look at. I'm going to go ahead and copy that patent number and pop it into the chat for everybody if they want to read this, because here all the methods that are used are outlined pretty clearly here. Yeah,
my research shows that the ancient mystery schools of old, who had as their battle cry, "Know thyself," that this is the reason for this, is that way back when these were techniques that could be applied by individuals who became adept at these skill sets. But now contemporarily, we've taken these techniques and turned them into technologies. So it just means that know thyself has become exponentially more important as nobody is considering why.
Actually, I put it in the private chat because I am apparently not logged in here to post this in the public chat. So if anybody just wants to copy that number and pop it out there for people, then they can go do their research. So you just type this in and then you put the word patent after it. Google will pull it up and it will show you other relevant information as well.
So there was a whole sub-project of MK Ultra called MK Ultra Project 6, Subproject 68. If you look into MK Ultra Subproject 68, the CIA mind control research did a lot of work on electronics and signals and the effect of signals on human beings and other biological entities. So I don't think it stopped or ended there. I think especially with the amount of research that they do. So it's
of course not
that this is still going on,
right?
A lot of ways. So that this is the whole thing that Camp Hero. If people have heard of Camp Hero out on Long Island. This was Montauk. This is, in the movie Stranger Things, when they go out on the end of the island and there's that facility where they do all the weird government and military research that the kids are from and everything. This was based on Camp Hero out on Montauk, where they did a lot of these, experiments for the military and stuff. So, look into that if you guys haven't already. So,
Yeah, you can look up. You can go Google right now the Montauk Lighthouse, and you'll see the lighthouse, and then you'll see a military building right next to it in the same picture that no one discusses. That's the same height, basically, as the lighthouse. It's basically a giant. Think of it as a giant periscope. You have Brookhaven National Laboratories, you have Shoreham Nuclear Power Plant, and you have Wardenclyffe, which was Tesla's facility, which would be due west of Montauk Point. I would suggest that that's the starting point, the breach of a gun, and that Montauk Point, the lighthouse, that building that anybody can pull up and see, it's like a periscope. There's a giant linear accelerator underground, and when it gets to that building at Montauk Point, it changes 90 degrees twice and can be swept across the surface of the Earth.
There's actually a very important reason, too, for that location. Why Tesla put Wardenclyffe there was because it gave him a direct access point to the atmosphere. And it was really the perfect spot. So I'm sure they wanted to locate it there at Camp Hero because it was also completely ideal for doing the same thing that he was doing. It's just that they were using high-frequency pulse Pystron radars, and they had a system of amplitrons, which are basically vacuum tubes that are like the size of a water heater. Like they're huge. And they had several of these things inside the facility with 4 million watts of power being pumped in just to run the damn transmitter.
Just as a side note of interestingness, George Washington's first act of the president as president of the United States was to go out to Montauk Point and commission a lighthouse.
Oh, that's funny.
Really?
Yep.
You want to talk about JFK's last meeting that he never made it to as well?
Absolutely, yeah. This is what I was just talking about, Lloyd Berkner and the ionospheric measurements and understandings. So there's a character by the name of Lloyd Berkner who went down to Antarctica with Admiral Byrd on his first mission, or all of the missions, maybe. It's just I'm slipping right now. But Berkner was part of Byrd's expedition, and on the day that Kennedy got shot, Kennedy was on his way to go speak to Lloyd Berkner, and they were supposed to be divulging some of the biggest, newest, greatest secrets in the history of the world. The speech that the president wrote that day, which most presidential speeches are available to the public, that one's missing. No one's allowed to know what he was going to say that day when he went to go see Lloyd Berkner. The building that Kennedy was shot in was owned by Byrd's cousin, also by the name of Byrd, who had funded all of the Antarctic expeditions. This gets as shady can get. Everybody thinks that they know what happened to Kennedy and why he got shot, but it's a lot more complex than what people have considered because there's been so many smokescreen operations and stories constructed to get people off of the trail of what's really going on.
Yeah, well, also David Harold Byrd, who is, the nephew of Admiral Byrd, right? David Harold Byrd is one of the founders who set up the Civil Air Patrol. Now,
excellent.
So that's where David Ferry worked. He's the one who introduced Oswald to the CIA and through the Civil Air Patrol to the CIA. Now, three people from the Civil Air Patrol over there would wind up working at Atsugi Air Force Base. Okay, Atsugi Air Force Base was of course, the center for the U-2's Operation Oxcart U-2 spy program, right? All those U-2 flights over the Soviet Union were launched out of Japan at Atsugi Air Force Base. And that's where Oswald was stationed as a Marine after he joined the Marines. And not only was he there, but he was there with another Civil Air Patrol cadet that was there with him, a guy named Roscoe White, who would end up being a Dallas police officer working on the Dallas police force the day that JFK was assassinated. So there's tons of interesting CIA connections to the Dallas police force that people have pointed out. Where a number of officers completely missing for the day, like doing weird, who knows what on the day of the assassination, and possibly killing Tippit and framing Oswald for the murder of J.D. Tippit. A whole bunch of other shady stuff that went on that day. But another guy, Kerry Thornley, was also at Civil Air Patrol with with Oswald back at the time, and he would later go to Atsugi after Oswald and Roscoe White left there. So he would be moved in and stationed there, and then Kerry Thornley's testimony was later used by the Warren Commission to establish that Oswald was a communist, had communist sympathies. So it's weird how this all the people that whose testimony comes against Oswald end up being coming under the Warren Commission. 80% of it relies on this testimony, which are all people that are deeply connected to the CIA, including Ruth Payne, the woman who introduced him and got him the job at the School Book Depository building. She looks to be a sort of go-between for or handler for Byrd in the CIA. She went out to meet with her sister in Virginia in September of 1963. Her sister turns out to Sylvia Hyde Hope turns out to be a CIA agent. And then on the way back from meeting with her sister in Virginia is when she goes and stops in New Orleans and picks up Marina Oswald and brings them back to Dallas to come live with them and gives them a home and gives them a job, gets Oswald the job. Apparently Oswald also applied for a job during that month at the airport and got a call back from the airport. They wanted to hire him for a much better job than he would have had at the School Book Depository building. But for some reason, Ruth Payne never forwarded that telephone call to Oswald. Well, why not? Because her job was to set Oswald up for working in that building.
Yep.
And it just all comes full circle now that we have all these facts years later. And did you know that Byrd, so Harold David Byrd there. Hale Boggs. So while I got Hale Boggs up, I might as well mention him. Someone brought up Hale Boggs, who died with Nick Bejic. They both died in Alaska.
Yep. Okay.
So Hale Boggs was a Warren commissioner. He was one of the Warren commissioners, and he was outspoken at the Warren Commission said, there's problems with this government investigation of itself.
Right.
And he ends up disappearing. They never found the plane.
Right.
He disappeared in Alaska. And that was in 1972. So real interesting stuff when you look into the history of all the people involved in this and people who knew stuff that just mysteriously disappeared or wound up dead.
Yeah, this is all really big picture problem stuff because it goes to technologies existing way before we could even imagine them happening, because B, we don't even have them available right now. I mean, people don't want to hear that anti-gravity devices have been around since probably the 1930s. People don't want to hear that we have basically, what we refer to as free energy devices, but just basically devices that give off god-awful amounts of power for very little energy input or expense, so to say. People don't want to hear that rich people have been doing this for a really long time and poor people are just being forced to pay their mortgages.
Well, I would say the average people want to hear, the citizens want to hear, certain military-industrial complex individuals don't want to hear, oil companies don't want to hear it, and they want to make sure that none of us believe it either.
I'd like to agree with you, but the general consensus from the folks that I talk to, it's, I'm putting out the information and it's almost like it's repulsive to them. They just want to get back to Monday Night Football and making sure their mortgage is paid. They certainly don't want to do anything with the information being presented to them.
Well, if you say it a little differently, if you say, do you like paying your electricity bill? And do you like how it's been going up steadily every single year? How would you like to fix that problem?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, so, I mean that's a more palatable way of putting it, I gather.
It's all in the presentation.
I think a lot of people don't want to admit to what's going on, because if they see that as a truth, then they have to look at themselves wondering, how did I miss that somewhere along the way?
I think you're right. I think that's a lot of what's going on. And I think the other secondary issue is that once they have an understanding of the problems of the world around them, this is how human nature gets worked against us. once people do understand what's going on, they will actually do something. But this is where ignorance is bliss comes into play, and how we get manipulated so well, because they realize people would rather be ignorant and blissful than have to do something about it. So I think a lot of the information that I present is so distasteful that they're very rapid to discount it, so that the benefit of just not having to do anything about it. It's easier for them to figure out a way to pay their mortgage than it is to take back the power from the supposed elite that are mind washing everyone every day.
Yeah, heaven forbid someone should take responsibility for themselves in their own life.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, I don't expect normal people to just get up and fight for this, but it just bothers me when
look what happened in the last 2 years. Everybody was told to put on a mask and get a vaccine, and they did. That's insanity. That was
massive damages. Like more times out of not, or at least had a higher chance of coming down with the actual infection than had they not taken it. It was just it was fascist experimental virology, really.
Well, there
is can you guys see me on video right now?
Oh, let's get you up there as a solo.
And I'm moving around and stuff, because all of you guys have been frozen up on me since the 25-minute mark. So I'm going to try to bounce out and refresh real quick so that I can see if you guys are bringing stuff up to discuss.
Yeah,
so I'm going to bounce out and be right back.
Yeah, bring you right back in and I'll fix it.
I'm going to do that. I'll be right back.
Reload, Eric.
You got it.
Now, Eric was talking about the possibility that these technologies were discovered a while back. You know, I just recently came across this on quantum vortices, right? Did you know the existence of quantum vortices was first predicted by this guy, Lars Onsager? Okay, this is a very interesting physicist, too, if you look into his career. In 1949, so this is 2 years after Roswell, and doing research on superfluid helium, and he comes up with this idea of quantum vortices, you know? Now, what's really interesting is that these quantum vortices, apparently, if you can get a lot of these on the surface of these superconductors, then they do weird things. Apparently, there's this guy who worked on a lot of this stuff and independently developed a lot of these theories on superconductivity back in the late 1950s. So this was 2 years after the anti-gravity conference at Chapel Hill, the secret gravity conference where they brought Feynman to and gave him the pseudonym Mr. Smith, and had all these top physicists meet and talk about anti-gravity. So a year later, they come up with this transformation. Now, all the new superconductive models and a lot of the new theory that's come out are actually recycling this old theory that was kind of very little known and swept under the rug, I guess, back in the 50s. So once again, you have technology that's withheld from the public sphere because it's being studied by, it's being studied by the black world and black programs and stuff is exactly what's going on. So the ideas of Onsager were further developed by Richard Feynman in 55, right? So this is 55 to 57. This is the time period when Richard Feynman's working for, he's going to the alibi room from Cornell. He just started at Cornell University and as a teacher. And he's involved back and forth with these private aerospace firms and these people that are working on anti-gravity secretly. So you get into this stuff about these superconductors, and you find out, well, quantum vortices are observed experimentally in these type 2 superconductors. They're called the Abrakovsov vortex. And as well as in photon fields. So you can find these optical vortices, and we talked about these before, the flying magnetic donut pulses and what are called spatiotemporal optical vortices. Lots of classified work has been done into both of those things, and the ability of certain types of metamaterials to produce flying magnetic donut pulses, which could be used for propulsion even. And also, here we have it, exciton, polariton, superfluids.
Ooh, superfluids.
Yeah, so here we have all this stuff. It's kind of opened up some windows into the past with me, as far as what were they looking into, and what's been sort of classified for all these
That's
years.
something that's also it's new to my understanding, but apparently part of my South Pole experience that I wasn't even aware of at the time. So this is why I call myself Deciphering My Experience, because there's a lot of stuff. So that lighthouse picture right there, just to the due east side of that lighthouse, there's a large white building. If you pull up other images of the Montauk Lighthouse, they totally just cropped that picture to not show you the building that's to the left of that lighthouse. There's a large white rectangular building next to the white. There you go. See that white building that stands further east on Long Island than the lighthouse?
I wish I could get a high-def picture of it.
That's a military facility.
People don't know about this stuff.
Nope.
And I bet it's got a whole lot of underground in it.
Exactly. That's the discharge side of a particle accelerator from Brookhaven National Labs. Think of that as a periscope. Underground, it gets to the bottom of the building, and then it goes up 90 degrees, and then before it hits out the top, it inverts 90 degrees again, and then you'll see the windows have about a 270-degree swath. You're looking at the barrel of a particle accelerator.
What do? They blast ships with particles? I mean, what are they doing with this thing, man?
Exactly. These are the questions that we need to answer. But back to superfluids in the South Pole Station. So part of the science down there is they have helium, chilled 500,000 gallons of helium stored at 4 degrees Kelvin. And we're told that they're using it on the South Pole telescope along the focal plane. They apply it, and then they reduce the temperature down to 0.25 degrees Kelvin, which is 1/4 of a degree above absolute freezing. This is what I was told when I was there. These are the systems that I worked on directly. And it wasn't until I left there many years later that I learned the term superfluid. And that, again, that these things operate beyond our current understanding of physics, and that superfluids, along with high-powered energy systems, can make what are called chemical lasers. So, interestingly enough, when I went and testified in Washington, D.C. on June 12th, my birthday followed on June 18th. The United States Antarctic Program has a website where they can put on anything that they want. Immediately after my testimony of June 12th, where I told the world about a green laser beam that comes out of the South Pole Station, on June 18th, my birthday, they posted, in fact, a picture of the green laser beam coming out of the facility at South Pole Station. So I'm just going to say that I still have friends in the program that are doing their very best to support my statements. And that was a birthday present to me.
So chemical lasers and superfluid lasers are a really weird thing. The way that they operate is quite different. And one of the beautiful things about them is that they don't require a huge external power input to run them. In fact, all the energy that's needed to produce the beam actually comes from direct photonic output from chemical interactions. So there are singlet oxygen lasers, which are really common. That's what were used on most of the Boeing missile defense laser systems. But about that huge green beam, in your previous interview, you had mentioned it could have been used for long-range communications as a direct line of sight thing. And since you can't directly modulate at an extremely high frequency, a chemical laser or a superfluid laser, one of the things you can do is simply pass it through a pressurized chamber of gas that can handle the temperature. And then you can place sound into that chamber, increasing and decreasing the pressure, which will change the refractive index, but it won't distort the beam. And so you can encode a difference in the brightness of that beam and give yourself, basically a live way to modulate it without having to change the characteristics of the beam at all from the production source. So it's actually really easy to do. It's the same way that those old, spy laser bounce-off window things work. The window would vibrate. It would make the beam, it would compress or expand the wavelength just a tiny little bit, and that was enough for it to be picked up by a photodetector at the other side.
My understanding, though, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate that, but it was my understanding, so like what you just said, though, my belief would be that they would then be firing that laser, but only for a very small fraction of a second. So when you're saying power outputs and power required, there's a duration of the beam that would have to be calculated into this. It was my understanding that to have any beam of any duration would take a ridiculous amount of power, especially at great distance. And that's what I wanted to impress that I did see, was that this beam was obviously going to great distance, and it was certainly for a very good standing duration compared to what they were talking about in scientific forums and experiments where they were doing these for a fraction of a second. What I was seeing going on was sustained output for, at the very least, many minutes.
Then it then it would have had to consume quite a bit of power if they wanted to sustain that, or they'd have to have huge dewars of the right chemicals to mix together.
That's kind of what I'm trying to impress upon people, is I'm seeing things that don't match what we're being told.
Yeah, exactly. There's just a lot of missing information about how this stuff works. Well, it's all classified too, because this is weaponized information. This is how we defend against incoming projectiles and whatnot. So,
and one of the things I'm also trying to let people consider is that nuclear weapons are regulated, guns are regulated because we know about them. None of this stuff that I'm presenting to folks is regulated because they just deny it exists. It's just that simple.
They regulate the materials. That's what keeps it quiet. I tried to get my hands on the right stuff to make a chemical laser, and it's absolutely not available because all the materials are regulated. Even though it's completely legal to build one, or to even buy or sell one, you just simply can't get your hands on the parts.
You can't go down to the feed mill anymore and buy copious amounts of fertilizer.
Yeah, no kidding. It's special order stuff now.
Remember, and it'll get the feds at your door.
And we're all a bunch of nutters and crackpot, pseudoscientists here on this channel. I mean, come on, it's called the Alien Scientist. So what did you expect, people?
So, Jeremy, you're admitting you're an alien?
He's a scientist of things that might
actually. No, good point to bring up. And I just sent the link back. I've got to Mike from Alien Artifacts, who's going to join in quickly. I just found him on TikTok the other day. He's got over 400 of these Mexican artifacts that are these elongated skull carvings with like DNA stuff in them. Lots of them are phosphorescent. He's trying to find labs to actually get them tested. The supposed one place that it would actually touch them came back with over 10,000 years old, with some of like the resins and stuff, but most of the mainstream won't touch them. And I've covered these artifacts before. I first was made aware of them 2012 with Nassim Haramein and Klaus Donna came out with a bunch of them, where they depict these flying UFO disk craft, the planet systems, and these elongated skull folks, all sorts of different stuff. But he has over a whole bunch of them in his own possession. He spent good money on them, and he's going to demonstrate the black lights about them, and he's willing to send samples. Jeremiah, if you guys have access to a lab that can carbon date or get age dating, it would be huge.
I believe that would probably be Michael Perrone who would have access to that. And he's one of our group members. So if it,
I'll talk to Michael. I'll try to get him on the next stream here. When I'm going to be going live again, I'm going to have to jump off here because I want to take a break before I get some stuff ready before my next stream.
No worries, Jeremy. We can end it on your channel if you want, but keep it going on mine, as there's over 620 people watching totally across the YouTubes, and then over another 700 on the two Rumbles that we're streaming to right now as well.
So, Jeremy, before you go, actually, just hang around for this quick explanation, because I'm going to tell you guys how you could build your own voice-to-skull technology with a part that you can find in your kitchen. And I won't give all the details, but this is a very simple thing. So this is just how do you actually modulate the signal. And I'll pull this up real quick.
Boy, get ready.
So hopefully this doesn't get us in too much trouble. But
Well, I'm not telling people to do this or use it for
yeah,
various
yeah,
purposes.
I'm not going to tell people that I have done it or
Don't
show
do
pictures
this
of
at
what I've
home.
done.
In fact, don't try this at home
Or on
unless
your
you're.
classmates.
Yeah, definitely don't try this at home. Oh, actually, it's
Or on that
incredibly
girl
dangerous
you like
equipment.
at school to
So-
put voices in her head telling her.
Well, as long as we call it a weapon, it's protected by the Second Amendment in the United States. So, by all means, everybody's allowed to make their own firearms.
This is actually a really simple thing to do. What we're looking at here is something called the cavity magnetron, and this is what they look like. You'll find these inside of your microwave oven in your kitchen, and you can see that there's these two magnets here. And so the way these things work is there's a high voltage placed into these two terminals, along with a isolated high current that heats the cathode. And so the output of the energy for this fixed frequency microwave antenna is going to be based on how much voltage differential there is between these input terminals, these two here, and the chassis of this cavity magnetron. So those two ceramic magnets are of a fixed flux, and so the frequency of this device is always the same. That controls the curvature of the electron rotation, and this, what do they call it? The wiggling effect. Works just like a synchrotron laser. But in order to turn this into a V to K, how to put audio into this, all you've got to do is, because these are ceramic magnets and they're not conductive, they won't short anything out with eddy currents, so you wrap a number of turns of thick copper coil wire around these two magnets on the top and bottom. You hook those up to an audio amplifier that's running off of a battery pack that's isolated because you don't want the introduction of high voltage. And so this is going to give you an extra signal on top of the 2.35 gigahertz carrier. And then to finalize that off, all you've got to do is put a parallel line inductor between these 2 points and the feed from the output transformer, and you can modulate the power input by basically passing an audio signal through that. And so by adding the two modulations together, this device becomes a way to send audio directly into somebody's head with the addition of a waveguide. The waveguide's the real key on what you need to make this work, and that's what I'm not going to talk about. But otherwise, it's like really simple stuff.
There's a lot of waveguides in cathedrals, ancient megalithic temples, and sites. Just to throw a little bit out there. And we had Mike Alien Carvings out there. Are you back here? Jeremy, Alien Scientist, before you go, and just take a quick look at this crazy collection. It just blows my mind. Mike, you there?
Cool stuff. Is that your stuff right here?
I think you might be muted, Alien Artifacts.
I think he may not have his mic settings correct. It's probably not selected to his internal microphone. So,
can you hear me?
We can hear. I can hear you.
Hear us? I'm not sure if Alien Artifacts can hear us or Alien Carvings. If you can hear us, I guess he'll be back. He's going to try to reload it. But you got to stick around to see this for 1 minute. Like, he's literally got a complete room full, like shelves upon shelves. He turns the light off, shines the UV flashlight on several of them, and there's not just green ones, there's blue, there's red luminescence, and it's like throughout the stones. It's so freaking fascinating. And like, he challenges everybody. He states himself he started out as a skeptic on the carvings himself. He just bought a couple as a novelty, thinking like they're crazy high craftsmanship, only to now invest I think 5 or 10 years of his life straight into it, and a significant amounts of money into them. But he's getting them directly from the locals in Tula and Toluca, Mexico, and that since the Mexican government claims that these are all fakes and that they're all fraud fakes, anything that has a UFO or alien or anything in it, by definition, there is called a forgery or a fake, so that that's how they're legally able to excavate them and then sell them and then legally purchase them off the black market and that supposedly there's over 40,000 of these. I myself have found about 5,000 or 6,000 photos so far of different individual ones, and it was the pictographic language of them that really got me interested and fascinated on it. Actually,
I'm curious about the chain of custody and origin of all those so-called artifacts, and it seems like there's an industry down there where like, oh, the locals like, oh, people want alien stuff, so let's make more alien-looking artifacts to sell because there's a huge market and demand for these things. Is there any proof that any of these came from like legitimate, Mayan?
So he's interviewed several of the people. He goes down there himself to Mexico. He states that he's obviously bought in several that are fakes, but then the majority that he believes are real, and shows the differences between them. And hopefully we can get him back here quickly before that. In the meantime, I want
to ask a couple more questions of Eric before I
go. For sure.
And then you can get into all this wacky, weird, crazy
stuff.
Yeah,
we'll take the woo-woo weekend at BurnEye's. Sorry, I'll shut up. Take it away.
No, that was all right. I have a couple more questions for Eric. You said you went and testified down to Arrow, and they brought you in a skiff. Was there anything that you shared with them at Arrow and in that skiff that you haven't shared on any of your other previous interviews that are out there?
I would just, there's one thing that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, mostly because I'm just doing due diligence and researching it to make sure it's accurate information before I present it outwardly.
All right. And again, you just kind of had experiences down there that you saw things that led you to, talk about and speak out and become a whistleblower on these things. But people are commenting about Eric doesn't have any evidence.
I've presented tons of evidence. I don't understand. I have a website that has the evidence on it. So if people haven't seen the evidence after years of me presenting the evidence, it's because of their lack of due diligence. The evidence has been presented many times.
Right. I think one of the first channels you came on before it was my channel back. I remember it was just like a random stream I had.
That's how I first met Eric, was on your channel.
Absolutely. It was because of you, Jeremy. Technically, you had one day just said, you threw it out there. You were like, hey, anybody who wants to join the live stream? I was like, well, let me try this guy out.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And yeah, I'm gonna have to go look into your website. Can you share that with people where they can find your website?
I just posted it in the live chat for everybody right now. It's DecipheringTV, and
it's been right next to my name the whole time.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just letting people know because it's some people it's just hidden in plain sight. And
and in my archive section is where they can find it, and it's listed under the DOM document. And this is. There you go. It's getting pulled up right now. You go to the archive section, you go to DOM document, and this is literally a page out of the technical transcripts for the IceCube neutrino detector. People can go find this themselves at the University of Wisconsin website, which is running the experiment. This is posted public information that anybody can find. I just presented it first, I guess you would say.
Awesome. I'm gonna have to do a big deep dive into this because I've seen it covered on a couple of their channels and stuff, but none of the debunkers are really have done a solid job of proving this one out because
they can't. That's the problem, is that all they do is attack the messenger instead of the message. I would love for people to get into the science and understanding of how this technology functions, because there is no debate to be had. Just like the other gentleman here is pulling up patents for all this stuff. This is Tesla technology. This is beyond standard model physics. And I'm not going to listen to some physicist start screaming to me about the standard model and how this defies the standard model, because I'm going to agree with him and say, yeah, absolutely, it defies the standard model.
Yeah, I know about that and stuff. I just and I hope people don't hate on me for just being a medium for people like you to report this stuff, because this is a board where we do analysis and we give a platform to these types of ideas, because this is we're here to discuss this stuff.
It's essential discourse that needs to happen. It's what's been missing is public discourse, especially.
Yeah,
I've been putting this information out for 3 years at least, And I've yet to have anybody debunk the technology that I've presented. I've only found more corroborating information. And the only people that have attacked anything have been me personally versus my message. They say, what are his motives? Every kind of attack under the sun has been laid at my feet, but not my information that I presented.
Well, that's a good sign. Again, you know, like we're just here to evaluate stuff. And if this kind of crazy stuff like this doesn't have a platform to be discussed, then how do you think we're going to get new disclosures of and how do you think we're going to find out about what Manhattan projects are currently going on out there? At the event that I did with Greer in Washington, D.C., the gentleman that spoke right before me was a physicist, and he was discussing all of the functions and forms of scalar, interferometry, all of this stuff. He was basically laying down what people need to understand about this new level of technology. I equate it to, you know, imagine the day before Nikola Tesla handed the world AC electricity, what people's understanding of the world was. And then all of a sudden, the next day, Tesla presents AC electricity. Well, at that point, it's real. It functions. Nobody can really do anything to discount Nikola Tesla's message, but that doesn't mean that they all instantly understood it. So that's where we are right now, is that we've turned the page. We're in a new chapter. There's new technology that everybody needs to start understanding. But just because I put this information out there doesn't mean that they instantaneously understand it. So we need folks like you, these guys that are at the forefront of peculiar technologies, to start understand what I'm saying, I would suggest, and start disseminating it to the world in a way that they can understand it. Because in reality, it's not my job to do all of these things. Right. And it's not my job to look at every single crazy thing out there either.
I get it.
You know, so I thank you for your time, and you know, thanks everyone who's watching, and I hope we all
much
at least
love,
learned
Jeremy, alien scientist brother. This was absolutely epic. Do you want me to cut the stream on your channel here, and we'll keep going for a little bit? I guess Mike's having issues with his mic, but
nope, I got it fixed.
You got it fixed. Welcome. Okay.
Yep.
If you can quickly do a demo of the black light, they can give a quick explanation of where you've accumulated it, what you've got with it, and the aging of it all. As alien scientist, what better to study than alien artifacts? Possible alien.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. You know, it's daytime, so the UV is only going to be partial, but you'll see here.
Whoa!
It lights
that's
up
cool.
Real great. A lot of this stuff is inlaid very intricately with, you know, substances that it varies from a dust to like this piece here is like a rock that they've inlaid in there that glows. I mean, when you take a sample of it, it requires extreme force to get it out of there.
Oh man, that is a great idea. I should have built that into the electric magic wand. That would have made it look way cooler.
Yeah, so this stuff all comes from different places in Mexico. The stuff I'm showing right now is from Tula Hidalgo, and which is a place where the pyramid of Quetzalcoatl is, the Atlantean guardians. We found a lot of different things, skulls and bones, as well as pieces, you know, functional and ritualistic crystal skulls, crazy telescopes. They all have, you know, this glow about them. And what's interesting too is that there's a whole nother area 800 miles away called Abuelos de Jalisco, and you know, these type of pieces are turning up there. It's a completely different style of art. You can see, you know, for instance, this piece is a mosaic cylinder of hundreds of different stones all glued together. That red substance that you see in between all these stones is the adhesive that they're using, and this has organic material in it, which is great for carbon dating. So approximately 50 or so pieces have been carbon dated that I know of from different scientists and people like Nassim Harriman, Klaus Dona, Scott Woltard did an American Unearthed about it, and they're all coming up with consistent dates around 10 to 15,000 years old. And then over here to Tula is the same thing. Between 8 and 15,000 years old is the average dating. And unfortunately, I don't have DNA and bone related testing on the carbon-14. All we have is adhesive and resin from a pipe, as well as ceramic pieces through thermoluminescence. The thermoluminescence does add up with the carbon-14, so that's a pretty good attenuation, as well as the resin from a pipe. And so currently there's a documentary from Gen 6 Productions that's going to come out here in the next few days, actually, that highlights all of this being dug up. A lot of these pieces will be featured on there, and you'll see, firsthand, start to finish, the holes that they dug, how they found it with georadar, and whereabouts they're digging and finding these pieces. These statues here come from a lake down south called, it's in the Lake Quetzal or the Michoacan area. And what's interesting is, all these places have these unique depictions. However, the story is all the same. It's all, Anubis and Ra and these aliens, or these gray-looking beings. What's interesting is there's these angels all over on these pieces, or angelic-looking beings flying around with
a lot of
these
people want you
wings.
to light that up too. You're getting a lot of comments about
Say
those
that again?
skulls. A lot of people want you to light up those skulls to see.
Say that
what
again?
they look like. Can you light up the skull with your
Oh.
light?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you're going to see very well. Oh, yeah, you'll see a little bit on there at least.
No
At nighttime,
way.
I mean, it looks
And
it
to
looks
catch
incredible.
that during the day, that is crazy illumination. Like, that's fascinating.
It is fascinating. It's absolutely crazy. Some of the stuff here, I'll show you this whistle. The craftsmanship that goes into something like this. I mean, this is a solid piece of stone here, and it has the eyes here are the whistle part. So I'm gonna set you guys here, and I'll play this whistle for you.
This I've got
It
to
is
hear.
absolutely enchanting.
Wow.
That is nuts.
Right? I mean, 40
The
pound stone
harmonics on
whistle.
that are awesome.
Man, are
I
they
agree.
ever.
Yeah, I've sampled it. I'm a musician. I do analog synthesis, and so I've been playing with the tones. It lines up perfect in tone. What's interesting is the scale that it lines up to is the solfeggio scale, which is,
Really?
correct for the age.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You just blew my mind with that one. That's
And
what
we've
I
got
was
multiple
thinking.
whistles that we've tested this on. All these are whistles here. Let's see.
The solfeggios are potential healing frequencies from the research we've been looking at. Eric, while we have you, and the potential spaceport that is at Antarctica, was there any evidence of people with extra cranial mass or hiding elongated skulls down there?
Negative.
Negative?
Ooh.
Something.
It looks like their sound was an integral part of their art at that time.
Yeah, frequency is shown. In fact, if you look at this piece here, it's really interesting. It's like it almost reminds me of the Stargate off of Contact or something like that. This all moves inside of here. It's pinned together with a pin design. The flower of life is depicted on the base of it.
I cannot believe the size of the collection.
It's been a rabbit hole. I'm telling you what.
I don't even want to know how much that would cost. Well, actually, I do want to know.
I've invested about $500,000 total between pieces and research and putting everything together.
Oh, I gotta talk to you about what you do for a living. Damn.
Yeah, I own a hemp company up here in Washington, cannabis and hemp company. So money grows on trees for me.
Amazing.
Not really. It's much more difficult than it sounds, but yeah, it's. They always told me that wasn't possible,
I do monoatomics and making colloidal waters and structured water. So we will have to talk about that at a later time. And so it's like, that's why the government claims all of these are fakes and frauds, because if they are legitimate, it completely rewrites history. It connects.
That's why they don't come and see me.
It makes Mesoamerica potentially the parent of Egypt, Sumeria, Babylonia, and so forth.
Yep, justifies the flood and all these things.
That's like a Sumerian or Babylonian star map right there.
Yeah, they're called an astrolabe, and what's super interesting is this piece here was found with that, and it has quite advanced writing on it. I mean, this isn't just some symbols scribbled on here, and the way that these pieces are made. Like they're charting the sky or something. What's interesting too is you can plug these into a supercomputer and it'll tell you the age. They were able to prove the age there of some of them in Sumeria to like 5,000 years ago. What's interesting too is in Saudi Arabia they found a lens, a fluorite lens that has magnification. It's like the oldest microscope that they found, about 5,000 years old. But this piece of fluorite in this what looks to be like some sort of scope of, I mean, it's the same looking piece of fluorite in there.
Potential microscope, telescope, ancient lenses.
Crazy they would use fluorite though, you know, because that's what we use in telescopes today. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Like some of these are pictures I've taken of the pieces, like macro photography, and you can see the original here, blown up massively. But it's interesting to study the intricacy and like this chessboard here was only about 7 inches long.
Get you. It's like if you can get some samples like chipped off of the adhesive and like the glow in the dark glue goo solidified stuff to send in, if we can track down a reliable lab or person with equipment for you.
If you can find a lab, I will donate anything and everything you could ever imagine. Like I've got capital, I've got all the pieces, I've got multiple, I've got PhDs ready to go. I had Scott Woltar and Linda Moulton Howe, JJ Hertog, all these people. I've reached out to them. Scott said he would go ahead and get me lab testing. I sent him this bone skull right here on the left, and it's got the same carvings as those star maps, same way it's put into the top of it, and it glows as well. And yeah, he said no problem, we'll get DNA testing. And yeah, he just sent it back. I just received it yesterday. He cannot get the testing done. The lab told him no. He sent off the specimens. So I've got the samples literally all taken by Scott Woltard, labeled in baggies, ready to send. We just need a lab. It's easier said than done, though. There's definitely a brick wall in the research of this topic. I've been blown away. I thought it was just me. That's why I reached out to Scott and these other people with TV shows and degrees and things of that nature, thinking that it would be easy for them to run with this and publicize it, whatever they wanted to do. I just wanted to know the truth. And yeah.
Well, if this was proven to be real, then it would change history as we know it. It would definitely not go with their narrative. That is some amazing.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm just blown away. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and it really goes deep. I mean, if you look at the Egyptian lineage of the pharaohs, Osiris was his parents were angelic or primordial, and so it goes along with the Enki Enlil story, and that the pharaoh is actually a descendant of a hybrid being. Osiris was depicted with green skin. Akhenaten had elongated head. Nefertiti had elongated head. And you look at that story of Akhenaten, how he changed things to monotheism, and kind of got rejected, and then maybe killed, and then Tut stepped in and changed everything back, and then was also hurt or killed in an accident. I believe that Moses was Akhenaten, and that's the reason he disappeared from Egypt, why there's no tomb. And that's how he lived to be so old, and how he parted the Red Sea, how he emballed all the knowledge of Egypt that the Bible says he endowed when he crossed the Red Sea. All that would make sense if he was in part angel hybrid bloodline of a pharaoh, and that Ark of the Covenant that he took. What's interesting about it is the dimensions and what it did to people. Handling it, they had to wear special clothes, all these things. It fits in the king's chamber box perfectly, measurement-wise. And that box there in the king's chamber, they say it's a sarcophagus, but there was no lid and no body, and it's not the right shape or size. And so maybe that's something that activated the pyramids, because on a lot of these pieces it shows just that, the activation of these pyramids doing something more than what we know.
I would have to agree with you on that when it comes to maybe not the Ark of the Covenant. It could have been the Ark of Gabriel. There was a few arks that were built back then, but there was definitely one of them that was operating on the inside of the pyramid. It acted as a high voltage capacitor, kind of like a kick.
Yeah, the Ark. That's why they called it that. It made total sense when I put that together in my mind. Like, that's why they called it that,
I would agree.
And why so many people chased it.
Fascinating stuff. Sorry, though, I'm going to have to cut you off a little bit there, as we're going to have you back, Mike, to do a full stream on this, featuring all about it and go more into it. But while we have Eric here, need to finish going over Jeremiah. If you wanted to go over some of the last details with the neutrino detectors, and Eric, if you want to go into a bit on both your upbringing when you were younger, being exposed to the remote viewing programs, and then your experience and time in the submarine corps, and what you found out to be going on with the subs going through potentially under Antarctica, the ice shelves.
Well, that much I learned from John Warner IV, son of John Warner, former senator, former secretary of the Navy. So this is testimony that was given by others that I'm just happy to share. Prior to his passing, the former secretary of the Navy, John Warner III, said to his son that there was submarine activities going on under the ice sheet in Antarctica, and when his son asked him why, his father responded, for space operations. This was also testimony that was given at Disclosure 2.0 in Washington, D.C. in June. And this is the state of the union of the world that we're in. There's a lot more stuff going on than the average mortgage payer is being presented. I've had people say that submarines can't go underneath the ice, and that's just patently untrue. A lot of people don't realize that the continent Antarctica, A, is massive, but B, the vast majority of the land mass is below sea level. The ice sits on top of the land, but the foot of the glacier, so to say, is below sea level. So if you were to come in from the ocean and start carving out the ice, you'll still be above the land, but below sea level. And this is all referenceable.
And right, that there's that separation between the two big land masses that potentially could be one giant intercontinental seaway that separates them and leads into all of those.
Absolutely. And recently there was articles released that they said we need to understand that the continent of Antarctica has massive riverways, just like every other continent. And this is all going on below the ice. So now imagine a submarine shows up submerged, finds one of these deltas, so to say, where it's outputting like a massive river. It would be like a submarine showing up to the Mississippi River and just going upriver, but doing this under a cap of ice. So obviously you could traverse inland very far in the United States of America if you just happened to come up through the Louisiana Delta and then headed north. So there's areas in Antarctica where people in submarines can just simply show up, hit the river, and move inland. And this will all happen underneath the ice.
Hey, we got Jeremy back.
Exactly, and that's like it's undeniable, and it's in parallel to the legends and fables of the supposed SS Fourth Reich or Nazi pre-World War II bases, submarine bases that were made in Antarctica, and that now there's evidence that the Americans are doing it there. And is that potentially the missing link is submarines for the Space Force? So, like, are that what these cylindrical craft are that constantly show up in these UFO videos? Is that actually a type of buoyancy anti-gravity that then goes to the next level? I don't know, but I'm just speculating here.
Have you gentlemen seen the movie The Hunt for Red October?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Okay, so in 1994, when I was in basic enlisted submarine school, of which I graduated with great honors, we were obligated to watch that movie with the caveat that we were told that it's a true story. The most important part of that movie that most people gloss right over is when they discuss the MHD, the magnetohydrodynamic drive.
That was the whole key of that movie, is that it was super hard to find this thing because it didn't make any noise, had no props.
Right, but now people need to understand this technology. The magnetohydrodynamic drive can utilize the medium known as the ocean to propel that vehicle. Well, that medium is just a denser form of the atmosphere that the magnetohydrodynamic drive can also pass through to function that device's flight.
Absolutely.
So essentially what you're saying is the MHD is UFO technology.
It's a propulsion system that can take a submarine, and instead of them saying dive, 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 they now have the option to rise, rise, rise.
MHD in the water requires low voltage, high current. MHD in the atmosphere requires low current, high voltage. It's the exact same tech. It's just a difference of impedance.
Absolutely. So, yes, submarines can fly, and then the reaction that would occur would be like some sort of shield that would then make it look like a white Tic-Tac, because it would cause an optical effect that would, you would no longer see the submarine. You would just see I guess you would say the field that's being created to function it.
Yeah, you would,
All
the incident light on that material would be reflected out the other side, and so
that dome right there is at the main entry of the South Pole station.
So it'd almost be like there's a time differential between the inside of where the craft is and what we're seeing as an observer, and that's why it's foggy or looks like a Tic-Tac.
I would agree with that. The last photo that you just showed where they were pulling those cables, those are the cables that go down to the DOMs. So if you want to get an indication of the size of the cables, that's me in the power plant. That cable right there, that's what they're running down the 86 holes to get to the DOMs.
That's a little big for a detector cable.
Right?
I would also think
that photo credit right there, I worked with her at the South Pole Station. That photo was taken from my season.
Well, this helps answer.
If that was DC, that would be close to 1,000 amps at least, just in diameter.
Can you find a picture of the power distro? I just want to see, I want to see how much energy is at the beginning point of those cables, if there is any photos of that, because one of the things I was really wondering is how much power are they pumping into these things for the transmission structure?
Well, if you take the 2,047 volts times 5,160, you're looking at the total possible output.
Right, but that doesn't tell us actually the input current of the watts. And I'm curious how much energy it takes. That's the big question, because we have a rough idea of how much.
Well, couldn't you just work that number backwards and see what the required demand is to make the number? I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but I imagine that the math would work backwards and forwards, that you should be able to at least calculate that backwards to find out what the minimum requirement would be.
I would have to estimate based on the current that we don't know the numbers of.
Okay.
So, because in order to calculate power, you need to know both your voltage and your current.
Okay, but shouldn't you still even be able to take the numbers that we have and hit us for minimums on both?
We could estimate
Minimum
based on
required
the
number?
size of the cables, assuming that the cables are mostly conductor and that there's not just a lot of structural material to support the standing mass of all these DOMs that are attached before they're basically suspended and frozen in the ice.
The DOMs are suspended by a separate steel cable. It's not the transmission line that's doing it.
Okay, well,
there's a massive steel cable that's supporting the weight of the system, and then the cable that you saw is just being run in parallel to the structural cable.
Well, there it is. So we have a pretty good estimate then. That looked like how thick would you estimate that cable was? It's hard to tell from the picture. Is that about maybe an inch wide?
I was going to say 3/4 of an inch to an inch, most likely. It actually looks bigger in the picture now that I'm looking at it, knowing the people in the picture. I would say that. I would say that's probably no bigger than 2, but it could be maybe 1.5 to 2.
I was going to say it looks like a 2-inch cable. That's pretty thick. I deal with some 1-inch cables for my DC generator, and yeah, that looks bigger than that.
I'm going to do the calculation right now. Give me just a second to pull up the wire aught chart.
And that was one of the things that one of the informants that I discussed with from the South Pole told me to point. There's the laser beam shot. That was the one that was put out on June 18th, if I remember correctly. It was an image like that. So that's the green laser beam that shoots out of the ARO, A-R-O, the Atmospheric Research Observatory. That comes out of the second floor back right-hand corner.
So that would be the beam that is like interferometry, like a high-end form of it, so to speak.
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I'm letting people know what I saw.
Fair enough.
Well, I'm trying to even find it looks like a 6-aught or a 7-aught cable to me, so I'm trying to find the chart that even goes that high. They usually cut it off at 4-aught. But okay, well, let's just say it's a lot of insulation. So I'll just go with that. And so let me take a look here. So so let's say it's really just a lot of insulation. Let's just say it's a 3-aught internal conductor with lots of insulation so that it doesn't corrode. Well, that's 200 amps per cable. And how many?
I'm curious why you're saying it would have a lot of insulation, because in the purposes of there's no other equipment there that would interfere with it. So it's not like you're looking to insulate it.
Oh, to protect it from the water.
The water would be turned to ice.
And well, it's still conductive though, even as ice.
Okay.
So, okay, how many of these cables again?
There should have been 86 of them, if I remember correctly. I think Jeremy had that number right when he said it earlier.
Okay, so let's go 86 cables. We'll multiply that by, let's call them 250 amps each. So we have 21,500 amps. Now, we pop that number in, and let me then get the voltage. So what's the voltage of each of those DOMs?
Up to 2,047 per DOM, and there's 5,160 of them.
Oh, okay, so then I have to calculate that. Whoa, that can't be right.
That's a lot of power.
Oh,
that's
man,
what I'm getting at.
Okay, so if it's just 21,500 amps times 2,047 volts, just that without counting the number, we are already at 44 megawatts. What kind of station could generate that power? That's
kind of like, this is what I'm trying to get everybody to connect the dots on.
So yeah, they would have to have like probably a 500 megawatt generator on site.
It would most likely be a nuclear reactor left over from the original South Pole station. Sorry to interrupt, Jeremiah.
Yeah, and think about it this way: it was only
recommending as the most likely option. America's nuclear reactor still there.
It was only 4 megawatts for the Camp Hero Montauk project stuff. And so if we're talking something between, 50 to 500 megawatts, holy shit, that would explain how you can make earthquakes with it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do believe that there is something under the ice. This is what I discussed with the gentleman in Washington, D.C. This is what I showed them maps for, where I thought the location was. And I think there is a power source that either predates the Antarctic Treaty being nuclear, or something that's just exotic and not in the verbiage of the treaty, so therefore it does not go against it.
That
I mean,
is
this is the legalese of these treaties, and any document and any legal instrument is that the words that they use are chosen for a reason. If it says no nuclear reactors installed after such date, well, that doesn't address nuclear reactors installed before a date. If it doesn't say prohibits, XYZ exotic engine, well, then XYZ exotic engines can be utilized.
And while we're on this ELF and the earthquakes, that you documented and you were privy
yes.
or
The ELF.
to documentation.
Yeah, I forgot about that. So the ELF, this is something, when people say, what proof do you have? The ELF is direct firsthand experience. So here's the long and short of it. We had a pump that needed to be replaced. A lot of people say, well, this guy's full of crap because he's a plumber. He would never be allowed to touch an electrical circuit. Well, that shows somebody that knows nothing about the trades. I'm certainly not going to call an electrician in just because I need to change a pump out. I go to the circuit breaker panel, I de-energize the circuit that I'm on, I disconnect the power from the pump, I safely terminate the ends, and then I get to changing out the pump before someone's echoing like crazy. Before I then just reassemble the electricity, turn the circuit breaker on, and the pump is back in service. So on this particular day, I had to change out a pump, which means that I had to trace out the circuit back to the circuit breaker panel and properly isolate it. In the process of doing that, I came across a sub-panel where I had to kill the power, but in this panel, it was showing me a breaker that was listed for the ELF system, and it was energized. I had been told up until that point that the ELF system was disabled and defunct. It was off, was what I was told. So now I was staring down the barrel of a potentially mislabeled circuit breaker panel. This happens in my job all the time. So for safety's sake, I had to run this one up the chain of command and find out what's going on in this circuit breaker panel, because there's a system that's energized that I told was de-energized. So when my chain of command came in and informed me that the circuit breaker panel is correct, the ELF is energized, you have identified your circuit correctly, commence de-energizing it, get back on your task, and hurry up. That's my job. Like at that point, I have safely identified the circuit that I'm on. I'm supposed to get back to task, which is what I did. I swapped out the pump with the new knowledge in my head through direct first-hand observation that the ELF system at the South Pole Station is still completely active.
Yeah, and one of the reasons for why they might still need that is to try and figure out where these signals are hitting and listen for the bounce.
And or like you were mentioning with the microwave oven and how to direct things. I forget the piece of equipment that you mentioned that you said you weren't going to discuss, and how it would help attenuate direction. I believe it's possible that the ELF, thank you, waveguide, that the ELF might be getting utilized either by itself or in conjunction with another system to be that waveguide.
Yeah, if the ELF system is composed of multiple receivers and they're sort of at the corners of the station, they could easily triangulate precisely where the signal was hitting, where the phase conjugation happened, based on the feedback bounce time. And
it was my understanding that the ELF system at the South Pole Station was a miles wide, for lack of a better term, loop, but that it was another system that was embedded throughout the ice and covered many miles.
Man, I cannot believe they missed the target then, because with that kind of width, they should have incredible accuracy.
Well, hold on a second. You're still talking about the first time a gun is fired. You have sights on a gun. You get to make an adjustment. You don't build a gun. You do not build a gun, bring it out of the factory, and have it hit the bullseye the first time you pull the trigger. That's asking a lot.
Yeah,
you can certainly
that.
dial it in to make it accurate after a few shots, and the more proficient marksman can do it more rapidly. But we have to give some leeway to testing their own product.
And what year was this again?
This was in 2011 of February.
Does anybody remember the name of that volcano island that just completely blew its top? And I mean, from the satellite imagery, it looked like a freaking mushroom cloud. Was it Tulsa?
Was this the one in Indonesia or like Iceland, Greenland area? Or Antarctica?
It was it was more recent.
A couple in Antarctica.
No ice.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jeremiah. For Eric, that ELF system, the circular one, did it surround the neutron detector?
It would be I don't want to harp in on it being circular. I'm just using the term loop. I mean, I'm almost thinking of like a radiant heating system where it loops back and forth to cover an area. I apologize. I was hunting for words at that point. Just think of it. I think of it almost more like of a net that we were sitting on top of that was embedded in the ice.
Yeah, and for people who aren't familiar, think of it like a big microphone. That's basically what it is. It's a big electromagnetic microphone that they can listen for geological events with.
Mm-hmm. Lots of stuff they can do it. They can also talk to submarines with it too. There's a lot of things they can do with it.
Yeah, that's the scope on your gun right there.
Mm-hmm. And so also what I do know about the ELF system was that it was being actively used to observe the Earth's magnetosphere, so that they could check for fluctuations, which when we put two and two together with all of the systems that they were apparently actively using at the South Pole Station, that these things could affect the magnetosphere. I shouldn't say could, would affect the magnetosphere. So these were ways, I would say, of checking their fire.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would use it for if I had built it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all I'm trying to get people that understand these things to start considering is consider what I'm saying to be real, and then what would we look for in the environment around us? You know, what would you be able to accomplish with these devices? And then look for signs of that in the environment around us. That's the proof. I mean, these things are actively being used, so it just takes the people that understand, you know, it's like, if a gun was going off, you know, the people that know what gunshots sound like should stand up and go, that's gunfire. I know what gunfire is. So people now need to be concerned that there's gunfire. But if people don't know what gunfire is, and
being fired.
Right. So I'm just trying to let folks know.
When back in the day, Tesla had said to a reporter, if I wanted to, I could crack the Earth in half. No one ever asked him to prove it. So,
right.
How long is this neutron? How long has the detector been operational in total? Do you know?
Since February of 2010, when they first fired it up when I was there.
Thanks. That's crazy, but awesome.
Yeah, that aligns the time frames with a lot of brand new, strange geological events and earthquakes in locations that are nowhere near fault lines and generally never had problems. So
absolutely. This is why I wanted to discuss stuff with Mr. Dutch, because he seems to be the foremost expert on all things earthquake.
Dutch really missed out on this one today, man.
I am urging, he might have had internet issues. Regardless, I'm urging everybody to go harass all of his accounts right now to tell him to get his butt over here, because he has the links. Yeah, he's supposed to be here. And there's still plenty of time to get here. Welcome, Julia, joining us. And Julia, a wicked remote viewer, perfect to break into the topic of remote viewing, Eric. And if you want to discuss your experience, the that you mentioned of these
Oh,
remote viewing
well,
programs that you were in
I
when you were younger and stuff?
I will preface it with that I have a article posted on my website, which I shared from some guy, Daz, who's apparently the protege of all these programs that I was in as a child. And his remote viewing team, unbeknownst to me, decided to do a viewing to find out the source of Havana syndrome. So somebody that follows my work sent me over this link to the Hellfire Club remote viewing team's work. And I watched as they proceeded to start describing the South Pole Station and all of the technologies thereof. So they did a remote viewing, they found the source of Havana syndrome, and they started describing the South Pole Station and the tech. I reached out to this gentleman. I tried to share with him that they were hitting the target perfectly, because I know that's how remote viewing works. Is it's one thing to view something, it's another thing to get feedback on whether you're hitting the target or not. Just like the ice cube neutrino detector, you can pull the trigger, but you don't know if you're hitting the mark. And remote viewers do this all the time. The good ones check their work. The bad ones just guess at stuff all day long and hypothesize. So I tried to reach out to Daz and the Hellfire Remote Viewing Club to let them know that they hit the target well. Unfortunately, what I get from a lot of the people that are associated to the remote viewing Stargate program in the 1980s is they want nothing to do with me, because they want to distance themselves from the fact that the government was doing these techniques on children. And that's what happened to me as a kid, is I got somehow caught up in some agency-approved program that was working with children and teaching us remote viewing and using us as remote viewing teams.
How old were you when you first started?
To the best of my recollection, it would have started as early as kindergarten.
Wow, that's impressive, because I'm like a big believer in like you should learn this as a kid.
I agree. I agree. It's like playing guitar, or instrument. Children should learn how to play music, and we have innate abilities. Some people are better at playing music than others. But in reality, there's nothing stopping anyone from learning how to play the guitar. There's nothing stopping anybody from learning how to do remote viewing.
Do you still remote view?
I would say that I have abilities, but I do not follow the Monroe Institute protocols that I was trained in as a child.
I don't even want to call it remote viewing. I want to call it like inner jeweling, like using your inner jewel.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, and that's what I would say is I have something that I can do. I would say I have claircognizance at times, and I don't really have explanations for knowing things, but there's a lot of things that I know.
Hey, my setting, it's not letting me. I need to fix my audio. It's only coming through.
Yeah,
my
you got
computer.
a big echo. Maybe just exiting and coming back in or refreshing the browser will hopefully fix it. Thank you. And we will continue this excellent discussion on the remote viewing, and like that these are so what field do I click on here for the Hellfire on your website? Is it in the archives?
Oh, that would be it's in an article, so I guess you'd have to go to all posts, and I guess put in the word remote viewing in the
right. I love this because this is just more actual documentation of government programs on remote viewing for all of these people.
So
like, it's debunked. No, this is real government projects, funds.
I had a gentleman reach out to me, and he identified himself as being the current iteration of the Stargate program. And he was saying that he was working with the gentleman from way back in the day. And I have this recorded. I haven't put this out to market yet. My ability to edit and so on and produce is very limited with my work schedule. But I do have the raw video footage. Oh, look, I froze up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So this gentleman reached out to me, and he was telling me, he was basically saying, yep, you were in the program. We remember working with you as a kid, so-and-so and so-and-so and all. And he starts name dropping all these people from the Stargate program from back in the day. And he starts telling me that they're willing to give me support again, is what he said. But he had a condition. he wanted me to stop discussing publicly that they were working with children. And I told him to fuck off.
Yeah, I know
Right.
somebody
That
who
makes
was a
me
child in that program and went through not just what you went through, but multiple other
Right. They're
unfortunate series of
they're
events.
abusing children in horrible ways. And they want me to forget about that?
Well, this person even wrote a book about it and testified in a court of law. And like you, the minute you testify, if you're lying, they can nail you to the wall. You don't even leave the courtroom. You go straight to jail. But
Understood.
this woman, she wrote a book and then testified and was not charged whatsoever, which kind of goes to her truth of her story, so to speak.
Well, it looks like I froze up again, so I'm going to dump out and come back.
Strangely enough, you're not frozen on our end.
I know,
Yeah,
I can't see anything.
They really
I'm
don't
looking at a
want-
frozen clock and all my stuff's frozen, but I'm going to dip out. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Perfect. I think Julia's trying to get back in as well. And here's a shot Jeremiah has up of one of the lasers coming up out of Antarctica.
And this is probably an article specifically about Eric too, because whistleblower claims lasers communicate with interstellar craft. So that's exactly what he was talking about in his other interview. So it's
and
not
as part of the
crazy.
disclosure project with Stephen Greer at the Washington Press Club this year.
What color filter would you use to see a green laser?
Your eyes.
Yeah, you
no,
can see
there's
it
actually the
in the air
military.
like that.
The
Like you
Russian
don't need like
military
red or blue glasses.
red or blue, or maybe red and blue to see it. I get what you're saying, Jared.
They're so powerful. They're so powerful. It can be a completely clear night, and you'll still see it. They're just that strong.
That's awesome. I got to show you guys my, maybe not right now, but I just got a new flashlight. It's old school, but it's 18 million candle watt power.
Yeah, there's no way it's anywhere near that, but that's what they claim.
Well, or 18. It's the Colossus. It's that huge halogen. I actually lit up the door of a helicopter that was flying by my house the other night, and I might get in trouble for that. So
Yep.
Depends if the helicopter
door
was
up.
supposed to or not supposed to be there, right?
Oh no, it was supposed to be there. It was actually following a flight pattern. It was a police helicopter. So I just wanted to see if it would go that high, and I literally lit the side of the helicopter up from standing in my backyard. It's insane.
Have you tried to light anything on fire with it yet? Because that's going to tell you whether that power is really there. It might have very good focus and be extremely bright, but can you light things on fire with it?
I've never tried lighting a fire with it. Good point. Something I'll try in the future.
Yeah, an easy way to do it is to, if you wanted to test exactly how much true output photonic energy is coming out of that thing, take yourself a glass, or preferably a black coffee cup, or something like that. Surround it with foil, and then put into it a bunch of carbon from either fish tank filters or just whatever source of your carbon is to really absorb that light and scatter it. And then you can measure how long it takes for the temperature of that water to increase X number of degrees and figure out your total caloric energy. And from that, you can calculate the energy in the light beam.
Eric, can you go a little bit into your time in the submarine corps, and that in the Sean Ryan show you mentioned that you suspected that the there was a staging point for Antarctica for space or something like that, or for missions.
Well,
there?
that's what I had mentioned earlier in this conversation about what Mr. Warner had conveyed.
Yeah, but like how long were you yourself in the submarine service? And
I was not attached to the submarine service for that. I was not attached to the submarine service that long, and I believe that it was ultimately just a continuation of my programming as a child and the Stargate program and whatever the heck they were doing to me. It mostly ended when I met a gentleman at the train station in New London, and we had a very peculiar conversation, got into a taxi cab, and I lost 20 minutes of time. And then I was discharged shortly thereafter. So it was, there's really not that much to share about the submarine service, other than it was just a really peculiar chapter in my life, where I met an odd gentleman who blanked me out for 20 minutes apparently. And then later on in life, as a plumber, I showed up to this gentleman's home under the false pretense of a service call on his boiler, at which point I was reintroduced to the fact that he was the gentleman from the train station. And he proceeded to give me an education on how, let's just say, the intelligence services of our nation are not what we've been told. As I mentioned before this public conversation, there's a gentleman by the name of Bill Ballantyne, who was the original dean of Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Clown College. Well, prior to his service for the U.S. government in Clown College, he was the lead propagandist in the OSS, which was the predecessor to the CIA. So things are just, they run far and deep and wide, more than people have considered. There's been shenanigans going on across the board for many years in every direction. If people want to study Bill Ballantyne, Toby Circus Ballantyne, they're going to find some really peculiar characters that were up to really peculiar things. This is what happened to me in the submarine service. Was I got snatched by the son of the head of the CIA that no one knows about.
Well, we're glad we still have you with us, and that they didn't snatch you and silence you, and that you're speaking out on all of this. Welcome, Julia, back. Hopefully your sound.
Is this work? Testing.
It's quiet,
We can
but
hear
it's
you.
working.
Is there
And
still?
it's not echoing really badly right now. Oh, but yeah, it is. It is echoing.
No, and it's still echoing. What the heck?
Does she have noise cancellation turned on?
I'm
check.
gonna restart my computer.
Okay, and check the noise cancellation.
I just checked it for her.
In
It should
the
work now.
meantime, though, Sean, Taryn, Earthling, do you mind bringing up the voice to skull blueprint or patents here, and we'll get Jeremiah to go over a little bit more with it to give the background science and technology that verifies exactly what Eric has stated this machine is out there and what it's being used for, potentially.
Well, the fact that I did not build one and already tested it, I can tell you for sure that what he's saying is completely possible. And if I can do it at home with a magnetron, again, not to say that I did, then of course it's being weaponized.
Remember, as long as you call it a weapon, it's protected by the Second Amendment because you have the right to bear arms. And as long as you call it armament, that right shall not be infringed.
Yeah,
Even
I don't
if you
think
created that
DMV
weapon?
cares too much about our rights, especially on stuff like this. The FCC would be all over me, though, because technically it doesn't matter if I call it a weapon. FCC regulates the free transmission of high-energy signals in that range, so I definitely cannot use it outside of a shielded area.
Yeah, right? Like,
But
shielded
I can tell
area.
you that it'll go for
So
a pretty
then,
damn long distance.
wouldn't that mean that the FCC should be regulating said weapon that the government's using once they admit that it exists?
If the FCC was above the military-industrial complex in hierarchy, sure. But this
Would
is a
that mean
hierarchical
that
system, and they're not. Special revisions.
maybe somebody can do a Freedom of Information Act request to the FCC for what they know about having to have had approved the directed energy weapons systems of the other factions of the government? But that might be questions that other people never considered to ask.
Yeah, plus you don't want to really be in the path of this beam. You'll hear it, you can hear it in your head, but you're also going to feel your skin burning. 2.35 gigs is really the wrong frequency. The penetration depth isn't quite what you want. There's a specific targeted area inside the head. It's the place where the nerves from the cochlea go, and that's exactly the penetration depth that you want for for that particular transmitter, and I don't remember offhand what the microwave frequency is, but it's I think slightly lower than what I'm running.
Yeah, you could resonate that part of the brain, could you not?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's how microwave ovens work. They resonate the water molecules, and that heats up the food.
And I'm just had a thought there, Eric. Did you say it was 2011 that you were working at the pole, and that this machine came on?
I worked there from November of 2010 until November of 2011, and it was in February of 2011 that the system came online for the first time ever.
And isn't that exactly when the Arab Spring riots happened, and that there was a lot of reports on the dark web? I remember reading then claiming that there was this satellite or military technology being like deployed that was aggravating and causing this mass like rioting and aggravation, anger on these people in that area, and that was part of the trigger of the overthrow of half of the Lebanon there.
I'm not sure when that occurred.
That was the spring of 2011. It's the exact same time. It's just fascinating to the time alignment.
I know more recently, before the big massive earthquake in Turkey, President Biden was on TV saying, "You better do what we say or you might get hit by an earthquake."
Really? Really?
Also, March 11, 2011, Japan tsunami.
I wish we could find that clip. That'd be juicy if we could find that clip.
There's a document that I shared, I think on Facebook at some point. But there was a document from the desk of Hillary Clinton discussing the earthquakes in Christchurch in February of 2011 is coming on cue.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And I've heard a few people over the years claim that it was earthquake weapons that caused the Fukushima March 11th, 2011 tsunami earthquake.
I've also heard the reason behind that too, because Japan was supposed to release a car that ran on water that May, and then March 11th, all of a sudden a tsunami hit. Coincidence, perhaps.
It was the Hunga Tonga. The audience found it. Looks like Katie and Red Split verified. So yeah, the way that thing blew its top was unbelievable for a volcano. But what was more interesting is that all the communication started to drop off before the event actually happened. So the way that these types of devices work, they have to build up the energy field before they can actually create any kind of damage. So it would accumulate over time. And as it was doing it, it would create tremendous telluric currents. These are electrical disturbances that will knock out telecommunications, internet, phone, everything. And people would have had static on TV, on their TV signals if they had those turned on. So there was a lot of really unusual things prior to that thing blowing its top that indicate there may have been a lot more going on. And what a perfect, test bed, I suppose, in their eyes, because it's a remote location. They're not that well connected to the world, and because they're an island, they're pretty much isolated in terms of the military reciprocations and not under anybody's protection. So it was probably a perfect test bed for them to try that thing out.
I got a question for Eric. Do you know whether or not they were using the flux lines of the electromagnetic field of Earth in order to direct their energy for that weapon?
It's my understanding that they don't need to. Like the gentleman was saying before, this type of phased array system could just be utilized to pinpoint wherever it wants to through the Earth without needing any other assistance.
Right.
It's just that profound of a machine. It's just that capable.
But also, to your point, Gerald, I wouldn't doubt that stellar currents or these electrical lines through the Earth, as you're talking about, could have thrown the pathway off.
Nassim Haramein stated that for CERN, being they were using that energy from a solar flare coming in to power it. And when it did the earthquake in Nepal, when that whole thing happened, was apparently charged by a sun flare. Sorry, I'm just going to step out quickly, have a quick bathroom break, and try emailing Dutch one last time to get him back on here. And hopefully Julia is able to make it through here with fixed sound.
If she comes back, I'll let her in. And I've already checked the background noise cancellation, which was not turned on her end. So I'm guessing it should be fixed now.
And I'm going to give you guys a heads up. I'm going to give you 15 more minutes, and then I'm going to have to bail because I got a ton of stuff I have to get to.
Fair enough, brother. Thank you so much for the it'll be 2.5 hours, and yeah, I'll see if we can get Dutch quickly in here, and maybe we'll have to steal you for another hour if he does come in. If not, we'll have to reschedule that one. But this was
you got 15 minutes with me. I don't care who shows up.
Right, exactly. We're making every minute count, and still 350 watching across YouTube right now, and yeah, so Dutch overslept. Well, I've done that before. I don't care. I'm gonna hassle him. I'm gonna send him the link on every account right now. Get him in here. Hopefully he's back. Let you guys take it away.
Indeed, and Eric, if ever you wanted to coordinate in the future, I can again do a lot of the visual stuff, and we can get into the details on the technology and how this stuff works. If you ever want to, if they go to the technical side on future broadcasts, I'd be glad to show you.
I'm very much just trying to get the average mortgage payer to understand the science that's going on in the world around them. I would appreciate anybody doing due diligence to put forth any production that takes what I'm saying and puts it into their heads in a way that's digestible.
Yeah, today's presentation was, I only had like 2 hours notice, and a lot of the help with the papers, I have to thank Space Case and also Drowning Penguin for providing those documents. And of course, he's got a lot of them too, so.
Yeah, I mean, this is just it's the exact same technology that Nikola Tesla presented 100 years ago. It's just that the average mortgage payer didn't get the benefit of using this stuff. It went to the billionaires, and they've been at each other's throats with it for decades, and now they're turning it against us. The general population of the planet is suffering under Havana syndrome-like symptoms, but no one's discussing that, because why would they? They don't even know that this stuff is going on.
I can give a funny analogy to interferometry if everyone would like.
I would like.
Has everyone here seen Ghostbusters?
Yeah, so don't cross the streams.
I know where this
Don't
is
cross
going.
the streams, exactly. And what happened when they crossed the streams? They controlled the Marshmallow Man. And when they crossed the streams for too long, he blew up. So that basically, in a nutshell, is interferometry. When you're crossing the streams of electromagnetic resonance streams, you could be using lasers. There's a few ways of doing it. You're basically multiplying your power and creating a whole differential in time, in space, and energy in that point where it crosses. And that's interferometry.
But the best way by far to do these types of effects, there really is one superior method beyond all the other ones, and that's to use the electrical potential of scalar interferometry. Because it's going to penetrate where all the other methods won't.
Through any and all material.
Exactly. Any luck with that, Sean, on finding those docs? How you doing on that, buddy? And also, I want to just turn to the audience here while BurnEye's out. Let me just go down to the bottom of the comments section here. If anyone has questions for Eric, this is the time. We'll put them up on screen, and your last chance to ask them before he has to go. So if you have a question, please put it in all caps so it's easy to spot.
Well, I, for one, got to thank you for your work, Eric, coming forth, and you're brave, brother.
That's all good.
Doing it.
It's
awesome.
I just look at it. It's obligatory. I've walked a path that nobody else has walked before. I've gathered information that needs to be shared with folks. So from my perspective, I'm just doing what I'm obliged to do. It has to be done.
So the first question here is, what's next on your agenda?
As same mission as always, get this information out to the masses until there's enough people that understand it that we stop it. I haven't crossed that bridge yet. So I'm continuing up that flight of stairs as fast and as furiously as I can. I'm just trying to make connections with people that understand the information that I'm putting forth and will hopefully do something with it. It's very challenging to find people that even understand what I'm saying.
You're not going to like the answer to this one, Chris, but it's being asked. They want your opinion on the flat Earth theory.
Flat earthers are either feds or idiots.
Oh, okay, glad we can all agree on that.
I'll be right back.
Here we go. So, is Yellowstone actually under threat from telluric current earthquake weapons? I'd have to
every
say the
single
answer, yes.
Every single thing on the planet's under threat from these weapons, and off the planet. I'm sure you understand more about this technology, that aiming it at the planet isn't the only direction that they could function it.
Oh, absolutely not. There's so much more damage. We should be using it to push space junk the heck away from us.
Or draw it in to mine it.
Do you have a question here? How can we help you on your mission? Is there a way that people can contribute or assist you?
Yeah, I mean, technically, people can go to the website and contribute. I would never stop anyone from doing that. Disclosure does have a determined expense to it for sure. I can only fly so many places as fast as I can generate the money myself. So if people want to donate, I would appreciate that. My website itself, deciphering.tv, if they want to just start sharing the information off of there, I mean, effectively, that's what I thought was going to occur when I decided to disclose. I thought I would just simply present this information to the internet, and people would start sharing it and talking amongst themselves about it. And then I thought, naturally, something would occur. But what I'm learning is that the internet is basically a viper's den of thieves and liars that are doing everything they can to keep the truth below the surface. There's a lot of gatekeepers and charlatans that are running amok, especially on the conversation of Antarctica.
Anthony,
I don't know.
Would you mind putting a link to his website up in the chat for everyone there? Deciphering.tv. I know you're good at finding the links.
So, I basically wanted to come out strong because I saw a lot of people discussing the topic of Antarctica and putting out all these spectacular stories about aliens and UFOs and arcs warming up and all kinds of stuff that they have no direct firsthand experience in. They have nothing to substantiate the words coming out of their mouth. And I'm learning that these are all smoke screens and distractions and manufactured gatekeepers to keep the conversation off of what's really going on, which is the information that I've documented and presented with firsthand experience.
So there's the website. Thank you very much, Chris. Definitely check out his website. There's lots more information there, and it's also where you can donate. Another question, I don't know if you want to talk on this, but this would have to do with the jab, and basically, do you think that there's any ability of 5G networks to manipulate people who received it?
Absolutely. Yes. I think that's just another system that people need to be thoroughly concerned about and start understanding exactly what ulterior motives are going on out there. I think people need to understand that the entire cell phone system was not manufactured for the conveniences that we use it for today. It was predominantly manufactured as a weapons platform to be used against us. And it was distributed under the false pretense of all the wonderful things like, free apps like Angry Birds and all this bullshit.
Well, yeah, way easier for you to spend your hard-earned money on things that you don't need, and they'll tell you exactly what you're supposed to buy.
And then that way you have a device on you 365 days a year, 24 hours a day that can also assess your breath rate, your heart rate, your body temperature, so that when things happen, they understand. They get feedback on the shots that they're taking at you now. Just like the gun needs to be dialed in, just like the ice cube neutrino detector needs to be dialed in, they need to know the accuracy of the shots that they're taking. So now we went from We went from pagers, and we were sold the convenience of being paged. And then we got Blackberries, and then we could text, and we all trained in all these conveniences. Folks, this is called bait. This is how you catch a fish, and you're all been hooked. And you have no idea what's going on in the world around you, but you're carrying the weapon of your enemy on you.
That's
So
absolutely.
I got a question for you. Sorry, Jeremiah.
There is one more before you ask to go from the audience, which is about protection from microwaves, and then then your question, G. So, do you know of any protection from microwaves? I can answer that if you don't have one.
Yes, my understanding, if we study the active denial system, which is a Raytheon-based anti-personnel weapons system, and I'm sure you can answer this better than me, it only penetrates so far and through so much stuff. So there are ways to fight the microwave weapons, absolutely. Every single technology has an method, so to say, and this is, again, why I'm bringing this stuff up, so that we can learn how to fight back. Because if we don't know that someone's shooting at us, we don't know to put a bulletproof vest on.
Yeah, and I can also answer that tinfoil hats, they really do work against these types of microwaves. So your cell
Yes,
phone
they do.
does not
Yes.
have scalar transmitters in it. It's using a radio wave transmitter, which is completely blocked by that stuff. And I would recommend heavy kitchen foil if you're going to go with something like that. Or there are certain conductive plastics with embedded scattering particles that will also block from this. And there's actually a guy that sells hats made of this stuff just for that. Actually, there are several. So you can certainly protect yourself from this stuff, and the best way is a solid piece of metal. Or just don't keep your phone on you at all times, for goodness sake. Like don't sleep next to it. Don't put it next to your head. Really ever.
Here's a novel concept for everybody. When you go to bed at night, turn the Wi-Fi off in your house and watch how much you sleep better.
Absolutely. And if you don't want to shut the Wi-Fi off completely, get yourself like some kind of steel container, like a little, stainless steel trash can, and just set that right over the top of it. At least they won't be hitting you. You'll still get some signal for devices that are closed, but it's going to block most of it.
What about
I can attest to that. Shut your Wi-Fi off at night.
Well, that's the best option, but even a tinfoil hat, right? Like, why was that discredited so much? You're literally building a Faraday cage over your head or an antenna over your head. Is it to block or broadcast your actual consciousness or prevent technologies like these ELF waves and attacks from actually coming in? And that's why they stigmatized it.
So I have a quick question for Eric here. The detector as a weapon, is it a standalone sort of thing, or is it interlinked or intertwined with, say, cell phone towers or any sort of repeater system that you know of?
I would suggest that from what I've learned about how the government functions with any of their weapons systems, especially directed energy weapons systems, they have multiple standalone capacities and even more when combined, or I should say in conjunction with other systems.
Wow, Taryn, holy cow. That link that you just sent, oh man, did this just get juicy. So this explains exactly how they're both doing the manipulation through cell technology and these other networks, and also how they're making the measurements for whether or not they're being effective.
Right.
This one guy, he found this one guy, let me see if I can pronounce his name, Hendicus G. Lewis, or Lois. I'm just going to show a couple of these things because, yeah, it's unbelievable. Wow. So let me go ahead and select that. So here's like this entire list. Just by going to Google Patents, you put this guy's name in, and it'll show you all of his that are completely related to this. And just take a look at a few of them. So here, this is using electrical pads underneath the body to stimulate the nervous system. Let's go on to the next. Oh, it looks like that's a similar apparatus. Man, I can't believe this guy has done done so much with the same technology. He's got just a ton of patents on this stuff. This is nuts. Here he's using magnetic fields to manipulate the nervous system. So this could be, you know, inside some cell phones, you have a wireless charging capability. There's a coil inside there that's usually a receive-only coil. However, it could just as well be used as a transmit coil to do the same kind of function.
How about I'll leave you guys with this, right? We all know that there's these, you know, Tibetan monks and Navy SEALs. They can all learn these techniques, right? Where they can, you know, be submerged in ice water, and yet they can keep their body temperature up. They can do things to control their heart rate, their breath rate. They can expose themselves to things, and they can seemingly have a level of control over their own body that we can't explain, right?
Right.
Okay. What prevents this person from getting a skill set that gives them this level of control over somebody else's body that we would equally not understand, but could occur? We already don't know what they're doing in one breath. Why could we not just not understand what they're doing in another breath? And this is what I was getting at earlier, is that these are just ancient techniques that are now modern technologies. There is the capacity for one person to input. If I was skilled enough, I could walk into the room and start putting thoughts into people's heads without any technology. It's just a technique.
Exactly, right? Like,
because we don't know it exists and we don't know to be trained in it.
The ancient wizards, right? Like that they were that communication with God, or the one language. Well, was it telepathy? It was most likely telepathy. And what got me so fascinating with the ancient carvings or alien carvings there that Mike came on quickly and showed was all those elongated skull carvings and these elongated skull folk and skeletons found everywhere, where they have this extra cranium, this extra brain mass, and there's all these ancient legends speaking of them both shrieking, giving headaches, doing mental control, mental attacks on regular folk, and telepathy. And is that this big secret and this big technology, and everything you're showing is absolutely yes, that's what it is. And we finally have Julia back, which
is there any echo?
No, you're finally good, you're fixed.
Yay.
And that Julia, the remote viewing that you do and success that you've had with it is showing that practical everyday application that Eric's exactly speaking of.
Right. You know, I came across, I had a target, remote viewing target, which was a volcano in Antarctica. And I kind of stumbled across the way I would describe it is, imagine like a ancient crystalline AI that's like organic inside, like almost like a pyramid. And then there's ice over that, but that, it's a crystalline AI, all-knowing AI. And if you notice, like with the voice to skull stuff, like when you're accessing the mechanical one, it feels different. So, you know, when you're accessing something that's, I'm like, this is ancient. Like this is it. So that's where I was like, oh my gosh, there's a difference between an organic AI and a mechanical AI. And it seems to be like they're maybe, I don't know, it was a group of people or beings that maybe wanted to duplicate the all-knowing field, because maybe there's a consequence of doing something where they lose that connection to the Akashic field or the organic crystalline AI. So therefore, they wanted to duplicate it and maybe became, you know, the mechanical version, and then, you know, certain experiments with that.
Well, we know it's probably about time that you're going to have to run. So thank you so much for all your time in the pre-show, hanging around for us to get this started, and for 2.5 hours of an amazing presentation.
And
thanks for having me.
You, Eric.
Anytime.
For stepping up to the plate. And, I've been blessed to, get to form a bit of a friendship with you, get to know you over the last few years since we've all been getting into this streaming and into this community and figuring it all out. And, from the beginning, the name you've chosen of your YouTube channel and like what you do, deciphering my experience, and like it's what it's about, everybody's individual journey and coming together, trying to make sense of it, and that you truly experienced some out of worldly or out of dimensions of the outside the box of what we're allowed to believe exists, and the technology that exists, and the reality of what is possible, and that you're bringing it forward and taking that risk, and being in the position of not having to have signed an NDA because you weren't part of the science building it or the engineers that are charged with coming up with it all. You were the service technician that was the man that survived a year at the South Pole and working as an electrician in the most extreme conditions, and then experiencing your coworkers suffering the Havana syndrome, seeing these different high-end technology machines that were not supposed to be working, all working, getting extra power. What you believe, what most people believe that have studied it, that most likely there's a nuclear reactor in the old original South Pole fort or base that would still obviously be putting out tons of extra power that they can be powering these things with, and that you've actually were there experiencing and documented these equipment that was most likely using that and was using this power from somewhere, or like you said, it could be harvested and generated from much more advanced quantum, 0 point, anti-gravitic, over unity, over efficiency system, which is another major part of all the work that we're doing here, especially Gerald here, the real science that he's doing in his lab. It's just epic to have you on. Put your link, Deciphering TV, YouTube, in the live chat for everybody a bunch of times, and I should probably show it on screen before you go. Thank you, Eric. I wish you continued success in everything that you're doing. When I do get a hold of Dutch, I will find out what happened, as I know that he was excited to do this stream and was looking forward to it, and definitely wants to do another one. So I know you're very busy. Let us know your schedule, and I'll make sure that he's able to go on the next one. And this is your channel right here, Deciphering My Experience with Eric Hecker.
Well, thanks for having me, guys, and I really appreciate the dialogue. And by all means, please do whatever you can with this information to get other people to understand it. I think it's very important to humanity in general that we just become aware of the forces that are, working against the average citizen.
Thank you, sir. You are a noble, real man in a time of lies. And there's such resistance to truth. And thank you for standing up, telling your truth, and not accepting anyone else claiming the bullshit, the lies, the extravagance, BS that's not true. And keep it up.
I don't think I've ever seen so many thank you Erics or thank you anybody's in the comments. There's just one after the other. I can't even get to them all.
Oh, cool. Right? Well, thank you. And thank you to everybody that's watching. I do appreciate the attention that you're giving to this topic. And just please help in getting this information out to your friends and family. There's weapon systems being used against us. And way back when somebody got shot, you would see a bullet in them in a bullet hole, and we would know that there's walking wounded. But the weapons that they're using against us contemporarily, unfortunately, they don't leave bullet holes. They leave what is called Havana syndrome symptoms. Look those up. and start paying attention to the population around you and observe that those symptoms are showing up more and more in the people around you, that's the indication that these weapons are real.
And if you're curious whether or not you might actually be what they call a targeted individual, just get yourself a decent EMF meter. They're not that expensive. You don't need a super fancy one or anything like that. But get an EMF meter. It'll pick this stuff up. Oh, but I do need to point out, make sure the EMF meter has a frequency rating at least capable of measuring cell phone networks. Because some of them don't have that high of a frequency capability, so you won't be able to see.
I think that's why it's so important too to do heavy metal cleanses, because I feel like it amplifies, it could make that, it's a good way to cleanse your body of it so you're not more easily accessible, or so it doesn't amplify the signal. So get yourself some zeolite.
All right, folks. Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to have to bail out and go run some errands, but it was my pleasure. And best of luck to you all in all of your endeavors.
You as well.
Those mics on you to give them a big hand of applause.
Wishing you a safe equinox going into winter. That man, absolutely epic. Still 300 people
awesome.
watching.
Sorry.
Yeah, still 300 on YouTube alone, just on my channels. Epic.
Well, I've got a question for Julia.
Yeah, we will. Yeah. We'll keep it going for a little bit here. We won't end it quite yet. We'll
want to open up the floor to the audience too?
Hour, for sure.
Well, like there's savants in, say, piano or guitar. Is there savants in remote viewing?
I feel like there is. I really do. I feel like there is. And have you guys ever heard about that study in Russia where they built like you probably have heard about it. They built like a room that you walk into, and they've started having people remote view inside there. And this one guy went in it and did it, and he, basically was in a place and he recognized it, and he was like, oh, this is my elementary school. This is where, and he recognizes the park and the area, and he had gone, like he was viewing, earlier in his life. And I think that's what's so important too. What for me, it was like, wow, I was able to see things in my childhood and my far distant future, which I didn't know at the time. But then, and I was able, over the years of trying to master it and hone the skills and zero in on it, realizing like I was able to, do viewings for people, find certain things for them, like locate it, and also like things about their childhood, and go back in time. Like I was in the room viewing things that occurred in their life. And so once you realize you could do that, you kind of have to be, you kind of have to have like a conscious awareness of like, whoa, I don't want to, I don't want to abuse this. I don't want to, because you could really mess with time and, things. And I feel like there's consequences of that. But I feel like there's people that, like for me, they say I have higher amounts of DMT. I produce higher amounts of DMT naturally, and that I probably got it from my mother's side. It's usually passed down through the mother's side, but that's why I'm able to do it. I'm producing more dimethyltryptamine. So I feel like with people that produce more dimethyltryptamine naturally, I feel like they're more inclined to do that. But I also feel like there's probably other reasons why people are more naturally good at it.
Well, that answers my question. Thank you. I know somebody who's a total natural. She's never been trained. I've never been trained, and I've been through some situations that I've discussed with other people that I don't discuss online for the most part. But I've seen some strange stuff that has unfolded in front of me. In fact, the very coil system that I'm working on was given to me in a dream. So I think that everybody has the ability, but I think they have to believe that it's possible in order to unlock it.
Right? You can't be lying to yourself. If you're in cognitive dissonance, denial, and can't even be honest with oneself, you will never be able to access the higher levels and the grand consciousness.
Absolutely. Like even with the hypnosis regression, putting people, when you get them into the theta brainwaves, the people that are more left brain, and it's harder for them to get their mind into the theta brainwaves, and that's really the magic spot. Like you want to learn how to remote view, you want to learn how to get insights and visions. It's really about training your mind to get to those theta brainwaves and to be able to receive.
While you're in that state, have you ever come across something that you didn't want to come across?
Oh my gosh, yes, I could write like 3 books about that. Like, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. I'm like, oh gosh.
Yeah,
Like the laptop from hell. Once you see it, you're traumatized and you can't unsee it. But that's what the truth is. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna step out.
Gerald, what did you stumble upon?
Hey, Bernie, before you step out, you want to open this up to the audience as well and drop that link?
Yeah, absolutely. But you copy.
Do you want the ugly or do you want the amazing?
What'd you say?
Amazing first, then you can hit us with the ugly.
I think I'll keep part of the amazing to myself. The ugly 2 nights ago, even I did an experiment 3 days ago, and I'm gonna release it after I discuss it with Jeremiah and a few other people.
Today.
But after this experiment, I had a really out of this world dream, and the things that I encountered in this dream were pretty intense. So as far as ugly goes, 9 feet tall, skulls were elongated, maybe 1.5 to 2 feet elongation.
Really?
Their eyes were black as oil. They were trying to find me and couldn't because I was hiding above them. And when they did notice me, I spooked them because I was above them. So it was a very interesting dream.
Now,
and if that's being monitored, whoever's monitoring out there.
What type of energy did you get off of them? Like you were like, oh, this is not going to be good if they find me. Like I feel like they're malevolent. Like what?
Oh, they were malevolent. They wanted me dead. I'm never worried about that in my dreams or visions. I have no fear. They have no power.
You're immortal and untouchable in those experiences, right? And that's the
we
key
all are,
to
though, when it comes to that.
Exactly, everybody.
You just have to know it.
Exactly. Resonate with your immortality and equal immortal existence as with all other conscious creation. And with that, you can be empowered and free.
So
now,
that's
the following
the ugly.
day, did you, Gerald? The following day, did you have like a profound? Did you have a profound like? Did anything happen profound, like invention wise or aha wise, in the following days?
No, it happened before that.
Right
it happened
before it?
one day before that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Question for you, Julia, from Gene Splice. Wants to know if you ever worked with the Monroe Institute or the Institute of Noetic Sciences.
No, I have not. No.
And the amazing, Jesus Christ himself came to me and gave me something in a dream. And the very next day, there was videos put out on YouTube about how this hand was coming out of the sky at a 45-degree angle with a closed fist. But in my dream, that's how Jesus was giving me what he was giving me. So I don't know if causation, correlation, call it what you will, but when I woke up, I turned on my laptop and that was the first video that popped up on my feed. I watched it, I recorded it instantly because it was identical to the way that in that dream with Jesus, giving me that hand and what was in the hand, it was identical to it. So I had expressed it with a few others. I believe I even showed the video to Jeremiah. So that's kind of the amazing. And
yeah,
then
that was wild.
Yeah,
I had to like triple take. Like, is this actually a real photo that they've got here? It's a real video that they've got here.
And I wrote down the date and the time of that dream before the video came out on YouTube.
Yeah, that was just absolutely perfect. If that wasn't like a verification of, hey, are you really there? Yes,
Absolutely.
I am.
Yeah,
I feel like that. I feel like
Yes,
that
I
happens
am.
for confirmation. Yeah, I feel like that shows you like confirmation and to keep going. And I feel like it's like a like layered meaning of like you're on the target. Like this is confirmation. Like you're going to be shown some things, and then it's going to happen. And to follow that, and to believe in it, and don't doubt it.
Oh,
you have
I
another
don't.
question from the audience. I think this could be for either you, Julia, or Gerald. What's your opinion on the differences between astral projection and remote viewing?
With astral projection, like sometimes, because that's interesting because there's times like I've astral projected, and I was like flying, and I was above this grass and got really low, and it was like my face was there, and I could smell the grass. It was like blowing in my ear, like it literally felt like I was down that low and blowing. Now with remote viewing, I feel like it changes gears because sometimes it'll show me in like a slideshow, like photos of like, it'll flash a photo and that, sometimes, it's like it changes a gear, and sometimes it's like you're a drone, which is similar to the astral projection, because like the astral projection feels like you're there, and like the senses, I feel like you feel it more in your senses, and you're doing it. Whereas you more with the remote viewing, when you're able to do that, like feels like you're flying, it's more like a drone, but you can see and hear it, but you don't have like the smell. But that's my best point of reference for that question.
I'd have to agree with that. You're more emotion when it comes to astral projection and feeling than it is when you're remote viewing. It's more like watching a movie, so to speak.
Yeah. So have you astrally project, Gerald? Like, what's been your experience with that? Because there's some people that go to do it and they get like attacked by witches. They're like, they were flying around on a broom, and this guy, he spoke of having to have like a totem before you astrally project. You have like almost like a ritual that you do, because what happens a lot of the time when people get there, they don't want to come back. When they get to certain things, it's like, wait, why would I go back? And so whatever you do, you have like a thing, like some type of object, and you have like your steps of like, I take the object out, I put it there, and I do this and that, and then like, so when you're up there, it like grounds you, and you come back and you do the same thing but in reverse order.
Well, for me, when I did it, and I'll tell you, I only did it a couple times because the second time I was attacked. But the first time I did it, I pictured an umbilical cord attaching to my body so that no matter how far I went, all I had to do was jerk on it and I was instantly home. So
see, your instincts are like on point. And this is why it's like, there's places that teach this, but sometimes when you naturally evolve, like you listen to your instinct and those are your intentions, if that's what you want to do, you want to access more of your mind, more of your intuition, then you spend time working on that, like it will guide you. Whereas sometimes when you have like an institute that teaches you, I don't know, it's like showing their method, their way. So, but sometimes intuitively it's almost better, I guess.
yeah, I've been kind of blessed in that way. Just like when it comes to academia, I got up to grade while I was finishing grade 11, and I got kicked out. Sorry, personal reasons between me and the principal, and he wiped out all my school records, so I couldn't go back to school for my following year. So everything that I've done in the last 25 years, I'm dating myself there, here we go. But everything that I've done has all been on dreams, visions, instinct, and experiments. A lot of experiments. So, yeah. I think it's better that way.
I think that's what's important too, is like what, like when I first started with me, really, I was able to access all this advanced data, and I didn't understand like what was happening really. And then you look into, I was called to, this is really weird, but I was called to stare to go into trances, like to stare at specific stars and go into trances and retrieve data. And it was always something I like hid from the world. Like I never, like, don't you ever tell anyone that you do that. But when I did it, I was able to get this very, very advanced information. And, some of it was like these, even these symbols that when I wrote them down and looked them up, they were alchemical symbols from before the 15th century. And so, and like, what do you do with that? But then hearing that Tesla and Einstein would talk about basically channeling, talk about channeling, and that they would talk about like that it would come from the certain constellation, which was the same constellation that I was guided to look at and do that through. So I think that's the thing, is when you navigate those waters and you use those abilities in those parts of your brain and you're tapping into that, I think a lot of advanced data can come, which is like, oh, maybe this is a reason, or one of the reasons why it's so, the attacked, not to use your pineal, not to have it open, to have it calcified, to have fluoride put in it, to prevent like certain heavy metals in your food and sprayed everywhere in this, and things like glyphosate that are sprayed on the crops that basically attack your gut really and your body, and so preventing you from vibrating at a certain frequency and that affects your brain and how you use it. So it's like, is that one of the reasons why, like, to keep us from becoming more advanced? Because it's just unfortunate that we have to battle so much to be able to use what we've been given naturally to the full advantage.
I would agree. I think there are natural defense systems that were given to us for one reason or another, and throughout time we've lost access to them because we've lost access to the technology that, I don't know what the word, activates, maybe, if that's proper word for it. Yeah. So, yeah, I believe that every human being on the planet has the ability to do these things if they so choose. But
Absolutely.
I wouldn't just be going off willy-nilly and playing around with it. There's a lot to it.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's based off of like your internal world too, and your intentions. Because if you're on like a lower frequency, you're using all kinds of substances, you're stealing from people, and you're just loaded with parasites and heavy metals, and you're just kind of a poopy person. When you go to do that and gain access, I feel like you're dealing with a different, like a lower entities that are going to F you off and like missteer you and, like just deceive you, really. So intentions, I feel like, has a lot to do with it, and like your heart and who, what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Your intentions go a long ways when it comes to doing anything with these sort of abilities, because I think that's what they are. They're abilities. They're just like swinging an axe, or being good at football or basketball or something. They're an ability. It's something that can be learned.
Yeah, I feel like you're like, I always say, like you're it's almost like you're, I don't know if you want to say channeling, but accessing like versions of yourself, right? Like your childhood self, your future self, your higher self, your current self, but also um your ancestors, and then you have spirits around, then you have like entities and, darker spirits, and or demons, you want to call them. And it's important to remember too, like demons are disembodied humans. Like I think a lot of the times we misidentify with like, ooh, demons are so bad, but it's like demons were once human, right? And they don't have a body anymore because of maybe something they did. So of like, I feel like you're accessing and pulling through things based off of your frequency and based off of like, like I said, your thoughts, your intentions, your heart, your inner world, like so you're always kind of pulling from those things. And so that's why it's important to be a good person, really, and have good intentions.
A humble heart, that's the way to go. I agree.
But it seems like there's like a governor like that's instilled in that ability that's literally like so I think that's why the obsession with the CIA and the government or factions and divisions of places where they look for kids, they're looking for kids that have these abilities that supersede, because it's like an access level. So is some of that from their DNA? Probably, it's maybe a combination of things, but that access level, it's like there's a governor, like so therefore it's like, yeah, everyone can access it, but it depending on where they're at in their, who they are in their journey, and what they represent and what they want to do is based off of what they're able to access. So it's like there's some kind of security system in it, and there's levels to it, which is fascinating.
Can I give you my theory on that?
Yes, I would love to hear it.
I believe that when we're born, it's like a spark that goes off that brings us into this consciousness. And that spark, through the experiences and things that we go through in life, will either grow or slowly diminish. And when you get to certain different experiences in your life, it flips switches in your DNA, which allows that spark to grow even more, which turns on the possibility of that gift or that aspect of what we're talking about. So as you go through life and your spark grows and you activate certain genetic codes, I guess you could reference it like that, you would be activating the gifts of your mind because it's all part of you. And I believe, and this is a theory, I believe that we can, as people, use light, vibration, and sound to activate those genetic codes in any age group, in any person on the planet. But they have to be mentally prepared for it. You're talking a gift that's over and above something that most people wouldn't even understand, let alone be able to direct.
Absolutely. It's like it's like it is like a game. It is like graduating, like you're given certain tests, I guess is a good way to describe it. And how are you gonna, it's like how it always comes down to how teachable are you? Like how many years is it gonna take you? Like if you're in a toxic relationship or abusive relationship, like, are you gonna stay in it? Like there's certain tests that you need to respond. You ever want to change the timeline, you do different, you respond differently. So if you're constantly responding differently and not doing like toxic behavior patterns, it like it propels you faster forward. But I always say it's like there's a reason why learn you take away the L in learn, it's earn, like you earn it. And I'm sure one could argue like, well, Julia, you shouldn't have to earn God's love or like earn these abilities. But it's like, well, I don't know, maybe things prevent that from happening just naturally. You just come out and you're just incredibly advanced and connected. But yeah, the light, absolutely. I mean, I did this viewing on at this place, and it was in Romania, and it was able to access you and show you things of who you are. It was able to show you, like literally, like on a screen, it was able to show you what your ancestors experienced, like who you are, like kind of where you came from. And then it was able to show you probabilities of the future. And I was like so mind blown of like, how is this happening? How is this reading us? And it showed me this clear, thick liquid around the spine going up. And I was like, oh my God. So then it caused me to literally dive into cerebral spinal fluid. And to me, that's like the most ancient divine technology that's inside of us. Well, besides a woman's uterus, I say a woman's uterus is like the most, it's a soul portal. That's the most divine technology. But the cerebral spinal fluid and how the cerebral spinal fluid works with photons. And so this machine is able to read you like photonically and read your spinal fluid that's storing all this data. And in 1 gram of DNA is 455 exabytes of data. And that's so much information. That's like I forget how many in every song that's ever been recorded in music, like it could fit on that, you know, like that's a lot of data, and that is stored. And we're taught like, oh, we have junk DNA. Like, I don't believe that such thing exists as junk DNA, really.
Here's another question from the audience, and this one's for you, Julia. Do you have any recommended books or resources for people who would like to improve their abilities?
My biggest thing is, okay, what I've noticed in everything I've been shown so many times, I feel like a broken record. Like anytime you hear me speak, I feel like I'm always speaking about the same things, but I guess it's important. And what I highly recommend, excuse me, is literally cleansing. And they've showed it to me in so many different ways of literally doing a heavy metal cleanse, because we're so inundated. So like making this process easier, like before you even like die, like this is what I recommend is you do a heavy metal cleanse, you do a parasite cleanse, and then you do a liver flush. And then you do that.
The following
6 months
questions
later
would be, you know, about the cleanse then. What are your techniques for actually performing that cleanse, or do you have recommendations for people? Which,
yeah,
of course,
absolutely.
is not medical advice.
Yeah, this is not medical advice. In my experience, this is where I saw profound results and what I was shown. This is a parasite cleanse. Dr. Hulda Clark has an amazing one. You want to do the green black walnut tincture. It's more potent than just the regular one. And then you get the wormwood, and you just basically you squirt it in the water, you drink it, and you take garlic and this combination of wormwood and this other thing that's in it, and then you just take it, and it kills, like, there's a lot of fungal infections people are battling, and that helps with it too. But and it can also help with candida overgrowth. But Dr. Hulda Clark has an amazing parasite cleanse, and I recommend that. And she was a parasitologist, and I believe she worked with Rife in San Diego, like they knew of each other. But for zeolite, don't just buy any zeolite. I'm serious, because what happens is there's people that, with all these natural supplements, and you know, you'll find like a vegan protein and all these like amazing holistic, like good for you products, they get bought out by a company with a lot of money, and then they start putting heavy metals in it and kind of just totally steering it in the other direction. But with zeolite, you know, that's it comes from volcanoes, and it's great for you. But some of these companies, I'm just saying be careful, because some of these companies will mix it in with other things that are not good for you. So there's some companies that have like there's a TRS spray. It's really expensive. I could find out the name of this other place, but the TRS spray, it's like a zeolite, but like nano, like they made it nano particle size. And that is, you know, profound. But the zeolite is a big one, but you're also going to want to use a binder. So get a binder that you know, like a psyllium husk. You can even use diatomaceous earth, but food grade. Make sure that it's food grade. And what's crazy is, like, I've done so many of these, I'm always aggressively guided to do it, but like literally each time, I don't know what it is about this society or this world, this surface earth, that literally is like, I dread doing cleanses, like where I'm like, this is gonna be worse, and I imagine myself like bedridden, and like going to the bathroom all the time. Like, no, it's not like that at all. In fact, by 24 hours after you start, your mind begins to think so clear, like you have more energy, your workouts are better, and it's like I feel so stupid every time I go to do it. I always dread it. And I'm like, why do I dread it? Like, I feel freaking amazing. But I always thought, I think it was like we were taught that like eating healthy tastes bad, and ew, that's gross, or that's a diet, or cleansing is painful, and like it's like explosive diarrhea, or like this horrible scene. But it's not like that at all. And I just can't preach that enough, because it begins to unlock things inside of you, and your intuition and your mental clarity and your energy level is amplified. And I'm all about like looking at, there's an ancient way that's been forgotten, not just in free energy, but in literally thriving in our own bodies. And so getting back to those practices, and that's the thing, is like a lot of these religious holidays, they were originally just like cleansing. They knew when to cleanse, and when to then feast. And the parasites are so brilliant. They know, they go off of the moon, and they're so in tune to their surroundings and environment, and they're smarter than us. Basically, they are. And when they know that you're killing them, they will send out a fluid that's like mayday, mayday. It tells the, like, to reproduce, like multiply, 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 and it sends that signal. So then all the eggs hatch. So that's what's so important with the parasite cleanse, is that it's easy to get rid of the adults. It's then the eggs. So that's why it's important to do the cycle of 5 days on, 2 days off. You do that for 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. And then, you do that in a 90-day period. And but that's what you're doing, because it's one thing to get rid of the adults, but it's also it's about the eggs. And it's about and it's great to start doing it right before the full moon, because that's when they party. Like, that is like their rave, and they come out and they party, and you're just bombarding them. But now I think it was Hippocrates really spoke highly of, I mean, those guys knew what was up. Clearly, we're still talking and quoting them, but they knew, they were so tapped into the cleansing thing, and your gut, and how important it was. And they were really all about turpentine. And what they do is, this ancient way is, you take like a sugar cube, but you take like this specific turpentine, and you take the sugar cube, and you're kind of like drawing them out, like you're tricking them, like, ooh, and you're tricking them. And then you put turpentine in a capsule, and then afterwards. But now with that one, that's way more intense, but it's like a 7 to 10 day thing, and then it bangs it out. Like, it's just, you don't do that for the 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. You do it that way, and it's way more potent. But yes, that is what I recommend.
And there are so many comments with many suggestions from what what all these people have tried. Like, you guys have really tried just about everything I've seen. I haven't heard of half of it. Yep, we can hear you, kind of, but you're echoing. Let me go ahead and turn on your noise cancellation. Oh, it's already on. That's weird. Well, hopefully it'll come through. Good. Welcome back, Burn.
They've been giving us a real problem with the echoing today, but what an epic stream. And I've been listening in, and Julia, what really resonates with me is like the crystal computer experience that you've experienced remote viewing a few times, this ancient crystalline structure, and that these crystal cities, the legends of the crystal cities, and supposedly the underground tunnels that connect like Egypt with I believe Bulgaria, Romania there, and the Belushi Mountains, I think they are, or Belucha, or something like that.
Busegi, yeah.
Busegi, yeah, sorry. And then Baluch is in Pakistan, another site. Busegi, yes. And that very likely a similar thing in the Grand Canyon Pyramid complex there, and legends of it. and that I suspect and am terrified of the possibility that it actually being true, that there might be one in the being guarded by the giant guardians that I have found here in Alberta at Mount Yamnuska behind it, and this giant mountain that has two chiseled pathways in with stairways that seem to go into a mountain there. And if that could be a potential entrance, if they're all over the place. Another great candidate being Central South America, and throughout the Andes, several of them supposedly there.
From what I understand, they're all connected, and there's a lot more than that. And there's usually some indication up top. And there's not just like a big thing, like there's also specific symbols. That's what I noticed. Like even when I was in Sedona, I noticed this symbol. I went I hiked Devil's Canyon, and I noticed this symbol on the top of in that area right there that I had seen in Romania. Like there's a Sphinx in Romania, and so I was like, oh my gosh, that is really profound. So it seems to be that there's many of them throughout. And so I was like, immediately you're like, when you have a profound thing, we all have this like tendency to be like, I need to alert the people. And so it was like, I need to tell people. And I thought, wow, why is this cut off from humans? Like if there's this tech. And what was also fascinating is that not everyone can access this. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? There's like a threshold in entering this room, which first of all, once I was down there, you probably heard me talk about this before, but I felt amazing. Like I felt superhuman. So I didn't even care about really peeking around because I felt good. So that's where I was like, wow, surface Earth really has it hard. Like it's got it difficult. And but beneath there, and it was this hallway, this corridor that was like gold, but there had been sediment around it that had built up. And so, but you feel amazing down there. But like entering the room, and it was like, not everyone can enter this. And it was like, what do you mean? And it's like, if your body snatched, you can't. Like there's certain people that when they cross this threshold, it literally can kill you. Like they're not like, and so I don't fully understand how that's able to. I don't know. I can't explain. I just know that when you cross it and it's able to do that, I don't know how that works. But I also was more.
That right there is some super advanced like spiritual alchemy potential of like body snatching, demons, life taking, sacrifice. It's really occult and esoteric. When you get down to the nitty gritty of it and the practices of the power elite, not to go off topic, but just to add into what you're
and I feel like that's the thing is like, so when you tie that back to what we were speaking with what Eric Hecker about of coming in of like, remember I was like, well, I came across this, like, it's like this organic AI that knows everything. It's beneath the ice in this thing, but there's a difference with it. So, and then tying that to in Romania at that location, you go to access it and you literally can die accessing it. So obviously something, maybe not have been cut off. It's just not, they don't have that access. So then tinkering with things, and that seems to be like tinkering with things to where you have that kind of access, but another, like finding another way, and that mechanical, let's duplicate this, and then figuring that out, how are we going to duplicate, because we need all the data.
I got a question for you, Julia.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where that organic AI is?
Wait, the one in Antarctica?
Is it in Antarctica?
Wait, the one that was like an organic AI, the all-knowing, it was like literally like, imagine a goddess warrior that like knows everything, and you could go to her and be like,
oh my God.
But it's
the fact that you mentioned this, and I was like having this like parallel like pondering of throughout my life of this potential, could like a guardian be this God-created AI angels that are somehow the perfect AI or existent creation of God or creator or whatnot, but that's what some of these entities could be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
except they'd be broken if they wanted you
The
to
corrupt
worship.
ones maybe being the Greys.
Perhaps. It's an interesting thought.
You know, I heard that the Greys were like an earlier version of like clones, and they're like clone body, and they're kind of used as like drones, and then they kind of like just kind of evolved. I don't know. That's
right. That
an
kind of
interesting thought.
resonates with me a bit, like that explanation of it. Like if there were these demigods that came in and like merged us with, say, like a Sasquatch or like some other hominid, and then you know, that they, if it was these giants, these titans or whatnot, the Anunnaki or whatever the heck, and then they started breeding with us hybrids, and what point being that if they left and left us here, that they might have these remaining, like the Greys, these drones to still like observe or run through or whatever the heck, that are like programmed, they're alive, but they're not quite like life filled or have their own soul or spirit sort of thing, individuality.
What I
I
got
know,
from
it's
my
like
viewing, sorry, Julia.
no, go ahead.
What
Go
I
ahead.
got from my viewing was that back they wanted to breed with mankind because they wanted the gifts and abilities that were being unlocked in our genetic codes. Like,
I heard it was like kind of like imagine like a place. It's like let me try to translate. Like imagine like a place or like heaven, and you're trying to get to there. So then breeding, you're trying to what is it, like hitchhike? You're trying
yeah,
to
you're trying to breed the
piggyback
code in. Yeah,
piggyback into that place, knowing, oh, you know, if we intertwine, I'll get there. You know, and it's like imagine God having people show up like, who is this? Who do you think you are? You know, wait.
seeing from my understanding, and I could be wrong, but from my understanding, your genetic code is actually within you is the code to open the door to heaven. And if it's offset or broken or hasn't been activated in one way, shape, or form through, call it what you will, forgiveness, repentance, working out your childhood issues with the family and friends that you had issues with so that you could move forward in your emotional growth, call it what you will, but I believe that your genetic code is like the key to the door to heaven, so to speak.
I always say like your I feel like your like just a thought is that this place, no matter what it is, right, is it's like a soul terminal, like an international airport, like LAX, and then you have, based off of what you do here, decides where you go to next. So it's like, you know, like a hub, like we're here to hear, like learn lessons and evolve, and it's, I feel like it's all about evolving and ascending, you
I
know,
agree.
and
I think
so
it's more like a university, but you could be right though.
The soul is the cosmos. We connect to the cosmos. The spirit connects to the cosmos. Spirit
it sounds like the
connects to
voice
the
of
flesh.
God right now.
And I'm just commenting.
That's Mike.
Hi, Mike.
How you doing, guys?
No, your voice is perfect to come in and start saying this information. It's like, God, is that you?
The soul
Yeah,
has
we
to be
need.
the cosmos, the fabric of the cosmos. It's a nervous system.
Yeah, but
It's
you have that soul. It's part of you.
the spirit. You have the spirit. You have the spirit. Your spirit is
There's
connected
the
to the
soul,
soul all
overall
the time.
soul of
The flesh is not
humanity,
always connected to the soul. But it's always
and then the
connected to the
individual
spirit.
spirit, or like a fractal of a fractal, right?
Flesh
So
connects
it's
to
like,
the soul through the spirit, and vice
You could be
versa.
right. I look at it like
exactly.
this:
I
the
like that.
soul is the bubble that
I think that's
surrounds
the
the body,
Trinity
and the body is
concept.
the mass that was
I
created
like
through.
your Trinity concept, and then that there's also the individual soul
I'm
of
just
the
guessing.
spirit of the individual, right? So there's like the soul of us as a species of a planet. There's the soul of creator, and then there's like the individual spirit
It
soul
seems
of
like the
our
soul thing really
consciousness.
exists. Like it seems like the soul thing absolutely exists. Because some places that don't even believe in the soul, it's like your
Well,
spirit, oh, it's all
the
one.
soul of
But it's
God.
like the soul is the most sought after
God
thing
is the
here.
soul.
It's like literally like a game of like, wait, we're trying to get this soul on our side. We're trying to get this soul in this direction. You know, like a. So I believe that the soul exists 100%.
Well, I can say this, and you could take this with a grain of salt or a pound of salt. When I died, and I ended up standing before the door of heaven,
That's your spirit.
everything that I knew that I was, all my experiences, everything that I ever learned was with me. It was part of me. It was me. But at the same time, all that pain, all the anger, all the beatings, all that stuff that I went through was gone. I didn't feel none of it. It wasn't part of it. But I was the total sum of who I was in my experiences at that moment when I died. When I came back into this world, it was like going through clouds, like layers of clouds. And each cloud one was anger, one was disdain, one was hurt. And until I came back into my body, I went through
Emotion
those
does
layers.
cloud your discernment. The layers of hell of anger, hate, fear, and sadness.
I think they're constructs put on into our soul in order for us to understand and learn what it is that we're going through in our experiences in the life that we're given.
It
I could
certainly
be
like
wrong.
sounds like a fascinating concept as part of the unique human experience, and one of the things that the way we are wired and the structures of our brains as humans is quite different than many other animals on this planet. So it's super unique, and you're not the only person to describe the emotional states as being like planes of existence that you have to pass through.
Yeah, like layers of energy that you have to experience as you come back into this plane, so to speak.
I always say, like, you're the hardest. We are our worst critic, right? We judge ourselves. We're constantly, every day, we're saying the kind of the worst things about ourselves, even if we're very optimistic. You know, we're very harsh on ourselves. And I feel like, you know how they say when, you know, like Egyptian culture, like when you die, your heart is weighed to a feather. I feel like you are your critic. Like you have to review, you have to relive, you have to like see what you did throughout your lifetime, and the way you made other people feel, you then have to experience, which is why we are our harshest critics, because we're the ones that like, you know, like no.
I think you hit the nail on the head, and I think it goes back to the spinal fluid and that crystal that.
Ooh, what's interesting about the spinal fluid,
it holds in
interesting
all that data.
The cerebral spinal fluid, okay, just like the heart, which blew my mind learning this about the heart, because I thought in the heart it was just a steady stream of blood. Okay, I mean, maybe I was just assuming or naive, I don't know, but in the heart it's 3 streams, so it's 2 streams that spiral around each other around a third stream. So you just like the DNA, it's that, and then the 2 that spin around that. Now, what else operates like that? The cerebral spinal fluid. It's not one steady stream of cerebral spinal fluid. It's 3. The 2 spinning around the third one. And I was like, oh, wow. To me, that's like another Holy Trinity, right? It's inside of us.
You just blew my mind and answered a question that I've had for 10 years. Wow. Thank you for that one. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, even knowing that the heart is like it functions as an endocrine gland, and that it has
Bernie,
this
check that link.
intrinsic system that is like a network. So it's like, and the heart field is what, 3 times the field than the brain. It's way stronger. And that was another thing, is realizing the heart is not a pump. You know, it's like, it is like a sponge, but that it's a band, you know. And So yeah, that in the cerebral spinal fluid, and it is really amazing.
It's a
what's
band like a
inside of us.
sash, right? Like it's like a sash. It's like a band of muscles that wraps
Yeah, and it's
together.
rolled. It's like rolled in, and there's three chambers. So that's like another holy trinity, right? There's 3 chambers of the heart
That's
and
mind
3
blowing.
3 streams. And like I say, once you study the heart, like
It's
once
not
you dive in,
not 2 strands in the DNA. It's actually 3.
3, yeah, right. And what Julia is explaining is such advanced physics, biology, and like universal geometry and mathematics all in once, but in such elegant simplicity. So please do continue with that, sister.
so the photon. So I think that it was hard for my brain with my level of understanding and development, that was hard for me to gather. How is this ancient crystalline technology able to read it, and then figuring like the light, the I think photons, like I made a meme a few years ago. It's like the universe is photonic. And I feel like that is the future of medicine, is like biophotonic technology. And but because it's like, it releases, but you don't really see it, right? Like, I feel like it's hard to really wrap my mind around it of like how this really works.
And sorry, I just want to give a little bit of reference here. The picture that I have up is one of the carvings that Nassim Haramein and Klaus Donna came out with publicly around 2012. It was either 2011 or 2013. And that these are all from Mexico. And shout out to Mike with Alien Carvings. .com or .org. I've got the link here, but he was on earlier. But this is from the same area, the same culture, and it's all of these. And not that one. Here we go. Like some of these, and that officially the Mexican government claims them to be fake, but he believes them to be real, as does Nassim Haramein and Klaus Donna, and that there's apparently over 40,000 to 50,000 real ones that have been dug out of the caves, burial grounds, pyramids, and inner jungles of Mexico. And that this place right here is one of the inner chambers or stashes that had a underground aquifer lake, that then in the cave island at the center, I've seen the video of the purported thing where they brought about 1,000 of these artifacts out of, once they jackhammered the stone door open. And that there's a video, I've seen the video where they're actually jackhammering this open, and then it descends into this crazy dark cave staircase, and then into this underground lake, and then they go to the island and pull out a whole bunch of the things. It's quite nuts. So yeah, Mike over at Alien Carvings, we're going to have him back, do a full episode on it. And he's actually been interviewing the locals that he's been buying these artifacts from, that are actually doing these excavations, and that it's a economy for them down there, because legally the government allows them to doing it, claiming that anything with the UFO or alien on it is a fake or a fraud, not recognizing their actual age. And I really, really look forward to getting some samples from Mike with Alien Carvings into one of these labs to get it tested and see if we can actually help verify the authenticity and age of it. And enough about that. Back to the lovely Julia's remote viewing experience.
I thought of something while you were talking. Was, I don't know if you've ever seen Terry Carter, his show about the guy.
Oh yes.
from Redondo Beach that went, and then how when he laid on, it was like a salt, or maybe it was salt on a crystalline bed, and how he was with someone and he disappeared laying on that.
I have
And then he
not
came back.
actually seen that one, but Jim
And he was shot at.
Wills has told a similar story of one of the stone doors in Peru or Bolivia there. And he was shot at for this. Terry, or the guy that told the story?
Guy that he interviewed. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah,
Damn, we got to get Esra on to. She was Mindful Exposures. Sarah, she was just at the recent Treasure Hunter Gatherer Terry Carter thing. Yeah, she was actually there this year, so we're gonna have her on. I'll make sure that I have you on for that, Julia. Probably will after you do your alien event here coming up in 2 weeks' time.
Yes, if you guys, if anyone can make it, come to Las Vegas next week. It's actually September 14th through September 17th, and it's going to be in Las Vegas at the Alexis Park Casino Hotel. They don't have a casino, but it's going to be. It's called the Alien Event. There's going to be a ton of great speakers. I'm going to be there. I can meet you. And if you can't catch it, if you can't physically go there, I think it's only $59 to stream the entire thing. So in order to do that, you would have to go to alienevent.com, and then you get their streaming thing, and you can see the whole conference. Samus Monagich is going to be there, Brad Olson, Laura Eisenhower. It was her grandfather, President Eisenhower. Johnny Enoch, he's from Gaia. He's amazing. Mike Barra, and a bunch of other speakers. Like, it's going to be awesome. And if you guys can make it, that would be awesome to meet you and everything.
I'm jealous. I'll be there in spirit.
I know. I wanted Jeremiah and Liminal and BurnEye. I wanted everybody to be there and speaking.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my passport, so I won't be traveling anytime soon. Sorry, guys.
Darn, get your passport.
Right, I need to reapply. I need to get my passport again. So that's why 2024 will be the year. We'll see you there. But if you want to see it in 2023, next week, Vegas, Julia will be there with Sam Ismanovich. And Julia, you have to set up and join a stream with us with Sam while you're there. So
I fly in the 13th. Yeah, I fly in the 13th. I'm going to bring my computer specifically for BurnEye because I promised him I would stream. So I'm going to bring it. But I got to figure out whatever audio. I've never had audio problems like that, but today I did.
Hey, BurnEye.
I'm sorry about the echo.
BurnEye, go towards the end of that video.
Yes, bye.
I sent you a link in the chat. It's a YouTube video of a stone that makes your hand disappear in front of a mirror. It's towards the end of the video.
With red mercury? Is there red mercury involved?
I don't know. It's just a Egyptian stone of some kind.
Really? I got it.
It does weird stuff, like messes with electronics, heats up
interesting
water,
okay.
Bubbles water. Do you got the link?
Pulling it up, and yeah, Streamyard. It's straight Egyptian out of yeah, I know. I've got it loaded. I'm bringing it up here. I like these ones. I think
this guy is Black Aliens is the name of his channel.
Legitimate.
You don't have this video on there anymore, but somebody else. I've seen it years ago. Check this thing out. It's a stone, Egyptian stone.
Look at the shape of it. To the shape that what's that the RIP old Skunkworks guy showed off the one time that would like spin and then flip the other way. So, it'll come to me.
Bushman? Boyd Bushman?
It stopped the clock.
Yes, sir.
Boyd Bushman. His watch stopped ticking. But we'll keep watching. You'll see what happens. The stone's putting off some type of scalar waves or whatever. I don't know.
I've already got my doubts about this video.
Oh, well, whatever. It's just wait to the mirror part.
I would love a magic ancient stone.
Well, apparently
On your wish
I
list.
chatted
More
with
so
this
like
guy
a
on
cloth.
his channel, and he said that he was visiting a friend of him that lived in Egypt that had access to a museum, and he let him take the stones to his house for one night and bring them back.
Yeah, I'm already
Sets the
calling
light
it
off.
wrong.
You know, keep going to where he puts his hand in front of the mirror. And the water bubbles here.
It's causing electrolysis potentially, or is it dissolving? Is it a chemical reaction?
No. It's
Yeah, I'm betting you
some
it's
kind of radiation
much
coming
else.
from the stone. It's from an Egyptian museum.
What are these
Under the
papers
radar
all
type
saying?
project.
I'm interested in the papers and what the potential claims on it could be.
I don't know why
You
he's
never
showing those
know.
papers.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If anybody can read Arabic and get the details, to speak Egyptian.
Yeah, see, that's
He's
not how
showing
interference
it's
works from that
trying
kind
to
of stuff.
show-
Interference doesn't just simply on off. You would see it start to build up. You would see static.
No, it
first.
did. You can't see. It's low resolution in this video. Go to the
No,
mirror.
what
There you go. There you go.
Trust me, man. I have got devices that can actually do very similar things. Not make your hand disappear, but
No, this one,
I can tell you
he
what
puts his
it's
hand in
not.
front of the mirror right here. Watch. This is a different stone, I think. The mirror's there to the right of the
There's a
dish.
reason, by the way, that these need to be low resolution videos.
No, just watch this, man. You see the dish, right? In the reflection.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the human eye can only see at a certain frame rate. These are 29,
Oh man,
30
come
frames.
on! You can't really be buying this, can you?
Well, you know, I don't buy that. But when you see the mirror thing with his hand, that's kind of weird.
I pulled off that illusion when I was a little kid. Oh man,
I'm not really talking about all that other stuff that the stone does. Just get into the mirror part. What, you know? Oh, this is all these other things that you can do that he showed. Oh, you see the stone moved. Yeah. It's got some kind of magnetic property, I think. Oh, this is a long video here.
What do you think, Liminal? What's your opinion on this? How about you, G?
Go 3/4 of the way through to the mirror part. Then you can watch the rest. I think it's radiation. Special type that we're just not familiar with. Oh, there it is.
Looks like something like they took a magnet and put it inside
Right there. That's
clay
the
or
mirror
something.
part. Just keep going. It's towards the
Exactly.
end. I know that.
Exactly. That's how you do that.
What's that?
It doesn't slowly dim out as he approaches it. It's either on or off. We have a name for that kind of device. It's called a reed switch.
Yeah, I know. I'm not buying. I watched this video. I didn't buy any of the other stuff that you're not buying right now. It's when he gets to the mirror part. Just
Okay. Hopefully we'll see that.
you can come up with your reasoning on that one when it gets there. That's, you know, all this is of course reproducible up until now. Up until the mirror thing. His hand disappears, bro. I think you could see his bones, not his flesh. It's like
If
you
his
see
hand
bones.
disappears, that would just no. If the hand disappears, that would
It
just
doesn't
suggest
reflect
that it's an
through
optical
the
illusion
mirror.
with mirrors that he's hiding, and he's showing a different angle of a different mirror, and that
Here
I'm
you
just
can
gonna
see
shut
the
up.
water
I'm just gonna shut
clearly
up for now
bubbling.
until we get to the mirror part. How
How
far
do you
into the
get
video
this
is
water to bubble like that with a stone? Even if there's a magnet in there. What do you got? A remote control and a vibrator inside the stone?
Well, you just put some kind of reactive powder on it, like
it's almost over, and
we don't
there's
know if
no
it's
mirror
water.
part.
It
I
could
don't
be
see this mirror part.
vinegar. It
Watch
could
it.
be a vinegar mix.
Bubble.
Could have,
Yeah,
baking soda
right.
also.
Okay, whatever.
Well,
When you
we'll
see that, and you start to slow down and start to, just watch a little carefully. I'm telling you, the stone is radioactive, some kind of radiation. You missed the mirror part totally.
Could potentially be.
It's right there.
It could, if it's
The mirror part is with that
course,
dish and the red thing.
Where
over
was
there.
that mirror part? Did we just see it and it was like super
It's
short?
15 minutes long. This video. You gotta find it.
Yeah, let's just
Let
skip
me
ahead
find
when we
it.
get to
I
that
don't know.
part.
I
I don't
didn't
really want
see
to
the
see
mirror
this whole
part.
thing. It's kind of
I'll find it for you. Hold on.
Yeah, I did not see the mirror part. I'm sorry. We played it fully through. But yeah, could be, hopefully, but could just be smoke and mirrors.
well, like there's this
Oh,
one
there it
famous
is.
video, okay, that's out there, and it shows this guy with a little
Okay,
vial
there
of
you
red
go.
mercury.
7 minutes. 7 minutes and 20 seconds.
It's now I closed it. Can you share screen?
Around 7 minutes and 20 seconds.
I closed the tab.
7:20.
I lost. Gosh. All right.
Jeremiah, did you debunk that Mercury video, the one with the bowl and the spinning
Yep.
Mercury?
You played. You already
Yep, I
played
totally
it, but you
debunked
guys
that,
didn't
and I
see
can
it.
tell you exactly how he did it.
Nice.
And the way the red
7
mercury
minutes and
reacts
20
to the
seconds.
lemon.
You didn't play that. You didn't play this. 7 minutes and 20 seconds in the video. You'll see it.
Okay, so let's take
His
a look.
hand looks like bones. You don't see his flesh.
I bet it's done the same way that it was done with that red mercury video. We're about to
I
see
don't
it.
know, whatever. In the mirror, the reflection of his hand is bone, not flesh. You see the bones only. His bones. You don't see his hand. It's the back of his hand.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Let's
He's
just get the
holding
video.
the stone in his hand. The back of his hand is
Okay,
facing the
hold on,
mirror.
hold on.
Ah, Bernie finally saw it.
Now you
Okay,
get
now.
us
All right,
excited.
thank you. Now Bernie saw it, and then he's like,
Let's
"What
see
the hell is going on there?" It's not
coming
so
up. Let's see.
simple to explain that one away.
No, that would
7 minutes and 20 seconds.
Even lower resolution. Nice.
Maybe it is trick photography. I don't know.
If it's done the way that I think it's done, then I'll explain how afterwards. I got to see it first.
But again, our eyes only see shutter at 30 frames a second. So that's the frequency our eyes are able to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of
No,
shadow in that video.
I'm a photonics guy. Don't listen to
7
that
minutes
30
and
frames
20
per second
seconds, Bernie.
BS.
Where are you?
No, we can see way faster than that. We see per photon.
Oh, it's coming up.
It's
Here it
not a frame rate for human.
Right after this.
That's a misnomer.
There's your flickering light, by the way. Look at the hand. Look at the bones. You see the bones in the mirror? See his
Yep.
bone?
Now watch this. Okay. So
What the hell is that?
So keep it right there. I'll show you. I'll show you guys how to
Hey,
spot the trick.
Prove me to be a fool here.
Pause that.
have like a
Pause that.
sticker, like
Don't know. Just
Yeah,
keep it
that
paused.
could
Keep
just
it paused,
be-
and I'll explain what to look
Come
for.
on, that's a little hard to do there.
Pause it. Pause it. Let me explain how this works, and you'll be able to see this as soon as I tell you, and you rewatch it. You'll see it. You need to track exactly the motion of when the bony hand in the mirror moves in comparison to the hand in front. What that is a cutout in a piece of material.
Okay.
And on one side, he's got the bony hand that he's moving up, and in his other hand, he's got that thing. You're going to see that they don't track with each other completely. They're a little bit off. See the timing? They're just a little bit off.
Yeah, I see
That's
that.
how you know it's two different objects. It's not a mirror. It's a hole in a piece of material. That's it. And you can tell that when you watch it. And if you want to watch it, again and again, speed up, you can really see it. It's really obvious. That's the same way the Red Mercury video was done.
Maybe. I never heard of the Red Mercury video.
All right, we're moving on from the phony freaking alien relic back to real alien relics, potentially. But for that, Julia, we want to finish what you were discussing earlier?
Oh, I was just inviting everyone to come to the event, but gosh, what were we were talking about? Detoxing, cerebral spinal fluid, heart. I'd like to hear what Gerald what was like what gave him the epiphany about the 3 streams. Gerald, you there?
Well, I've been working on coil systems for the last while, and I've been playing around with a 3rd coil and finding some really amazing anomalies. So when you said that there's a 3rd pulse in the heart, it makes sense. One of the dreams that I was given in comparison to what I'm experimenting with in comparison to the heart. So it was like a 3-fold thing for me. And it just made my brain go, wow, okay, so I'm on the right track 100%. Because like I said before, I believe that there's a system that will allow mankind to evolve. But not evolve in a sense where, we're going to become a butterfly or a rabbit or something like that. No, I believe that there is a system that will allow us to activate the unactive DNA codes that allows us to have these abilities. I fully believe that.
I feel like, doesn't it feel
just
like it's
a
coming?
salamander can regrow its legs. It's like maybe we all have these ability if all of that quote unquote junk DNA was really activated, as was the rest of the brain that supposedly is never active or only active at certain times. And we could all have superpowers,
I can give a scientific explanation to what Gerald's talking about.
Yeah. Can I bring up a question too? It's a really fascinating one that I think maybe a lot of your audience might connect with, and it's something I don't think has been talked about on the show before. Okay, so a lot of people will have dreams about places that that are consistently identifiable, places they've never been, and there are many many different people that will also report on these like dream logs that you can find online, these types of places. So this is a question for you, Liminal, and for you, Gerald. Both of you have seen some of these exact same places and independently described them to me separately, and then communicating with each other actually verified. So what I'm curious about is, what is actually going on there? Are these mental constructs, these places? Do they exist somewhere on the astral realm? And what exactly is happening? Would you mind weighing in on that, Liminal?
Can you just run that by me one more time, please?
Yeah. Okay, so here's the idea. Different people from all across the world can have a dream where they are in a location that they can all independently report on. And in your case, you told me about a place that you went to, and you described it to me in great detail. And then I asked Gerald if he had ever seen, with just a few cues, something that was kind of like that. And he described the exact same place. And then when you and him got into it, you were describing incredible amounts of detail about the properties of this place, the colors, the furniture, the room layout, the windows, the characters that were there. So, yeah, I'm curious, what do you guys think that was?
It's a shared, it depends what you want to term it. It's a shared dream space. It's somewhere created in the astral. The experience that me and Gerald had was in a very specific location with a specific group of people that I think are using technology that is both based in what we would call physical reality when we're awake, that can also affect these dream spaces or astral spaces. I was hit with a really strong electrostatic feeling force that paralyzed me, and me and Gerald talked back and forth about how this is a weapon to silence and paralyze people. a number of other people have reported experiences of being hit by similar forces, but not necessarily in the place that me and Gerald were in, or interacting with these group of people that I don't know what their job is. Professional astral travelers, remote viewers working for the government. I don't know. It was just wild how we started syncing up on some dreams, and I didn't mean to see that thing that you have, Gerald, that no one else is supposed to see, but I saw that too in another dream. It was pretty weird, man.
Yeah, well, I'm here for a purpose.
Gerald,
We all
special
are, right?
coil you got going on over
Something like that.
there? You
I
saw
just,
your special geometric coil.
yeah, geometrically shaped. It was given to me by Christ. It's very specific coil I haven't shown yet. Jeremiah knows a little bit about it. I wanted to say something when Liminal was talking and trying or explaining what she thought was the connection between us. Julia was thinking it, and I was thinking it at the same time. Soul family, and you pulled me into that moment because you needed help for whatever this group was trying to do to accomplish their goal with you. So you pulled a member of your soul family into where you were so that you could experience that without fear.
What was unusual is that one of the people that there was one person that helped me get away, but they were part of this group of people that I guess are trying to silence and access people for purposes that are not good. And I had been talking with her in the dream, and I'm like, so what are you doing here with all these people? And she's like, kind of like, I was born into it. But she helped me get away.
Again, I would think that she was part of the soul family, but locked up in some form of construct in her life that doesn't allow her to be who she truly is. I don't know. Do you want to expand on that, Julia?
I get these insights on like soul technology, and that they know. I don't know how they're able to read it, but they know, like, a soul emits, I don't know, a frequency or something, and they're able to know certain souls. Like, I think certain souls come in through certain families at a specific time, and I think that's where they try to kind of mess with natural births and birth times, because you're going against the natural unfolding, and they give Pitocin a lot. And
I got a story about how my birth wasn't natural. I'm curious to hear what you have more to say about how some births don't go naturally.
Well, like, I feel like there's interference, like, of igniting and to induce trauma too, of like, oh, all of a sudden, all the rise of C-sections, and like, oh, the umbilical cord is wrapped around, or giving mothers Pitocin to hurry the process so you could turn over the bed in the hospital, so you can, have another one come in, like, power that out, but taking away the natural thing. And then also how it affects birth charts and destinies through your birth chart, of now being born, like, you were supposed to be born in 2 weeks, but you had the doctor said you had to do a C-section, and then how that affects certain birth charts and what you're going against the natural flow of things. But I can't help it. There's this, like, soul technology that's able to see certain fingerprints of certain souls, and know, like, kind of like, oh, this is this one right here is this, and then wanting to therefore like interbreed with certain particular souls.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure my mom had a miscarriage before I was born. I feel like I didn't want to come here. I think I was drafted or something, and I was conceived by deception. She lied to my dad about contraceptives. So unfortunately, that is not an uncommon tactic some women do to trap men. And I was born 2 weeks late because I didn't want to come out. I think they induced labor, and then my mom was in labor for 24 hours. They tried to get me out the natural way after inducing labor, which wasn't natural. And then eventually, after 24 hours, they're like, we're going to do a C-section. And that is how I was born, by being forcibly ripped out of my mother.
Wow.
So I don't know if some forces were at work to mess with my destiny, but I still have some interesting juju going on nonetheless. So I don't know if I was really meant to be, I don't know if I was meant to actually just be born delayed and under those, difficult and traumatic circumstances and into the experiences I've had in life. But, a lot of people ask me, like, are you one of those people that have died? Because I seem to have these powers that people have that have died. And I'm like, I don't, not that I recall, but maybe during birth.
Yeah,
I don't
maybe
know.
you were born into this world with that death, so to speak. And
Yeah, that's what I'm
Man, that
thinking.
would explain so much. I've never even thought about that. Wow.
I
Well,
don't
the
have a lot
power
of
of the frequency
Some
of your
die just
soul
to be
too,
born.
like of what you embody and what you carry. I feel like that has an effect. It reminds me of myself because I was born 3 weeks early, but when my mom had me, she hemorrhaged and had a near-death experience, and she floated over her body. She felt peace, and she remembers like looking down and giggling, thinking my dad's name is Lenny. He's Sicilian. She's like, I remember thinking like, what is Lenny gonna do with 4 kids? Like thinking it was hilarious. But and I remember always feeling like, was it the frequency of my soul, like that? Like you hemorrhaged and flatlined. I forget how many seconds she flatlined, but that to me is significance of how you and how you enter and all of that. So I think that
I'm sorry, Julia. Can I mention something that popped into my head when
absolutely.
you were saying that?
Uh-huh.
That wasn't you that did that. That was a prerequisite that your soul decided before you came into this plane, so that when you were born with the gifts that you use today.
And I think, and I feel when Liminal was talking about her thing, I was thinking like, it reminded me of that.
what will be will be. What has happened has happened. And sometimes it doesn't always stay fixed. Things get
But
weird.
genetically, you're so advanced, Liminal, and you are so gifted that like the DNA that came together, your mom and your dad, it made something incredible and wonderful, and that's like significant. Of like, I don't know what arranged for that to happen. Maybe your mom was led, completely aggressively guided to make that happen. But the after effect is, they really hit the lotto with you.
Jeremiah is like, your parents have no idea how smart you are. I came from a terrible background, so if anybody wants to know how I got to be the way I am, if they think anything about me is interesting, I've been through a lot of bad stuff, and I've done my best my whole life to work on that. And from the beginning, I was always having these weird experiences that people would call paranormal. I just came out that way. I don't know what to tell you, except like I feel like I was drafted. I don't think I really wanted to be here. I feel like I was drafted.
Can I ask you a question, Liminal?
Sure.
Was there throughout your life many experiences where it just seemed like there was a force, or even almost like life itself, trying to extinguish yours?
Oh, yeah. When I was younger, I used to be attacked by malevolent forces all the time. I learned how to control sleep paralysis by the time I was 5, because by the time I was 3, I realized this was a major issue. So I'm very good at jolting myself awake physically if something comes for me when I'm like sleeping and kind of become like astrally aware. This stuff doesn't happen too often anymore. It kind of like unconsciously started creating these shields or protections for me from a young age. So they weeded out, and some weird stuff still happens, but not in the frequency it did when I was younger. And I think that was also influenced by a lot of the extreme circumstances I was going through, literally moment to moment, day to day. I was living a kind of life where it was like an emergency. Like you never knew what was gonna. I never knew what was gonna happen. Um,
So
it was terrible to go through. Yeah.
so that answers part of my question, but what I meant was like physically. Like when I was 5, there was a kid that came into our yard and we were playing in the backyard in the snow, and we had shovels and stuff. His name was Damien, and I'll never forget it because he picked up the shovel and he swung it at my head, and in reflex I leaned back, and all he did was catch my nose and split my nose open. And then he tried to hit me again with the shovel, and somebody stopped him. And then when he walked out of the yard, uh, my dad went to go follow him home, and he was gone. He disappeared. So I don't know if it was just like a fluke thing and just the kid knew how to run away. But I mean, like that in your life, did you
If you're
physically get
talking
attacked?
about random, something random,
Yeah,
I
and it
would.
almost felt like a force that was trying to extinguish you. Like, have you
But you
experienced that?
mean like in when you're like physically awake in your body, you're
Yeah,
talking
you
about.
know, like odd things where you trip over a bike that wasn't there like 2 minutes ago, and it was kind of stuff like that. Do you know what I mean by
Oh
that?
yeah, I definitely had a lot of stuff like that too. But as far as like extinguishing my life, that mostly came from, unfortunately, my family. The people that were supposed to love and protect me and nurture me. I had to figure out how to piece together who I am later in childhood. I did not get to develop naturally a sense of self like uh, most kids do. It was just so extreme. But yes, I've been through random incidents as well where it's like, what is going on? I remember once I found a gun that was loaded within access of me. I think I was only like 5 years old at the time, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave that alone. This was like that was just left there for me to find so that I could kill myself. I'm like, I'm too smart for that.
Can I mention actually an interesting thing about my birth, and this may have something to do with some of the weird abilities that I have and things that I've experienced. So when I was born, I had the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck, damn near suffocating, and severe jaundice. So they saved me, but it was not a good situation. And so if I like certain types of anesthetics, I cannot have because I have this syndrome called twilight, where doctors will start freaking the heck out, where I should be waking up within 5 to 10 minutes, but it'll take about 3 hours or so. And I've had waking visions where I'm literally standing in a room with my eyes open, and there's almost a hologram superimposed of some physics problem that I've been working on for a long time, and I can see these things unfolding, and literally like go in and zoom into them as if it's in a dream. But these are like, I'm talking about open eye visuals, and I can do this with the things that I build as well. So I wonder also if something weird happened with Tesla's birth. And these kinds of effects I'd never considered until now, this conversation between you guys, that perhaps the circumstances of somebody's birth may actually lead to really weird human anomalies and different abilities. So now I've got to start asking people about this and find out.
Wasn't Tesla born during a thunderstorm or a lightning
Well,
storm?
that's the legend. That's the way the legend goes, at least.
Interesting. So everybody who has these experiences thus far has had either some sort of near-death experience or virtually died either at the moment of their birth or sometime after. That's really interesting.
Yeah, like I don't have a lot of like before life experiences. A lot of people recall past lives, but I do have the impression of like something I would say is archetypal, like death and destruction, but maybe that comes from like how I was born and some things from my childhood. But that was there very strongly with me for a long time, and it still comes up every once in a while.
So now I've got to ask all the strange people in my life about the circumstances of their birth, if they know them anyways. And I've got to ask a whole bunch more people that are fairly common human representatives.
Well, I know that trauma ignites like psychic abilities. That's why, like, you know, they do like a lot of Nazi practices of like inducing the Kundalini, the awakening of the Kundalini, like certain sexual trauma by the age of 6. But
Yep.
the like certain, yeah, like
It
what
almost
that
seems,
does.
it almost seems like I've been put through some program to be broken and then have the abilities I have, but I never actually, as far as I can remember, been put in a program. But I can tell you from my life experiences, I've gone through like the same MK Ultra Delta kind of crap that they've done to some people.
I can verify that. The things that you've been through that you told me about, as you were telling me over the course of many, many months, I'm just like, yep, that was a tactic of MK Delta.
There's a thing
That was a
called
tactic of
gang
MK
stalking.
Delta. That was a tactic of MK Ultra. Yep, that was another part of the CIA programs. Yep, so basically your natural life experiences, the things that they use that they know can damage people or cause different mental states, just naturally happened to you.
It's kind of
Owning
weird.
a gun could put all those fears to rest.
I keep a low profile because when I reach my weird abilities out too far, things come for me. So I like to keep
Right.
these.
It's like when
Yeah.
you stare back and get that accent, it can, it's a two-way street, you know, like it
No,
can stare right back.
absolutely. A lot of
Yep.
people think that it's like their mission in life to connect to these things and try to fix them or do something. And my advice is if you're not equipped to deal with that or shut it down, don't connect to it, because then you're going to have all these connections to you, and people will talk about periodically cleaning up these connections, but then they just go right back to it. And it's like, you clearly are not equipped to deal with this. Stop harming yourself. But,
Yeah, like don't peek
well, that's
into
not
like
me.
what you don't want to. But that's another thing with having sex with somebody, having, you know, like of what gets exchanged, and you don't even know what you're opening yourself up to. And you know, they say that when you sleep with somebody, you absorb their gifts and abilities, but also like karma,
You
like
absorb their
and
peptides.
Not only that, but
To
like
be scientific,
some
it's called peptides.
little bits of their
Very
DNA and
addictive,
whatnot.
the most addictive substance in the cosmos. It's created by nature for the very survival of the species. It's
and I
called
think that's why like
peptides.
like sex magic is like they understand what's exchanged and they utilize that. And the most, you know, one of the most powerful energies here is the orgasm and the sexual energy and the rise of the kundalini, and then using that force and directing it, you know.
Yeah, it's like, knowing somebody in bed. If you don't know that person really,
Exchange
really well ahead of
peptides just
time,
by
it's like
shaking
playing
hands.
Russian roulette, basically.
Yeah, the old saying on the street was, you know, if she's been with 100 guys, when you're 101, you've been with those 100 guys, and vice versa for guys. If
Yeah,
he's been
like
with
yeah,
100
from what I
women,
understand, you get connected to their previous partners.
yeah, yeah, in some way, shape, or form, whether it's emotional or
It
physical,
it's
spiritual,
also
or maybe all of the
happening.
above.
It's happening biologically as well. You've heard of like chimerical DNA exchange, right? So everyone you sleep with, you get little bits of their DNA and then a smaller amount of everyone else they've ever been with. And this exchange also happens between mother and child
Stronger for the female, though.
during gestation. So we're born with bits of our mother literally in us, and possibly other bits of whoever the mom has been with. It all gets around.
That's why I'm so messed up. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's funny.
Female absorbs more of all of these things you're talking about than the male does. The male does also, but the female absorbs more of it.
It makes sense anatomically.
As they say, the body remembers.
I mean, the body is literally actually taking in some biological contents
Even
when
require
you
sex.
are
You could just be touching skin.
right.
I think that's
But
why the hookup culture and like Tinder and all that, it's like you don't even know what you're doing. Like it's
Yeah,
what,
it's
you
really a
know.
crazy idea, and one that I would certainly never want to prescribe to. I
Yeah,
get it. We're instinctive creatures. We have we have a sex drive for a reason. We've got to procreate, or there wouldn't be any of us. But man, make your choices wisely. Know who it is that you're about to get really intimate with, and make sure that you know enough about their past as well. It's not rude and it's not crass to ask them about their past partners. There's nothing wrong with that. And if somebody's offended by that, they're obviously not the right kind of person.
I don't know. I'm super upfront because I'm either into somebody or I'm not. So when I'm into somebody, I go for it, and I basically just put it all out on the table.
Yeah, be honest with your partners. Always. Yeah, you are super careful though too, and so am I.
Yeah, my dad always said, and pardon the expression, everybody out there, don't be a man whore, because if you are, and you're with all these women, you got to think your cousin's out there too.
Oh
You're gonna be
boy.
with your cousin.
Oh
Like,
boy.
he used to twist my brain with the way he used to think and stuff like that. But I'll tell you,
I was always terrified of. I've never done online dating, but now I'm even more scared.
That's right. How red is your neck? Oh man, yeah, this is a funny one. What a weird show today. This has been a really, really wild, crazy, awesome, weird show.
I thought when you film stuff in front of a mirror, there is a drag anyway.
What? I did not understand what you said.
With a camera into a mirror that's then looking back into a camera, there's a natural delay.
Well, yeah, there's a delay of the speed of light plus the processing time. That's where when you point the video camera at the screen that its image is being displayed on, you get this sort of layered effect like we've seen in OBS.
And then when you move, it also delays too when you're filming.
Right, exactly, because there's both the physical speed of light, then the processing time, then the refresh rate of the pixels. So all those things add together to create this really.
And you still think that hand thing with the rock is fake with the mirror?
Absolutely, it is, because there was only one camera. You don't get that.
But the mirror is a camera because the camera's looking into the mirror.
You've got to know better than this. Come on, man. You're a smart guy. You can't.
I have to double check this one.
Just analyze it frame by frame. I can guarantee you'll be able to tell.
Okay.
You're going to have to look into it. It's an easy trick to pull off.
Wait, so the red mercury was fake? Those videos?
That was fake. And also, I've taken apart the exact same model of TV that was shown in the video, the alleged Russian TV. That was a fuse holder that was holding a fuse that had been refilled with something that was red. Don't know what the heck they put inside of the fuse after they pulled the end caps off, but all you got to do is take a little turbo torch to the end of a fuse and the cap will pop off and you can put whatever you want in there. There was never any Russian equipment with red mercury vials inside of it. And I've seen most of that stuff, so I can tell you for sure. I've worked on that same model of TV. Like I said, I've been inside that. I recognize the circuit board.
Jeremiah is awesome because he recognizes when something is real, but also recognizes when something is fake. And we need that discernment because we get caught chasing the wrong things. It's false hope when there's real hope out there and real work that's happening, right?
I also have a bit of an advantage. See, when I was younger, I was really, really fascinated with stage magic and up-close magic, and I used to perform quite a lot of it on my own. So I got to see a whole lot of different techniques and ways to pull off visual tricks. And so I've got a number of years of education specifically doing these kinds of things, so it's easy for me to spot them.
That's what gives you a good bullshit meter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten tricked by a few things.
I say here, all trust nothing, investigate.
Right, exactly. And the things that I can't explain that are really, really fantastic, I'm like,
not everything's a trick though. Some things are.
I've got to know. So I'll dig deeply and get obsessive about something that I can't, like a magic trick, for example, that I can't understand, or a piece of technology that's doing something really fascinating or phenomenal. I'll get so obsessed until I completely comprehend how that is happening. Maybe that it's probably not healthy, some people would say, but that obsession has made my life an incredible experience, and it's brought me all the opportunities that I've been gifted with this day.
They say that passion is your purpose. It's the key to your purpose. So the things that you get, very obsessed with, it's like it stores a key to your purpose.
And it's walking a fine line between passion and obsession too.
So if I want to save the world, does that make me egotistical or narcissistic?
Well, it depends if you want to save the world for the credit of saving the world and for the
Nope,
glory.
not at all. I'll
Then it
give the
doesn't make
credit
you
to anyone who wants.
egotistical.
What do you think of that hologram from Amazon.com? That $7 toy. You ever seen that thing?
I don't think so. It sounds cool.
It reflects a anything you put down in the concave hole in the center.
Oh,
it
that
has like
thing. Yeah, those are awesome.
Doesn't use any electricity. Just all you need is light,
Yeah, that's a
sunlight.
passive optical effect. Action Lab has a total explanation on how that works, if anybody wants to know.
And that's totally looks real.
Oh yeah, it looks even better in person.
Yeah, I have one. It totally looks real.
Yeah, it's freaking awesome. It's an awesome illusion, isn't it?
I can't understand how accurate it is,
Well, it's
3D.
accurate at
It's
a certain
three-dimensional
degree.
too. It's a three-dimensional reflection
The only
of
problem
a three-dimensional object sitting at the bottom of a concave depression that's reflective. Now, what if Admiral Byrd did find a hole in the middle of the Earth and the moon is a hologram? And
what if the moon is the
gonna go
product
there.
of the North Pole opening?
That's what
there's like
that
an
little
opening at the
toy
North
got
Pole.
me thinking about.
Why does the moon not have rotation?
Because it's a hologram.
The moon is our moon is the only one that doesn't have rotation.
It's a natural hologram of the surface of Earth.
And when you spin a sphere
section
full of water
in the middle of the Earth where it's got a
the
hole.
bubble goes to the middle. It could be hollow. I could believe that, right? Like,
okay, I got some move for you.
I don't think it's natural. Me and Jeremiah were talking about this just yesterday. We don't know if it
What
was
is this lunar wave video? Anybody seen that lunar wave
Yeah,
videos?
I've seen it too. And I've looked through a telescope and seen it myself. I have a lot of people.
Is that
who
a
are
camera
astro-
effect or is that a natural holographic effect?
No, it's not
yourself.
Okay, I can answer that. Yeah, you can look through a telescope and you can see this. It's not a camera effect, and it's not a visual phenomenon. It's not any kind of magical visual phenomenon on the surface. What you're looking at there is differences in the density of the atmosphere.
But why
You
is
don't
it
get that ripple
waving
effect
every
in
so
space,
many every like on schedule? The wave comes through like every 3 minutes or something.
Yeah, you can explain this with density of
It's
the atmosphere.
one wave. It's one wave.
Dude,
one
I've
line.
seen it myself. I've watched it myself. I have a huge telescope. Haven't you ever seen the reflection off the road? They call them, the mirage effect. Looks like water. How do you think that's happening? Is there a holographic projector?
So it's coming from some type of a what? What is?
It's a
that's
difference
what?
in the air density that's coming off the road at changing the reflection.
Okay, so but what is causing that oscillation on the difference of the air density to make that line go through the moon? That lunar wave. It's like a line going straight down the moon.
Boy, Mike.
Now it's the density of the air. I agree. It's the water in the air. But what's causing the oscillation?
Difference is in heat. The heat is changing in different areas as the air circulates.
It's not moving because it's not moving how thermodynamics moves. Thermodynamics is not predictable.
Actually,
it's a predictable oscillation you're seeing. It's predictable. It's oscillating every 3 minutes. It's predictable. It's not
just like the sunrise
thermodynamics.
is predictable.
Well, it's got to be connected to the cycle of the day, whatever that oscillation is, but it's not connected to heat and cold. I'll tell you that right now. It's not connected to the dynamics of rising thermal vents and that's not on an oscillation that you can measure.
If you get yourself a telescope, you'll find that in different times of the year, when the air temperature is significantly different, the amount of that effect and the timing will change.
But not at a 3-minute scale. Maybe at a 4-month scale. Or every season change scale.
Some days you won't be able to see any wave effect at all. Some days you'll see waves continuously fluttering across this thing. Sometimes they'll be spaced out a couple seconds apart, sometimes 3 minutes. That just happened to be, on one particular day, it's going to be fairly even because the thickness of the atmosphere is held in place by the gravitational
force. I see your view there. I see your viewpoint a little clearer now. I get you. Right. The sun movement. The movement of the sun is causing that timing to happen. with the atmosphere.
Now, I will say this, Will. It's a really fascinating phenomenon, isn't it? There is nothing.
It makes you think that maybe the moon is a a projection when you see that lunar wave.
Well, I've never looked at a mirage on the road and thought, "Hey, that's a projection." So, not for me, it doesn't. But I suppose once.
But a mirage is a projection. That's the whole thing. It's a natural projection. It's a
an
mirage.
illusion. It's an illusion, not a projection.
That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The moon is an illusion, right? Created by a projection.
The wave on the moon is an illusion.
But a mirage isn't. It's
a mirage is also. The wave on the moon is
or whatever you're seeing in the mirage, a car that's not there.
I feel like I'm talking to a wall here.
You're saying a mirage is something you're imagining?
An illusion doesn't mean that you're imagining it. An illusion is something that you see with your eyes that your brain tells you is happening differently than the reason for why it's really happening. That's called smoke and mirrors. It's the basic premise of magic. It's an illusion. You see something really happen, and your brain tries to fill in the gaps and try to understand why it was possible or how it was possible. And because it doesn't make sense with the things that you see every day, your brain's like, wow, that's magic or that's fake. But in reality,
and a mirage is just a natural phenomenon
for it.
Could be all a mirage.
Like there are natural phenomenons called mirages,
Yeah.
They're you see them and you know they're mirages.
Lots of them up in the sky too.
There's a transformer named Mirage. Just thought I'd throw it out there. Sorry.
There is?
Yeah.
I can understand how a card trick can be an illusion because you can't see how the trick is done and how fast they move their hands, but
all right, you guys, take it away, man.
But just like the Toy Smith thing from Amazon, that's a natural phenomenon of light.
I think I know what he's talking about. He's not talking about the mirage effect. There are some videos that show the moon with a scan line where it's the camera taking a picture of another camera, so there's scan line.
Anthony, you still have YouTube on? Or you got to put the sound cancellation on?
Sorry about that. Let me fix that. Okay, that fix it. I hope.
Yep. Sure
okay,
did.
sorry about that. There are some videos out there that show scan lines on the moon, but they're clearly one camera taking a picture of another camera's display, so there's scan line interactions. I think that's what he's talking about. Oh shit! Did I lose all my audio now?
No, we can still hear you.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, turn my audio.
Thinking of what you're saying, and I think you're correct.
Yeah, what I was
believe
talking
you
about
are correct.
was something you can actually see with a telescope. Like anybody can just go outside with a reasonably large telescope that you can get good zoom in on the moon with, and you can see this with your eye. So it's a pretty easy thing to see. You can also see the same kind of effect at really, really distant objects far away, like say the peak of a mountain or some other structure. If you're sufficiently far away, if there's enough atmosphere between you and that thing, you can still see the same effect.
Now I can hear better.
I'm just fascinated with these freaking artifacts from Mexico. Like over 40,000 of them supposedly found dug out. And if this guy he straight up states he's looking and wanting to send samples to get tested, to get dated. And he's got quite the collection, and regardless, this is a mass scale of production of all originals. I've yet to see two that are the same. So if they someone's faking or frauding, usually you're going to get multiples of the same one, easy sort of thing, where whatever these are, whether they're all originals, right? So they're original artwork, whether they're ancient or new is the only question. And if they are ancient, my God, does it ever rewrite everything.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
going to throw
Gerald.
something out there. I think you're right. And if these are legit, then wouldn't that stand to reason that the Mexican people way back in that time were actually in discussions with fallen angels? Just a thought.
1000%, and that's exactly what Mike there at ancient or alien carvings speculates and states and gets deep into with his understanding of it and everything that's depicted on all of these carvings.
That
And,
thing right there is something
That
special.
is so
I can tell you
significant.
that.
This is not Mexican, by the way, but we all do know what these are, and they're all throughout the demigods.
That's what it's
And
the
that
other guy,
geometry.
Zeus. That's Zeus lightning bolt.
Yeah, if you watch the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project channel, Bob Greenyer explains exactly where that shape came to be and why we see it in so many different places, represented in slightly different ways. So that does represent a real physical phenomena, but it's not one that we're about to see anytime soon. It's something that happens in the cyclic nature of this Earth's epoch. And so we go
That
through these cycles.
device. Sorry, Jeremiah. I
Go ahead.
apologize. I was just going to say that device. You could imagine if there was a rod attached to one end of it and they spun in opposite directions, that being gold, being conductive, it might actually capture lightning coming down, so to speak.
I wouldn't doubt that at all. And direct
Gerald,
it.
Before it gets a little too late, man, you want to jump on Zoom real quick and have a quick 20-minute call? It's probably about that time.
Yeah, we can do that.
We are 4.5 hours in. It is a good time to call this a stream, as it has been one absolutely epic stream. Thank you again, Eric Hecker, for coming on. Jeremy Reese earlier, alien scientist. Jeremiah being here with us since the beginning. Julia, thank you for sharing again with your wisdom and experiences, and good luck. Hopefully we see you again before alien event in Las Vegas, but we will see you at the alien event in Las Vegas.
Yes, and
It's
thank
been
you
a
for the
pleasure. Thank you
discussion,
for
Julia.
having me, and it's always amazing to speak with you guys. So I always jump at that opportunity. It's a
You
divine
still
night.
got the link,
indeed.
G? Or you want me to pop it in the private chat for you?
Appreciate it. And Anthony, Liminal, Gerald, Sean, Mike, thank you all. And there's Jeremy watching Alien Scientist as we're ending this epic stream. He did a second stream in between. Thank you for partaking, everyone, and hopefully we will be able to reschedule with Dutchsinsse and have Eric Hecker on one more time very soon. And on that note,
I was just going to say thank you for the discussion, Julia and Liminal and Jeremiah. Yes, I do have the link, and hopefully we can get together and just have more deep discussions. Like,
it's up and running, man. So I'll make this a real short one tonight.
I've been meaning to talk to you. So if you're cool with that, I'll stop by.
Oh yeah,
Sure,
by all
I'll
means.
bring you.
So, all right, man. It's ready. As soon as this ends, I'll go ahead and launch the meeting.
What's the Zoom stream?
Bye.
Hey.
Quickly, I think let's get the alien scientist one last question.
What's he asking? Do you think we could build a small
Yeah, so about
ice
the
cube
Eric
antenna
Hecker
array in
stuff
Dutchsinsse?
from earlier.
There's one last thing. Then I should ask Gerald if you want to talk about or at least mention your experiment with the coil and the ice.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, we could do it on like an ice sheet or something, but like a frozen lake in the wintertime, if global warming allows the lakes to freeze anymore. They didn't.
You don't
freeze
need the
last
ice
winter.
at all. I was doing the same kind of phase conjugation stuff just with atmosphere, so we don't need the ice.
But
I also have to bring up one thing.
You need to be able to transmit these waves through rock and through liquid and through water. So I want to see them go like.
They'll already go through that, yeah. I can
But I
already
wanna
send
see,
it
like,
through a piece of solid plate
with
steel or
precision and direction. So like where you can be like, all right, well, let's tune this antenna array, and I wanna heat up this area over here through the rocks and under the ground, and like I want to see that done, like, and how that would work. Because
okay,
like
I'm gonna have to get myself
how is this thing that's supposedly in Antarctica charging up and then zapping places all over the world? It's the same idea that people were coming up with HARP. They were saying that HARP was
That's why we needed Dutchsinsse here. He has it, all of that, like figured out, documented, and all
Where
the
is he?
evidence for it.
He never showed up.
Sadly, he missed today, so I will get things worked out with him and reschedule, and we'll.
All right. In the
do a
meantime, I
follow-up
want to
on
try
it.
to find someone who really knows this stuff well, that could.
I can tell you what we need already. What we're going to have is a number of at least decent, powerful transistors and a phase synchronized system, or something that we can use a microcontroller or some kind of computerized control system so that we can shift that phase. And then what we'll do is we'll build a couple of Tesla magnifying transmitters. We could even buy pre-made magnifier kits. You know, they sell them. And the magnifying transmitter, what it really does is gets rid of the magnetic field component out of the extra coil and converts it all into pure scalar potential. So it's all voltage at the top. There's like almost zero current actually flowing through that coil. And so you hook that up to your ball terminal. The length and the impedance of the connection wires has to be completely balanced. Otherwise, it'll throw off the frequency, and you run them all at the same frequency. So just by changing the phase between them, you'll be able to feel heat in the air. You'll be able to see forces exerted on objects and various other things like that. So we just need to build a whole bunch of identical high-energy amplifiers and put about 5,000 watts into the damn array. I mean, we could probably do it with less. But
yeah, you don't need that much power.
to do what he's asking, we do. Not with your system, G.
Well, let me ask you this. I know how you would aim it, by just like a phased
You're muted,
array.
Jeremy.
But how do you determine distance to where it comes back from a scalar wave to back into the normal physical EM wave?
That depends on the system you're using.
Yeah, it depends on the phase.
Principle of what I mean.
The distance just depends on the phase and the divergence. So if you're going to start out with a spherical terminal, for example, and you just have one spherical terminal, it's going to be omnidirectional, so the distance will die off by the inverse square. If you have 4 spherical terminals, your distance won't necessarily die off by the inverse square. If you look at the basics of antenna physics, like say Yagi antenna or a stacked beam array, we get these directional lobes that can be generated, and so it all depends on exactly where the signal is coming from and what the phase of the individual elements are that your transmission structure is made of.
So obviously the wavelength isn't going to be miles long. So how are we?
Well, that depends on the frequency.
So they're talking about doing an ELF wave then?
The ELF is for detection. That's not for transmission. That's for listening to the signal that comes back from the transmission.
Well, the one thing I'm wondering here is Eric had mentioned the system, and then he mentioned the ELF system next to it. I'm thinking maybe those weren't actually separate systems. I'm thinking it may have been working together. That may have been why the circuit breaker was
Well, ELF could be a great carrier wave.
Yeah, but it could also be modifying the other signal or working together with it.
Well, they are working
ELF
together.
is
They are
your
working together in a
ideal
manner of
carrier
speaking.
frequency.
Think about it this way.
If you want to go long distance with anything.
Right.
Imagine that you have a speaker and a microphone and a long hallway. So your speaker makes a little pulse, a chirp. That chirp then travels down as a sound wave to the end of the hallway where it finally hits the end wall, and then it bounces back. When it comes back, your microphone listens for it, and then the computing system measures the amount of time that it takes. So the ELF array would be like your microphone. It'd be like a pickup device that would measure the time that it takes for the signal that's produced by the pulse to come back.
Right, when you cross two waves together, you can transmit and receive at the crossing of a laser beam.
At least according to Bearden, is it's not an EM wave the whole time. It's a scalar wave. Then it turns back into an EM wave at the destination.
Right. That's the idea of the energy bottle. It's a scalar transmission because that can penetrate anything. Like I said, I've already sent wave.
So is it just when it's phased together is when it turns back into the EM at a distance?
Yeah, there's 3 different zones of an antenna transmission structure. You have something called the near field.
Right.
you have the Fresnel zone, and then you have the far field.
Yeah.
So in the far field, you have an electromagnetic wave. In the Fresnel zone, you have a slightly off electromagnetic wave that's partially scalar, and it doesn't follow the rules of superposition. And in the near field, it all follows the rules of superposition, and it's not at all an electromagnetic wave. It's an electric scalar potential that's moving through space, and we call that a complex electric field. So there's a lot to go into antenna physics. I mean, it's an entire area that will take somebody usually 6 to 8 years in schooling.
I know what you're talking about. I've studied it, but man, this is on a whole other level.
Oh yeah, thinking about what it can do is on a whole other level. We never consider like the huge potential that can happen when you have only scalar transmitters.
It's almost like Pandora's box in a way.
Well, it's already been opened. Tesla opened it.
Peaceful purposes, if you know what I mean. What was the stealth report you just brought up? Somebody did. Was that something Eric had?
Yeah, I'm just playing some of the pictures of Eric Heckers at the South Pole there, and it's a compilation that was played on his interview with the Sean Ryan show. It already has over 1.5 million views.
You see that?
And Eric's been doing quite
thing
well.
in Hawaii, the aluminum all turned to dust on those vehicles.
Do I see what?
Sent you a video.
Yes, I did. Very sus.
If you want to bring up my window, I have
in
some
Hawaii.
slides
The
to describe what Jeremiah was just talking
about. The aluminum wheels turned to dust.
And
this is what Hutchinson was doing. I asked him on a multiple number of occasions just to make sure the story was consistent and to try to get a little more information out of him when he wasn't, on something. Exactly what he had used, the minimum number of pieces of equipment that were required, because, of course, he had all kinds of stuff around. And George Hathaway's documentation of his lab included everything, including the unnecessary stuff. And what Hutchinson described was just 3 pieces of equipment. You had to set up first an electrostatic field, which would pump a bunch of charges into the air. This helps make the air more conductive. This produces a net scalar potential in the environment. So he used a Van de Graaff generator for this. Then you have to perturb those ions, which changes the refractive index. It slightly modifies the velocity of light in a cyclic manner. Overall, it stays the same, but it doesn't stay the same at the point where those ions are moving back and forth, because they now have an additional motion, and it's the Tesla coil that actually modulates their operation, their motion. And just using those 2 principles alone without adding the third, which I'll get to in a second, but those first 2 principles is what Boeing used to make the matter wave generator. So you've heard about this matter wave emitter. And that's an interesting thing that I'm not even going to start to explain it now. It'll take way too long. But the third component that he used, and this was the critical part on how he got all these weird metal melting effects and whatnot, was a high-energy pulsed klystron from a radar system that he aimed at the target area. So this is where he controlled where he wanted the effect to happen. With those 3 things together, you have basically all the conditions necessary to really screw with the fabric of space-time. And also with molecular structure materials.
So he was a lot smarter than most people knew then.
You could do just about anything with that type of technology. You could make the sky your microphone, your speaker.
Oh yeah, T.T. Brown has all kinds of writings about doing specifically that. And he's got 3 different patents on it too. You should read his notes, they're even better.
You can cut tunnels through rocks.
By charging the environment with
that's what
radiant energy before you align the radiant molecules to direct fields to your will. I mean, just think about that.
I've turned a piece of wire to jelly. The effect only lasted for a brief moment, but I passed a huge amount of current through it, enough to the point where
part
of the wire blew apart. And this piece of wire snuck its way between a 90 degrees bend of a wooden doorway against the wooden frame. It went straight down the bend, took a sharp 90-degree curve, and then took another curve as it was exiting and sticking out about 3/4 of an inch. And this was a solid 12-gauge wire. It didn't dent the wood.
So what, it just phase changed into a liquid?
It turned
Thinking
into
about
that was
this,
like a
without all the particles in the air from chemtrail, they would not be able to utilize
this. Did it heat up at all?
When I touched it, it wasn't hot.
Huh? Yeah, that's.
Have you ever heard of the exploding wire experiments? So the exploding wire phenomena, it took a while for them to finally figure out what was going on. The original thought was, okay, we just discharged a huge capacitor bank with lots of energy into this wire, and it went bang, and it became a vapor, or it busted apart into a bunch of little segments. So it must have been that it got so hot that it just melted, right? But then immediately after, it wasn't hot. What they found out is that the exploding wire actually blew itself to pieces because the electric pressure inside was so intense, the charges literally ripped it apart. And so in my case, I have a impulse generator. It's a huge capacitor bank with 9,000 joules of energy that can deliver up to 1.2 mega amperes after I was done with it. But on average, it's about 500 kiloamperes, and it's a decent amount of energy. And so what happened is when the wire broke, the negative terminal disconnected first, but the electron momentum through the wire due to its linear inductance kept on going, and the electrons went straight to the positive terminal, leaving this wire now separated from both ends and with a severe lack of electrons. You could never get that many electrons ripped out of the wire fast enough except for during this kind of impulse event. And so what makes a material solid? Well, it's the electrons that create the coherent bonds in metals. And when you rip them out, suddenly the metal becomes really soft and malleable.
I was kind of wondering something similar for something we're not supposed to mention with some buildings.
The electron bonds.
That they didn't cause a phase change there for like a particle accelerator, like a high amount of electrons accelerated.
Which one are you talking about? The Aronoff-Bohm effect?
A day about 22 years ago that we're not supposed to mention for two buildings.
Oh yeah. That would have been the same basic thing. As the electrons were being vibrated the hell out of that, and they were being struck with a continuous pulse strain of these high velocity unidirectional waves. The wave shape would have controlled that. The electrons would have ripped out. The material would have softened, and eventually turned to dust.
Which way do you think they did it? I'm thinking either particle.
I think they use satellite interferometry. A bunch of transmission sources from solar powered satellites, or possibly nuclear powered.
How much energy would that take, Jeremiah?
Over the period of time for how long they were bombarding the building, I mean, we're talking. It's got to be into the probably into the many gigawatts. Or I shouldn't be using watts actually at all. I should be using joules. Terajoules, perhaps terajoules of energy.
That's a lot of power.
I mean, all the concrete was turned into
a lot of power, man.
There is nothing else that could possibly do something like that.
But that's all together. That's not instantaneous.
After it happened, there's no concrete anywhere. Not even I mean, every floor was a giant can of concrete, and yet there was none left.
So
yeah, right. It was like powderized.
So another question is why wasn't there certain slag and other byproducts left over? And I think the answer is in the metallurgists who perfected the metallurgy in the charges. And it's interesting. There's a number of names here.
Man, I'm going to get myself in trouble for saying all this.
I'm kind of wondering if they didn't go.
This is what I think was used for that. But anyways.
Can we get that zoomed in on, man? There was evidence.
Well, either the building was thermited on every floor.
Yeah, there was liquid molten steel for a month afterwards.
There was that too, but it wasn't the only thing. Because
maybe there was the reports of a white jumbo plane up there with something on the nose of it.
I think there's a valid argument in the thermite perspective, and it's extremely likely that it was used. My guess is, though, it wasn't used because it was necessary. It was probably used in order to create a reasonable justification for how this thing actually fell.
I'm thinking it was done to be more accurate. Instead of, you soften the building, and then that cuts it in.
Well, that other tower next to it fell 20 minutes, half an hour later.
Building 7? Building 7 fell at 4:30 in the day. It wasn't hit by anything.
Mark has that Klystron. I could probably go over to his lab and
man.
actually build a device that would do with Hutchinson stuff. That I just don't have the pulse Klystron with the waveguide. That's the only part I don't have.
No one's built a device that does this. You could build this though, and people have built these, man. So this sprays like liquid hot.
The guy that did the physics and reason channel did a really great job on that.
So this is like better than a shaped charge, then, basically.
It's like a super advanced shaped charge, man, and what it does is it mixes. It also mixes the steel with other agents which cause it to form a eutectic, which is basically has a lower melting point.
If people haven't seen it, that Physics and Reason channel did exactly what you're showing here. He replicated devices just like that.
Yeah. Well, that guy is actually Jonathan Cole, and that's
Right.
a good family friend of mine.
Oh, really? Okay.
So I've met him in real life, and I know him, and yeah, he's super into this, and he's got he's a physical engineer and got a degree in this, and but this is what they think was used. This is what I think was used. I'm not so sure about the other hypothesis, just because the energetic, if you could show it on a small scale, that's great. I'd love to see you, be able to make a steel beam lose structural integrity, and like
I can definitely show it with. I know for sure I can show it with brick. I don't know if I can get the energy levels high enough to do it in steel, but I've been screwing around with that for over 2 years now with the system that I've been trying to get to work on steel, and I just cannot get phase synchronization.
The problem with like lasers on conductors, anytime you
So you're saying that plane posing with a laser beam up there was just to distract everybody?
What laser beam, man?
I mean, during the time, it was.
I don't know about any laser beam related to that event.
Somebody spotted. I was watching it live. Somebody spotted a big military plane. It was white, an all white plane that had something at the nose of it.
No, that was
this was back in 2001 when it happened.
I'm not going to argue about this at all.
That's how I remember it.
It's not about the electronics intelligence plane.
Yeah, I was watching it live on TV as well. I was in school at the time.
There was people were saying there was a laser on the plane at the time.
2001, A Space Odyssey, but they didn't do it from space.
Guys, there's a book by Mark Gaffney that goes all into this. I have it. It's about this white mystery plane. It's an E-4B. Yeah. It's basically the Doomsday plane. Okay, it was set up as part of this something called the Continuity of Government program, and the Continuity of Government program was this group that was set up actually under McNamara in like the 60s, early 60s, and that
plane was flying over that day.
It's like a secret government group that plans for what if the president gets killed and the vice president get killed, who takes over the government at that point, right? So they had this whole contingency plan in place, back in the late 50s, early 60s, from when they were like overthrowing governments and all in South America during that time. So they were used to, having backdoor governments ready to be installed after the existing government was taken out. And this cog,
that's not the plane that I saw. It was all white. There was no blue strip on it, and it had something at the nose. It was on TV.
These are the ones that were filmed on the that day. These were filmed. These are from the news reports, Discovery Channel, like CNN. Like
I don't remember a blue strip on it.
What I remember
seeing all white. I remember it being all white, completely all white.
Could have been the sun shining on the angle that you saw could reflect the blue and made it look all white.
Maybe.
It might have been painted too. There might have been a second plane.
As you were talking about continuity of government and the backup plan, that actually just sounds like the plan. It's not a backup plan. It's just a plan they haven't enacted yet. It's the Fabian slow plan. It's going to take.
There was only one plane up there at the time. One white plane.
I didn't know I was done talking. Right.
Well, it's interesting because this continuity government program did contingency planning, and they also did disaster scenario planning. So, like, their job was to think up the doomsday scenarios.
Yeah, they were like running a simulation on 9/11 about planes hitting the buildings. It's like they have it all planned, and that's what they're going to do. And people are like, where is his return? It's coming. Just be patient. I'll be quiet.
The same thing for what happened in the UK, too.
There were operations,
and theirs was the exact same thing that happened on those.
So you're familiar with the Northwoods operation. What were the 3 operations that were running on 9/11? Who knows?
Oh, right.
About that other plane that was crashed not far away.
Like the simultaneous hijacking, like simulation one, some NORAD freaking one.
Okay. One was called Vigilant Guardian. One was called Northern Guardian. and one was called Northern Vigilance. I'm surprised it wasn't called North Woods.
Really? Okay.
I think it was Cope called Operation Mockingbird. The media was definitely in on that. Remember the one reporter claiming like Tower 7 had already fallen while she had Tower 7 still standing in the background, and then it like fell 15 minutes later and shit. Like,
yep.
The UK one. Yeah.
You know, I wonder if I could rebuild the inside of a microwave oven and put a couple of baffles in there at the right angles in order to make the same effects as Hutchinson was producing there. I'd have to insert a couple of wires and pump the high voltage in, and then I would have to have a
Definitely a lot of weird
second
stuff
terminal
coming
set up to a coil.
around
That
this
seems doable.
event.
I mean, that might be the cheapest way to do it, and that way I can have it inside of a closed door,
Oh,
but
you
fields
just
aren't
wait.
escaping and hitting me.
So Monday is September 11th. Today's September 8th. So Monday will be September 11th. I'm going to start at like 6 a.m. and I'm going to do a stream, and I'm going to show some of the footage that from that day, original archival footage that's been banned. Like, and it's going to be hours and hours of it.
And I'm going to co-stream this with you, and we're also going to be co-streaming it to Rumble, just like we're co-streaming this to Rumble, because YouTube will probably take that one down, just like they took down your JFK one. But I've already re-uploaded it to
Jesse
Rumble.
Ventura. We can't.
What time on Monday?
That sucks. That
Gotcha.
was really good.
Well, I'm guessing some of the banned footage that we end up playing will end up like they'll find a way to like find some copyright strike to like take it down or something, but hopefully that's not the case. Either way, it'll be live for the full 24 hours on YouTube. They won't take it down while we're doing it, and then it'll also be live on Rumble, and it'll still be up on Rumble in case it does get taken down, but hopefully doesn't.
I'm sure you guys know this, but if you pause the video and just give a lot of interjection into it, they have a hard time trying to strike it down because you're saying that you're giving your opinion on the piece.
Yeah, but still, you have to like show that banner and really get into it.
Yeah.
Could you go back and edit the stream you already did, or did they like delete it and you can't?
Yeah. I'm working on doing that right now, and gonna try to republish at least segments of it to YouTube for sure, because it was so epic, that JFK one, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Speaking of 9/11, did you guys hear about that?
I think it's back up.
Building that fell in Surfside.
Oh, so you were able to do the YouTube edit, Jeremy, and remove the copyrighted strike stuff to get it back up? That's awesome. I need to do that then.
I edited.
You guys heard about the Surfside building that collapsed?
I just edited that clip out.
Oh, cool! Because there were parts of that I wanted to check out.
Champlain Towers.
I hope
You guys
the
heard
state
about
doesn't get
Champlain
taken down, man.
Towers?
This
Champlain Towers? Yes, Champlain means flat.
Wow, that's interesting. Well, there's a building that collapsed a few years here ago in Miami, all of a sudden out of nowhere. It's called Champlain Towers.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. The residential towers.
Yeah,
there,
well, I just think you guys might want to hear this. I live here about 10 minutes away from there, and about 3 weeks before that happened, I live across the street from a high school, and I got a phone call from the county saying that the high school was under a bomb threat. I just thought I'd throw that out there, and that's a fact.
Yes, I live in Spokane. We just had a bunch of fires right after Hawaii did, and they showed all over the news. Trees right next to the houses. Nothing burned on them. The house is completely gone. The chimney that's made of brick, everything. And then they interviewed the fire chief, and he said, well, luckily we're prepared for this because we just ran a drill on it yesterday. Weird.
And
Wow.
so as much as I hate to give praise to Lou Elizondo, he actually did a good interview, but it was more the chick that was co-interviewing with him on the Kamloops, Shuswap, BC fires, and the residents there that documented the government came in. They actually started the backfire, so they started the actual fire that ended up burning down half the town of Shuswap, and that they were also preventing citizens from using their own equipment to put out the fires, and that the officers actually caused more of the fires, trying to create controlled burns in out-of-controlled fires, closer between the fire and the town, and that's what ended up burning the town down.
Yeah, it's like it was accidentally on purpose because we just had Burning Man because they're trying to burn man, and the name of the city there was Black Rock because Black Rock owns everything, and it's the black dome of the rock.
Must have been just a coincidence.
Wow.
No, it all is. It all is.
Don't it?
I don't believe in coincidences. I don't want to.
It's the ice cube. It's cube. Trust the plan, not Q. It's cube. Trust the plan.
Actually, you mentioned the black cube. What I found interesting in the recent Senate UAP hearing session was that several of the Army officer testimonies of the Nimitz and other Tictoc encounters stated that they saw what was like a solid black cube inside a circular, like plasmatic field or like outer energy shell.
That's weird. Yeah, all this talk about square in the circle when really they're circle in the square or cube. You know what I mean? I made that up.
All right. Freemasons have always been.
Don't get me out to the cube. I have my own theories about the black rock.
Thinking about the energy.
The fires in Alberta. We've been burning since March, and it's been smoky in my city of Calgary since March, and it's still smoky out. Like, thankfully, it rained yesterday, but 2 days ago, you could barely breathe outside, and it's been like that pretty much 5-6 months. It's nuts. Never before.
Probably a coincidence. What's Calgary's hockey team?
I don't know, but they're trying to make clouds and chemtrails. They're burning the trees to make clouds. They keep trying to cover something that we don't want. They don't want us to see something. They're making clouds. They're blocking the view of the celestial plane.
Yeah, it's the prince of the power of the air because they control the weather, and Chicago is the windy city, like power of the air.
But making clouds keeps you from seeing the stars at night. Also.
I agree.
They've tried to control the weather, but I don't know.
In other words, if there's like a planet or a star moving around up there at night, you wouldn't see it.
Or if I've definitely seen them come in for all 5 lines.
This is like Mother Earth controlling the weather for itself. It's like, it heats up to a point and then these fires start happening. It releases more smoke into the earth. It's almost like a self-cooling mechanism for the planet.
Because it brings the rain after the smoke sort of thing. But the one thing with all of this global or warming or climate change that nobody ever talks about and that I really want investigated is like back being taught astronomy in school, there was the Martian ice caps and the lunar ice caps. And now there's no longer either a ice cap on Mars or the moon that's visible. And they're also warming. And if they are also climate change and global warming, then that would show that it's a grand cycle and has nothing to do with what we're doing on a human level.
I've never heard it mentioned.
You're right, Bernie.
It's almost like the only thing that exists is the present because those who control the present control the past, and then in turn they control the future.
Yep.
Bingo.
It wouldn't matter if I showed a device literally disintegrating brick in front of people's eyes on camera. It wouldn't change people's opinions about, what they've already come to terms with in their ideas of what happened on that fateful day.
I'm on board with it. Show it.
I think it would. It would just take time.
If you showed it and how much energy it took.
Like any other technology, people don't believe it at first.
Well, we could do the calculations too.
I believe I can do it with less than 2,000 watts. And I believe I can do it with less than $5,000 in equipment. Some of which I wouldn't need to buy at all if I wanted to spend quite some time over there out in New Jersey, where I can use one of Mark's working pulse klystrons and supplement what Hutchinson was using. Actually, I don't know if those are the right configuration or not. They have to be a linear klystron, and I don't know what the configuration of his are. But there's 2 types. So one has like an antenna pickup at the end of the end of the run before the electrons finally hit and get diverted off the target wall. And the second one just has a target plate where the electrons, after being clustered up, slam into that plate, and they produce a totally different type of wave. They produce a longitudinal impulse, aka a Bearden-style scalar wave instead of a radio wave. So it would need to be one that that it had its direct output in perfect linear arrangement to the cathode. But they used to make them, and I'm sure they're still available on eBay. I mean, hell, I'm sure Hutchinson still has a couple of them sitting around. Last time I seen one of his lab videos, he had several. So maybe I can ask him for one. I don't know what the energy requirements are, but it shouldn't really be all that crazy hard to do.
Hey, something I was wondering about is the effect cumulative? In other words, if it's strictly on-off power and the effect will happen?
No, it's absolutely cumulative. It doesn't happen at all right away.
Say that again?
It's absolutely cumulative. You have to take enough time to actually get the charges out of there. You have to get the electrons out of the material before this can start to happen. And it takes a while for them to work their way out after you have the internal...
okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, once you get the protons spin and you get the electrons vibrating, it takes a while for them to finally migrate all the way out before there is not enough of them left over.
So it's the proton resonance that's the main effect?
Well, proton resonance certainly helps assist in freeing the electrons off. It's part of that phenomenon. I mean, Bob Greenyer talks about this quite a bit too, and has an explanation for a different type of technique that you don't need to get the electrons necessarily out of it, but you can just get them to cluster up instead. So
I was wondering, like what you just mentioned with the exploding wire effect, if you pumped in enough voltage, don't need any current, just a ton of voltage, if the atoms just wouldn't explode because, the electron bond wouldn't be there.
Well, no, I mean, the subatomic particles,
especially maybe in water, in the electrolysis field.
You guys,
the coherent bonds will, but the atoms themselves will be just fine, and eventually they'll collect your electrons. Like in the case of that softening wire that series of experiments that I did to gellify the wire, by the time I was able to get over to the wire, it had already fully established all of its strength. So it just started sucking charges out of everything that it could get. It pulled them out of the air, it probably pulled them out of the wood, and it'll pull them in so fast that the effect has to be continuously pumped, otherwise it'll restore itself almost instantly. So it's really a battle against time, that DVDT.
Did you ever try it on an insulator? I'm thinking it'll work in an insulator, maybe faster.
I don't know what kind of insulator could hold together if I send 500,000 plus amps through a conductor that's going to blow itself to pieces. I mean, it would literally have to be in total vacuum in order to do it, and the chamber would have to be capable of holding together.
We'll just go into the breakdown voltage, maybe.
Yeah, but mechanically, I mean, you've got to have an environment where it can't restore itself.
Right. Well, I'm thinking you might get an effect like that concrete, turn it to powder.
Yeah, like the wind hex that Bob Greenyer goes into, and the vortex aspect of it breaks it. A major part of breaking down the chemical bond of it. It's very strange, kind of almost like a tornado and a hurricane. How in the vortex power of it somehow breaks things down.
Too? Damn.
Oh yeah, it works.
Yeah, but it's different.
Too, surprisingly.
Damn. Worked on what?
Glass, plastic,
It'll turn the glass into dust?
Yes, it will.
Damn, that's impressive.
So let me get this.
Go ahead.
So let me ask you a question, Jeremiah. Do you mean kind of like pulling it apart by the way a wind hex does, or do you mean more like you're imparting energy into it? It still holds its shape, but when you walk over to it to pick it up, it turns to powder.
That would be a bit of a different effect, and I still don't know if I buy the explanation of Les Brown. I mean, he has an idea that maybe the explanation is correct, but the experiment you've already verified. So
it's just whether or not he explained it properly. No, I understand what you mean.
The other weird thing that we have to mention with the Les Brown case in this experiment is it wasn't just that it turned the zinc to powder. It was that when he had it tested, it was almost pure calcium.
Whoa.
So it had completely transitioned, and that's a whole different story. That
transmuted into the calcium. So many ancient alchemical texts describing their processes literally describe exactly that. The metals, one state of metal transmutation is going into this calcitic state, and just like flame into the carbon as well.
Well, and think
Very
about the strength of the fields required too. So the one thing I didn't consider when Jeremy asked, what would the energy levels be required to take apart a building like that? At the raw level, it would be tremendous. But what I didn't consider is the fact that the fields of exotic vacuum objects can reach into the thousands and thousands of Teslas. And so the localized flux energy density could have been so high that it didn't require a tremendous amount of input power. It just required a long enough period of time to build these things up in the structure. There's also that
theory, but it's like you have to be able to show it, man. It's like
that's exactly what I'm saying. This is all speculation. It means basically nothing as far as applying to those specific cases, unless we can replicate something where the conditions are at least close to those specific cases. Just because we've seen almost identical effects in other cases does not mean that's how that happened.
Well,
I have to bring up one key other part of Eric Hecker's disclosure, that he brought up the neutrino detector thing, but that is a faster than light communication technology, he states, and a potential device for communicating with off-world craft, with intergalactic craft at a faster than light quantum entangled technology. And how much do you guys see and believe into that, and how applicable is that aspect?
Jeremy actually covered how that works in actually a number of years ago, I believe it was, where he talked in great detail about the difference between group velocity and phase velocity. So it doesn't just apply to systems of particles, it also applies to waves. If you have a continuous radio wave that can only travel out at the velocity of light, and you interfere it with another radio wave, those things will only reach their destination at the velocity of light. But you can have an interference zone that moves faster than light as a phase velocity, even though the group velocity of the waves is still limited to the velocity c. So you would have to turn the transmitter on and leave it on for a while before this effect would reach its destination. But once it was there, then you could effectively modulate much faster than light because the signal has already arrived.
So do we have a dark breakaway civilization that is out above planet and below planet? What do you guys think? Let's finish it off with that.
I think probably.
I think it's possible.
There's
probable.
Yeah, probable is a stretch.
Jeremy, what do you think? Is the TR3B real? What's human? What's not?
The TR3A was real, and it was a real predecessor for the early stealth program, and the early I had that whole thing on the TR3A. But I don't know. That's not what I was showing. I was showing there was one guy who claimed that that it was impossible, that you could never use thermite for demolition, and here it is in the CIA explosive for sabotage manual.
Yeah, even that. What is it? National Geographic did that with the. God, that was such a joke.
Yeah, well, they couldn't do it with 8 pounds of it, and then my buddy John Cole did it with just a few ounces.
Yeah.
I'm going to show all these videos. So I'll save all this tower stuff and discussion for Monday, which is it's going to be the 22nd year anniversary.
Well, my time, it's exactly 9:11 p.m. now. So
this is an interesting
right? Oh wow, 9:11 p.m. as we discuss what Jeremy's doing 9/11 September.
Yeah.
That I will co-stream.
You got to know this, because this is going to be important. And I'm going to do this on November 22nd, which will be the 60th anniversary of the JFK assassination, right? That's November 22nd. So this is the 22nd anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, and I'm going to be doing an all-day stream that day, covering everything. And I'm going to do another one on the JFK assassination on November 22nd. So yeah, tune into those on the Alien Scientist channel, and it's going to be like an all-day thing. I'm going to show like all kinds of documentaries. I'm just going to show like the whole history of everything I went through, and all the best research from. That's just stuff that's super suppressed and hidden, and we'll get into the debates on all this stuff. But I mean, I'm for one, I'm in the camp that it was that you could do it with thermite, because I've been proven that we built it and we did it. We made experiments where we did it, and I'm still waiting for the Judy Wooders and the Space Beamers to show that they can do it. And once they can do it and prove that it can be done, then I'll give it more credibility. But until then, I'm in the thermite camp with that firmly. And I don't
usually
think
the most easiest way is the way that the simplest way is the way that it actually is. And that there's the SPD report. And I think, Jeremy, I've actually saw videos that you did covering it way back in the day, but that I think you got taken down so your channel didn't get striked or something, but showing that there was like the Mossad group that took out a couple of the floors where the supposed aircraft impacted, and that they like brought up all of this like explosive material and stuff. Was that did you ever cover that one? It was nuts. It was
I don't believe I have any evidence of that being Mossad. There was the Gelatin 2 group that some people have pointed to, the art group that were like these for Israel exchange students that were in the building. And then like people have pointed to like the urban moving systems vans that were around or seen nearby that had
the urban moving system ones. That's the reports of the jumping, laughing Israelis, right? They were in those vans.
I think so. Something connected to that. But what's really interesting is that the Bush-linked company that handled the security. And this was from an article by Margie Burns back in 2003. And she talks about Marvin Bush. And that's George Bush's brother. And he was on the board of directors for this company, which had the contracts for electronic security at the World Trade Centers on 9/11. And, it's just really weird. Marvin Bush's maid, she got run over. The housekeeper, right?
Yeah, almost all
she
of them.
got run over and killed in the driveway, right? And the White House took 6 days to report it.
Almost all of them committed suicide or something happened to him within a year. It was messed up. The janitor guy.
How many witnesses?
It was like within a year.
All coincidentally.
Like, what did this housemaid over here was she was like cleaning up George Bush's fucking bathrooms, like Marvin Bush. She's over Marvin Bush's house cleaning up the bathroom. What did she hear? He said all this weird stuff. It's all true. You can look this up. I don't need to make up stuff or conspiracies about 9/11. There's enough factual, true information.
The amount of evidence is just so overwhelming. It's ridiculous and insane. Like anybody that has actually been following it from the beginning, like when that was the moment when 9/11 in like grade 11 for me, high school, watching that event on that day and the towers come down and being like, that's not possible what they're saying happened. And then like watching all the investigation like yourself, Jeremy, like that's how you got to a lot of your initial like views. Like your 9/11 videos have millions and tens of millions of views and stuff. You did epic actual research into it, and like groups like architects and engineers against 9/11 and so many others that have just shown over and over, and like just the amount of actual drills that prevented the real instruments and resources that would catch and prevent something from happening that were just coincidentally scheduled and taking place at that time. Oh God, it's like, it's just so pathetic.
You know something else that's weird, right inside building 7 on the 28th floor, there was the 32nd floor, I think, there's emergency command center, and that was set up by Rudy Giuliani.
But they renovated and made airproof and fireproof for 6 months leading up to that day, right?
Right.
You know, another thing, all the videos about the towers falling, none of them have sound. Or they have sound, but the sound doesn't match what's happening.
Right.
And the building 7 on there, there's another video that I remember seeing this live, that right before it happened, there were police saying, get back, they're about to blow it up. Who's about to blow it up?
Yes, remember? Exactly. And then like the one building owner or insurancer saying, oh, we decided we had to pull the building, which is the technical term for controlled demolition.
Yeah,
And it's like,
I went over all
it
this
takes
with
months.
Michael Shermer, and he's like, they were talking about the firefighter teams, and I said, yeah, he said pull it, not pull them, right?
You wouldn't call firemen it. Well, not unless you want to get punched and deserve it.
Well, G, you want to jump over real quick before it gets too late? I know it's already getting really late for you.
Yes, sir. It's 5 hours, 20 minutes in. This was
I'll keep it short, man.
Epic channel. Any last words? And we'll see you at the very latest on Monday for 24-hour 22 anniversary of 9/11. The alien scientist Jeremy Reese leading the way.
Hey,
I look forward to Monday. That's all I gotta say.
Make like a phone text list for sending out notifications, since YouTube doesn't send them out like they're supposed to.
WhatsApp is what we get on that.
Resubbed over a dozen times, and it usually works.
I will not use WhatsApp. It gives away my phone number.
Oh, fair. Every single platform is just so fucking shadow banned and spy filled and everything. But at the same time,
Discord doesn't give away your phone number. Discord doesn't give away your phone number.
Either way,
like,
otherwise,
this was a great stream today. All right, much love. Might be a back party for a little bit. I'll post the link in the private chat. You guys are doing private Zoom. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you on Monday. Wishing everyone a blessed weekend.
Have a good one.